Chapter 949. Zhang Xiaobao looked around. Other than the soldiers in front of him, the other three sides were all walls. He muttered softly, "All right, I will also write a song." He looked at the questions. He had to write according to the questions. If he really did not answer the questions, it would be too ugly. Li Longji would definitely laugh himself to death. They had been competing since they were young. After so many years, he had always had the upper hand. No matter what, he would not let Li Longji laugh at him. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried at all that the examiner wouldn't dare to pass his paper to Li Longji. If he really failed on the first try, Li Longji would probably find an excuse to throw the examiner into jail and reinstitute another winter imperial examination. In other words, it would be another winter imperial examination. Anything could happen in this magical world. Wasn't it normal to have another examination in winter? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the paper and saw that it said, "If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. The Tao can be Tao, but it is not the Tao. I know how to speak, I am good at nurturing, I am noble." With one look, Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He put his mouth on the wooden board. "Wife, did you see? Fuck, who came up with this question? The Analects of Confucius, Laozi, and Mencius. Is there a need to compete with three people in one sentence? If you let others hear it, won't you be teaching others? Stop talking. If you continue, I will get someone to throw you out. You can wait to participate in next year's examination." Wang Wan really did not know what to do with Zhang Xiaobao. It was an examination. Couldn't he be more serious? Who heard it? Who dares to throw me out? Zhang Xiaobao was really bored. He thought that the examination would be very difficult. In the end, it was just a fill-in-the-blanks question, 5 discussion questions, a poem, and a prose question. What was this? The soldier who was in charge of invigilating Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to be deaf and blind. The quarrel between immortals had nothing to do with mortals. "Honey, don't write too fast. Slow down. I'm regretting it now. I'll let Xiao Bei and the others participate. Other than their handwriting being a little lacking, they should be able to enter the top 100 in other aspects. Honey, is your poem oblique or plain?" Zhang Xiaobao continued to ramble. "Che Yun, Xiao Bei can't memorize so many books. Don't tell me you want Xiao Yuan to help you cheat? Even if he knew the answers to the questions, so what if he passed the exam? You said yourself that you want them to learn and grow through playing. If it weren't for you insisting on fame, why would we come here?" Wang Wan also felt that the questions were too simple. This was the country's selection of talents. If one was selected, they would immediately become an official. In the end, the difficulty was even lower than the college entrance examination. It really made her speechless. All right, I'll go right. You're reciting rhymes, right? I'm Ping Yun. You can't possibly say that I cheated by copying you, right?" Zhang Xiaobao turned around, but he didn't write. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Similarly, Wang Wan didn't write either. It wasn't that she didn't know how to, but that she suddenly lost interest. The imperial examination was too easy. It was no wonder that Jianjia Academy would definitely accept anyone who participated. It wasn't because of its reputation, but because of the different education methods. Just like that, the two of them were separated by the wooden board and spent 3.5 hours, which was also 3 hours. It started at 7:00 in the morning, which was 7 o'clock. In addition, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished the fill-in-the-blanks questions and then talked nonsense. It was now past 10:00, almost 10:30. Zhang Xiaobao waited for a while. He raised his hand and was about to continue knocking on the wooden board when he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the gap on the wooden board. He observed the gap and actually found something interesting. With a whoosh, the wooden board between the two of them was opened by Zhang Xiaobao, giving Wang Wan a fright. "Shoo!" Zhang Xiaobao raised a finger in front of his mouth. "We can open it." It seems that Li, the emperor, was afraid that we would be lonely, so he deliberately arranged for someone to do it. Wang Wan ignored Zhang Xiaobao and began to look at the wooden board carefully. She nodded. "The workmanship is very delicate." "It's okay." Zhang Xiaobao echoed. "How did you find out?" Wang Wan was puzzled. "You look down on me, don't you? What did I do before? Where did I hide the money that I couldn't find? Passbooks, real estate certificates, notebooks, Bearer bank cards that always have 6 zeros as the password. If I don't find them, who am I going to threaten? What am I going to spend? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you have 24 full-view surveillance cameras in your community, 4 doors, and 3 groups of mobile security guards? If I'm a little less capable, I'm not qualified to be your husband, right? Zhang Xiaobao touched the wooden board and said to Wang Wan with an expression that said, "It would be weird if I didn't see through it." Wang Wan chuckled and looked at Zhang Xiaobao with watery eyes. She was indeed very satisfied to have a husband like Zhang Xiaobao. If she hadn't come with Zhang Xiaobao, and if Zhang Xiaobao was terminally ill at that time, she felt that she could get a sum of money that Zhang Xiaobao was willing to hand over by understanding him. After locking Zhang Xiaobao in prison, she could get him out through other means and be with him. I know. You were a thief in the beginning. The officials who were robbed didn't dare to report it, so you specifically picked the big fish to rob. You even dared to steal from the provincial political secretary's house. In the end, he mobilized people to arrest you. It was said that the case-handling officer who had never failed before saw you flying from building to building, so he could only announce that the arrest failed. Later, that secretary went to the CPPCC. Wang Wan helped Zhang Xiaobao to prove his innocence. Zhang Xiaobao disagreed. It's useless to live in the provincial party committee's compound. Usually, no one will stare at the CCTV. I can set off a firecracker somewhere else. When it goes off, can you still keep your eyes on the monitor? I took the opportunity to go there. You can check the historical records after the theft. I was long gone. I can. Wang Wan said in a huff. You can? You can only stare at the monitor when it goes off and think about when it will go off. You go back. I am not going to be friends with you. Wang Wan pushed Zhang Xiaobao's head with all her strength. You can. I was wrong. When you were practicing, the firecrackers kept going off. Don't you have to stare at the monitor? Then you can be a security guard. A security guard with military rank. Many security guards are originally from the military. Go back and write poems. Don't disturb me. Wang Wan continued to push Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao stubbornly resisted. No, don't. There are many things to do this time. It will not be easy for them to answer. The exam will last for 2 days. We will be staying here tonight. Don't be anxious. What do you want to eat for lunch? I will cook for you. Do you want to eat double-cooked pork? How about braised frog? Wang Wan finally relaxed. She lowered her head and thought for a while. I want to eat casserole. No problem. Beef brisket and potatoes? Beef stewed with carrots? Chicken stewed with mushrooms? Pine mushrooms? Cabbage and pork ribs? Cod tofu? Dog meat? Dog meat is not good. It is not good for women to eat that. Also, I have to make dog sauce. Mutton and wood ear? How about this? We should have kidney beans in Beijing. I will make a stew for you. First, I will make braised pork. Then, I will put the kidney beans, potatoes, and eggplant into the stew. I will also add chili and tomatoes. After that, I will mix 2 cold plates for you. You can eat it with rice. Okay. Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth, and a series of dishes came out. Wang Wan frowned. Why are they all stewing? Sister, I am not the one who wants to stew. You are the one who wants to eat casserole. I will play along with you. You can find me a casserole that is not stewing. I will learn. Zhang Xiaobao spread out his hands. Then I want to eat Buddha jumps over the wall. Wang Wan said. I don't have time. Are you going to eat it tomorrow? I will get someone to prepare it today. I also have bear paws. I got it from Li Longji at the zoo. I don't intend to return it to him. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about anything else for his wife. Wang Wan bit her lips. I have eaten it once. There is no bear paws, and it is very hard to make. Sister, where did you eat Buddha jumps over the wall? Let's not be so formal, okay? Actually, Buddha jumps over the wall is only a few words. Fresh, tender, numbing, smoky, sandy, smooth, sweet, and fragrant. Why does it have such a texture? It is because of the ingredients. The ingredients are not put together at the same time. Every ingredient is put together according to the time they are cooked. This is the texture. Actually, I am not willing to eat this. Not to mention that it is very hard to make. There is poison in it. Let me tell you this. I don't need to put as many ingredients as what others recommend. As long as you give me enough seasonings, I can use any piece of meat to make the same effect. It sounds scary. It is just the freshness of seafood, the tenderness of bamboo shoots, the sweetness of rock sugar, the smoothness of shark's fin, the sand of liver, the smokiness of ham, the numbing of rice wine, the aroma of meat, and the rest of the ingredients have the corresponding effect. Zhang Xiaobao pursued the essence of the ingredients and spoke the truth. But the food made by others is transparent. When it is cold, it feels like it is frozen. Wang Wan had eaten it many times. Others needed to order it, but she did not need to. I use fire alkali to make it more transparent. Isn't it easy to make frozen? You can stew fish and make meat with frozen. I will also make some starch and white alum for you. I will make as much frozen as you want. Therefore, don't listen to their boasting. What Big Brother is making for you is the real deal. Many of the ingredients in the Buddha Jumps Over the Wall soup are suitable for the occasion. If I were the person who made the Buddha Jumps Over the Wall soup back then, I would definitely sigh that I didn't have enough ingredients. Buddha Jumps Over the Wall is an explosive food source. It is just like the stew I made for you. The stew is mainly made because it is hard to find meat, so there is only red braised pork. It is mainly made into vegetarian food, just like the pearl and white jade soup. Only those who are not good at cooking can win with ingredients. Look at the dishes I usually make for Xiaobei and the rest. Do I need to put in a lot of seasonings and ingredients? Even a fried egg has its own style. Why are French steak and Italian macaroni so classic? It is because they are simple. I can make whatever flavor you want to eat. In my eyes, steak is just beef, wine, and salt. Macaroni is just tender and smooth. Later, I will make steamed bear paws for you. You just need to put some salt and mushrooms. It is just tender and smooth with a little toughness. What else can it do? If you want to eat raw prawns and clams, do you want me to put 100 kinds of seasonings on you? Why do you need to use leftovers to eat fried rice? Toughness means that there is less water in the rice grains. I will use freshly steamed northeastern rice and roast it in the microwave. There is no difference in the taste. Of course, if you want to say that there is a slight fermentation process in the rice that contains water, then I will ferment it for you. Listening to Zhang Xiaobao talking about how to cook in the examination room, Wang Wan smiled. She smiled sweetly and happily. Xiaobao, why are you different from other people? Because I am not other people. I am Zhang Xiaobao. Many countries' presidents value me, but I don't value them. Because the president can be changed. Zhang Xiaobao is the only one. What do you want to eat for lunch? Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic again. What do you think? Wang Wan became shy. How would I know you? Zhang Xiaobao was very helpless. Let it be stewed. I will give you a chance to mix the ingredients. Put less chili. I know. Green chili, which is also called persimmon chili, has not been cultivated yet. Do you know how to cultivate persimmon chili? As the name suggests, it is a cross between tomatoes and chili. Understood. Hurry up and cook. I am hungry. Wang Wan used words to show who was in charge at home. Don't be unreasonable with me. I will only wait for 5 minutes. What can you do? Afraid of you? Someone, go to Savant's restaurant and get me something. Be 5 minutes late. Oh, 3/4 of an hour. Zhang Xiaobao didn't believe that he couldn't get back his position as the leader of the family. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. Husband, are you angry with me? You want me to be 5 minutes late? No, I am afraid that they will accidentally break the tomatoes. I will cook quickly. I will light the fire now. It won't delay anything. Just watch. Zhang Xiaobao started to light the fire with a sense of accomplishment that belonged to a man. It was just stewing. Do you think I don't know how to cook? Thus, when it was close to noon, the other examinees were eating boxed lunches that were better than most of what they usually ate. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed in front of the pot, puffing out hot air as they ate the stew. The fragrance made the other examinees angry. Even if they could smell the stew, they were unhappy that Zhang Xiaobao didn't ask them to pay. Finally, an examinee next door couldn't hold it in anymore. He stretched out his neck and asked, "Why is it not Savant's restaurant who is cooking?" Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and raised his head. Savant's restaurant doesn't lack advertising opportunities. Go back and call for someone to chase you out. That examinee was very self-aware. He didn't think that he had the strength to contend against Zhang Xiaobao's authority. He resentfully retracted his head and continued to eat the lunchboxes. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly and said to Wang Wan, "Humans, their desires are really uncontrollable. There is no end to them. How can society develop without desires? Humans rely on their desires to win against other animals. Why don't you invite the head examiner over to eat together?" Wang Wan only remembered that she didn't invite anyone after she was half full. "We are taking an exam. Don't disturb the rules of the exam," Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan as he picked up a piece of dried tofu with scallion oil with his chopsticks. Wang Wan put a piece of red braised pork into her mouth and said in a muffled voice, "Don't mention the rules of the exam to me. If you don't disturb, there will naturally be rules. It doesn't matter if I disturb or not. I thought that it would be very difficult. The imperial examination is too disappointing." When Zhang Xiaobao thought of the exam questions, he started to feel helpless again. Wang Wan didn't say anything for a moment. She took a small spoon and drank the soup in the pot. Zhang Xiaobao also became silent. He lowered his head and ate fiercely. Both of them had their own thoughts. Why? After a while, Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and looked outside. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be asking Wang Wan. Because we are used to 12 years of compulsory education. We are used to not having a good job after graduation. We are used to having a lot of masters and doctorates. In the past, I didn't think about it. I just felt a little. Why do we have to go through such a long period of education and then lose the opportunity to get more survival resources? The country doesn't give any preferential treatment to people who receive education. Wang Wan also muttered. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and picked up the cucumber stick dipped in the sauce. He pinched it with his hand and bit off a piece. "Now you know." "I know." Wang Wan nodded. In fact, the country has never thought of letting the people widen the gap between the people of the same country through education. Because everyone is learning, it is to widen the gap between one society and another society. In other words, it is to prevent other countries from surpassing the basic level of knowledge. Now, I'm thinking if we can take all of our graduates from a certain university and bring them here, they can study tourism, mining, physics, chemistry, and so on, and then compare them with the outstanding people of the same age in Great Tang, the people of Great Tang will be trampled under their feet. This gap can destroy a country. It's just like how Li Longji is always afraid of the country that can shoot artillery shells from Luzhou to Chang'an. Therefore, the purpose of universal education is not to increase the competitive advantage of the people of the country. It is to ensure the survival of the race. When Wang Wan said this, she thought about why the emperor was willing to give the children of officials the position of officials. It was because the children of officials received a different education from the children of commoners. If there wasn't an endless amount of paper, if there wasn't a lot of ink, if there wasn't a lot of books, if there wasn't a good teacher, if there wasn't... 10 years of hard study sounded good, but it was far inferior to 9 years of compulsory education with all the conditions, let alone 12 years of compulsory education. In Tang, a child who was willing to learn wanted to learn, but there were no channels of communication. Before Shi and Xiao Bao came, before there was a large number of books, if they could get a book, they would be willing to give them more time to copy it. But what about when Shi and Xiao Bao were together? Free libraries could be found everywhere. In fact, if you went to a stall selling books and renting books, you could go there without buying or renting. Very few people would chase you away. There was a child in the 6th grade of primary school who had just come into contact with the linear equation of 1 yuan. While walking on the street, he suddenly thought of a question that he didn't know how to solve. He would randomly stop a passerby or a salesperson and ask them about it. As long as they had the time and the mood, they would teach him. Because it was too simple, as long as they were older than him, they would know. But what about here? You could just grab a random person and ask them. Moreover, there was the internet. If you did not know a question about the Analects of Confucius, there would be many people who would teach you. There would also be several answers for you to choose from. Thinking of this, Wang Wan mumbled, "The truly frightening thing is not knowledge, but turning knowledge into common sense in life." When a person is not feeling well, they will naturally make self-judgment and take the corresponding medicine to treat themselves. When a place is hit by a disaster and floods, people know to drink water. When a person has diarrhea, they naturally know to replenish their salt. When there is fog, they will immediately wear masks and try not to go out. This is the true foundation of a nation by turning knowledge into common sense. Zhang Xiaobao continued. That's why we feel that the questions of the imperial examinations are simple. Because the knowledge that you have been teaching me and I have been teaching Xiaobei and the rest is common sense that we take for granted. However, it is far superior to Tang's education system. Yes, Xiaobao, I've decided. I want to rebuild Tang's education system. Wang Wan waved her fist, looking ambitious. But it's very difficult. Zhang Xiaobao still did not dare to say that he was going to build a financial system. If it's not difficult, why would I tell you? Is it not difficult for you to tell me? It's difficult for two people, but it's better than one person. Just tell me, what do you want me to do? Your reputation, my reputation, and our money. I want to build a university, a system-wide one. I want to hire teachers and recruit students. I won't allow anyone to cause trouble. For a period of time, I won't allow any political factors to interfere. Wang Wan picked up a piece of eggplant and chewed it vigorously, treating him as someone who was going to cause trouble. Zhang Xiaobao put a piece of charcoal under the pot. He picked up the paper and fanned it a few times in the air before taking 2 deep breaths. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's actions and said, "Look, you don't need anyone to remind you. You only know how to worry about carbon monoxide poisoning. This is the power of knowledge. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I support you. Wait until we finish the martial arts examination, okay? I'll think of a way for you. Isn't it just building a university? Finding students and teachers, not letting others cause trouble, and getting rid of all political factors? It's simple." Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand to show that he was convinced. He indicated that Wang Wan did not need to continue persuading him. It's simple. Just say it now. Wang Wan wanted an answer that would make her happy. Zhang Xiaobao was slightly helpless. It's easy for me to do what you say, but I can't just spend money and not make money. If I want to make money, I have to put in a lot of effort. I have to wait until the martial arts examination is over. Wang Wan was just about to say that Zhang Xiaobao was greedy when she saw Zhang Xiaobao waving at the soldier outside. She was puzzled and asked, You really are Zhang Xiaobao. You won't take any losses. What do you want to do?" Zhang Xiaobao waited for the soldier to come closer and said, "I want a few papers. I'll answer them. I've studied for so many years. If I only answer one paper, it's too disgraceful." "Official Zhang, what orders do you have?" The soldier reacted quickly this time. When Zhang Xiaobao waved at him, his eyes were no longer blurry and his ears were no longer deaf. Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the left and right. "I want a few papers. Give me one paper for the theory of the classics, the theory of the law, the theory of the literature, and the theory of the mathematics." "Oh, 2 sets. Official Wang also needs 1 set." The soldier nodded and turned to leave. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and saw Wang Wan's puzzled expression. He said, "When you were taking the university entrance exam, you only had 2 days. Don't tell me that you only had 1 fill-in-the-blanks question, 1 poem, 1 essay, and 5 discussion questions?" Wang Wan shook her head vigorously. "How can there be such a good thing? I think you should give me 2 hours to answer the questions for the theory of the sciences. This is because writing with a brush is slower than a fountain pen. Otherwise, 90 minutes would be enough." Chapter 950. The soldiers did not take long before they returned to where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were sitting. Behind them was the head examiner, and 2 other people were holding a set of papers. "Sir, you want to review the questions?" The head examiner asked. "I'm going to answer the questions. You are Xueqi, Assistant Minister of Rights." "Oh, I remember now. Xueqi, right?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at the head examiner and thought for a while before saying his name. The head examiner nodded happily. Yes. You have a good memory. Do you want to answer all the questions? Do you want to extend the duration of the imperial examinations?" "No need. It's just a small question. In a while, bring the examiner here. I will answer it for him." Zhang Xiaobao did not want to be scolded. Because he was alone, extending the duration of the imperial examinations was worse than delaying the autumn quarter examinations by a month. Thus, he immediately took the papers and did not say anything polite. He invited the head examiner to eat and let him leave after greeting him. Assistant Minister Xue did not feel that Zhang Xiaobao was neglecting him. If he really asked him to stay for a meal, that would be a lie. Why would he ask him to stay for a meal when there were two people eating? However, he had doubts about whether Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could answer all the questions. Zhang Xiaobao poured hot water into a cup of barley wine. This was the first wine that appeared during the distillation process. It was also called Liuzi wine and had a relatively high alcohol content. However, no matter how high the alcohol content of barley wine was, it was still not as high as rice or corn. The first wine was around 50% alcohol content. You still want to drink during an examination? Give me the questions. Let me see. Wang Wan took the cup in front of Zhang Xiaobao and took a sip. She drank a quarter of the wine in one gulp and finished half a tael. I'll leave you a sip. 1 tael per person. You will feel refreshed. After drinking, you will be able to answer the questions. What kind of questions are these from the mathematics section? The fill-in-the-blanks questions actually have to be memorized. Luckily, I memorized them before. Thank you, Grandfather Bai. That old man taught me a lot. Do you see this? This is the mathematics exam? This was clearly not asking people to calculate. Instead, it was bringing up the forward, gouging out a row of words, and asking people to fill in the blanks. There's a calculation problem. I've left a space here, which means that there's no need to write down the steps to solve the problem. Let me see, the road is 80 feet long. The two brothers will walk it in pairs. The brothers will take 4 feet each step, and the younger brother will take half a step. A total of 35 steps. Was this what the imperial examinations were about? It means that there is a road that is 80 feet long, and two brothers are walking on it. The elder brother takes 1 step and covers 4 feet, and the younger brother takes half of the elder brother's, which is 2 feet. Then the two of them walk a total of 35 steps, and each of them is asked how many steps they have taken. Zhang Xiaobao felt helpless after reading the questions. It was too simple. It was just a two-dimensional linear equation. Wang Wan did not even need a pen and could directly say the answer. Of course, it was not a blank. There were steps to solve the problem. Let x plus y equals 35. 4x plus 2y equals 80. I really should call Xiao Bei and the rest over. Let's not talk about the college entrance examination. If there were such questions in the middle school entrance examination, the children would die of happiness. Let me see again. Oh, there's a two-dimensional quadratic equation at the bottom. It seems that not everyone can calculate pi. Xiaobao, now you know the importance of a system, right? Wang Wan held a roll of paper in her hand, took a pen, and finished answering all the questions for the mathematics section. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at it and copied it. Otherwise, it would take some time to solve the two-dimensional quadratic equation. He might as well eat a few more mouthfuls of food. When the two of them finished their meal and began to drink tea, they had finished answering all the questions except for a poem, a prose essay, and some discussion questions that hadn't been written yet. There were no multiple-choice questions, no error correction questions, just filling in the blanks, discussion, and so on. The only question the two of them answered was the mathematics section, which was how to judge a case. The judgment was not fixed and had a certain degree of flexibility. The two of them had already memorized all the laws of the Tang dynasty. After Zhang Xiaobao finished writing, he said to Wang Wan, "Look, aren't the laws set for the upper class? If our family followed this rule, even 10 heads would not be enough to chop off." "Are you saying that the law is useless?" Wang Wan asked. "No, I'm saying that everyone should quickly become upper-class people so that they can avoid the law," Zhang Xiaobao said. "If someone can be above the law, it can only mean that the system is not perfect. The one who is wrong is not the law, but those who are clearly avoiding the law. Not only are they not ashamed, but they are also complacent. If you do too many bad things, one day you will run into a ghost. I'm a good person. Don't look at me and say that we're not going back today. Call Xiao Bei and the others over later. Let's eat hot pot tonight. Sauerkraut hot pot with a chimney. At the same time, let them answer the questions and experience the imperial examination." Zhang Xiaobao reopened the mathematics section paper and began to think about how to write poems and prose. Just as he came up with some ideas, someone came to disturb him. "Lord Zhang, Lord Wang, you two are looking for me," the person asked politely. "Oh, You're the examiner for the mathematics section oral examination? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the person and asked. Yes, Lord Zhang. Do you think there's something wrong with the questions? The person was very nervous. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. No, it's just that it's too simple. Yes, it's simple. Go ahead and ask. Zhang Xiaobao sat up straight and said seriously. Ask what? The person was surprised. Ask me a question, and I'll answer it. Also, examinee Wang Wan, ask together. Zhang Xiaobao's attitude was very proper. Examinees should act like examinees, at least for now. The person rubbed his hands and said hesitantly, Lord Zhang, then I'll ask. Go ahead and ask. I asked you to ask Wang Wan and me. Zhang Xiaobao urged. Okay, thank you, Lord Zhang. The person stood respectfully and then asked, I'll ask, Lord Zhang, that. The Tang Bank's reserve rate increased by 1 percentage point, and the bank's deposit rate also increased by 1 percentage point. Normally, this should suppress consumption, but why is it that in some cases, there is a trend of consumption increasing? Zhang Xiaobao nodded and replied, This is mainly because the Tang Bank's lending to the outside world decreased during this process. At the same time, the examination and approval requirements were also stricter. This caused the private lending to expand, which led to a situation where the consumption of certain items accelerated. Also, outside of the provision of non-essential items, those who have a large amount of other items and hoard them, in order to cash them out, have to lend the cash to the private lending institutions that also raise the deposit and withdrawal rates. When they judge that the profit lost from dumping the goods is less than the additional interest gained from depositing the money in the private lending institutions, they will sell a large amount of goods at a low price. This will increase the consumption of these goods in the areas under their influence. This is a short-term, localized increase in consumption. If it exceeds the short term, and there is an expansion of consumption, then it can only mean that there are people who are speculating. If the effect is not big, then I can ignore it, but if it exceeds the bottom line of my heart, I will firmly suppress it. Thank you, Lord Zhang. The person was very happy. Is there anything else? Zhang Xiaobao continued to ask. Yes, Lord Zhang. If the quantity of small goods does not reach the taxable quantity, then no tax will be collected. However, there are people who deliberately sell large goods in the form of small goods according to their assembled parts to avoid tax. What should be done about this kind of thing? The person asked another question. Tax will be collected according to the overall quantity of goods sold in a unit time, and a fixed tax will be levied on the increase of assets. At the same time, strict examination will be carried out. The business operation and tax declaration items must be consistent with the actual items recorded in the transaction process. If they are the same, the accounts will be audited. If they are different, in addition to making the difference in tax payable, punitive measures will be imposed. For the first time, the fine should not be too large, and it will be mainly a warning. If the offender commits a second time, the punishment will be increased, Zhang Xiaobao answered. Thank you, Lord Zhang, and wait. Wang Wan opened her mouth. She stared at the person and asked in confusion, This year's oral examination of arithmetic has started to test this? No, the students want to test them on this, but they don't understand. After Lord Zhang and you went to Hongnong, Lord Zhang's lectures in Beijing were stopped, and the students had to study by themselves. Didn't Lord Zhang give the students a chance to ask questions when he was busy? The person had a blank expression on his face, as if he was wondering why Wang Wan had brought up the oral examination. Looking at the situation, when the examiner asked him to come, she did not tell him the details. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and smiled. Zhang Xiaobao reacted and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said to the person, You. All right, after the martial arts exam, I will resume class. You can write down all your questions and hand them to me after class. As for the other people's questions, I will gather them together and answer them all together. Let's not talk about this now. You can ask me about the oral examination of arithmetic. Wang Wan and I will pass the examination of arithmetic as well, so we can begin. Wang Wan also sat up straight and waited. The person smiled awkwardly and said, Lord Zhang, you are making things difficult for me. How could I dare to ask you such a small question? Don't tease me, okay? You want to take the arithmetic exam, and I will tell you now. You and official Wang have both passed. If you insist on making me ask, then you are scolding me. Okay, then you can go do your own thing. I will answer the questions of the advanced subject. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and bade farewell to the person. The person bowed and said, "Lords, you are busy. I will take my leave." After he finished speaking, he really left. The examinees on both sides of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had all pressed their ears to the wooden board to listen. When they heard the person's question, they were all at a loss. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao's answer, "Oh, it should be said that it was an answer," they were first shocked and then felt inferior. Look at him. He had nothing better to do and took the arithmetic exam. The examiner who came for the oral examination could only ask for advice and did not dare to ask questions related to arithmetic. Wang Wan watched the person leave and laughed. No wonder the examiner arranged for an assistant minister from the Ministry of Rights. If they really arranged for someone to be the head of the secretariat or the head of the various departments, they would not care whether you took the exam or not. They would definitely pester you and ask you all kinds of questions. Just now, you gave me a fright. I thought that the Tang dynasty's arithmetic exam was already so difficult. According to this, when Xiaobei and the others grow up, when they take the exam, won't they ask about the tax refund and differential subsidies for exported goods in the Tang dynasty's import and export trade, as well as the issue of the imposition of punitive tariffs for anti-dumping measures in the process of protecting the cost of its own goods? When you finished answering the second question, I only realized it. But you foolishly waited for someone to continue asking. Why didn't you think about it? Is that a question that examinees should be asked now? How would I know? I thought it was just a question. Moreover, the question is not difficult. Is there a difference between 1 plus 1 and 1 plus 2? Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands. Oh, that's amazing. You know 1 plus 1 and 1 plus 2? Is it the 1 plus 1 and 1 plus 2 question that can be expressed as the sum of the product of a prime number and the product of b prime number? Wang Wan argued. Then what is it? Zhang Xiaobao was confused. Prime numbers. A long time ago there was a person called Goldbach. He said, "Answer the question, answer the question. Don't say things that are not related to the exam. Don't disturb me. I want to write a poem." Zhang Xiaobao sent Wang Wan back and packed his things. He once again became a good examinee who knew the rules. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Wan was talking about. This was not a field that he should be involved in. When encountering such situations, he should follow the principles of the 36 stratagems. First, he should avoid it. Second, he should leave. This field could easily cause people to die without a burial place, especially that Chen guy. He was not a person, but an existence as bright as the stars. Zhang Xiaobao was most afraid of people with the surname Chen, because even history could not be erased. Just by hearing their name, he could feel his own insignificance. He could fight against Li Longji, but he did not dare to have the slightest disrespect for a certain group of people in his heart. There will always be some people who cannot be measured by money. Yes. If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. The Tao can be Tao, but it is not the Tao. I know how to speak. I am good at nurturing. I am noble. Answer the question. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it in his heart. He picked up his pen and prepared to continue the advancement exam. He actually did not want to write a songline because there were many words in a songline. There were only 4 quatrains and 8 quatrains. However, when writing a modern poem, the requirements were stricter. The question was very simple, and the content was not difficult to understand. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to write a few times before, but he did not know where to start. Just now, Wang Wan said 1 plus 1, 1 plus 2, which reminded him of some people. Now, he felt that it seemed to be easy to write. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and started writing. What is the Tao? Worship an official, return to the province when winter comes, snow is pure and innocent. Find my Tao, leave kindness in my heart. 4 seasons in the world. People are the heavens. This Tao is not mysterious in the distant emperor. I do not know where to go or stay. Looking up, the blue sky is empty. Looking back, the thick earth is full of jade rooms. Even ants seek the warmth of spring. How can people avoid the cold of autumn? Brocade returns home, respect the elderly first. Do not talk about official status, fellow countrymen. Fellow countrymen stoke firewood, and put winter vegetables in front of the table. Deep in the cold, cracked hands, revealing the light of the fire, moist and gentle face. When I say there are many dishes, I hurriedly put down my chopsticks. When he says there is little meat, he pushes the plate. The cucumbers are crisp, the leek sprouts are fresh, The children are laughing and playing at the table. During the meal, I asked about the deceased, the newly built tower to worship the deceased. The fields are often produced in all seasons. The things by the water are occasionally left behind. The turbid wine floats to the bottom. The gourd soup scars the bottom. The tipsy finger goes to the Sui Feng. Propose to use soil to cultivate mountain treasures. What can be chosen from 10,000 kinds of mountain treasures? Mushrooms are best fried and stewed. Tremella still needs to be cultivated, but purple mushrooms can be produced in the same basket. The host is pleasantly surprised and often urged to drink. Returning guests forget their worries and keep drinking. Or all of Xueqi County. And all of the 4 seas can be mapped. Suddenly there is a noise outside the door. Pushing open the window to listen to the light bell. Zhang Wang is afraid to be behind. Gully outside the village is happy to compete. First, white cut chicken pieces are tender. Then brown smoked beast head ting. Hurriedly waving and bowing to thank. The noise buzzing in the capital. Inform the capital and the county. The roadside is the same Yonglu song. The Yellow River divides Wei and divides Yellow River. Dingshui clear and turbid together. 1,000 coins are easy to buy a tiger staff. 100 knives are hard to find a falcon bow. My sister Bei Air prepares a gift, staying up late to set off fireworks. The young child asks how many people belong to, bending his fingers 3 times until the moon is full and waning. Invite wine to wet hands. Take bowl to add frost to boots. Celebrate until the rooster crows. Wake up. Drink until the moon sets. Drink half a jar of wine. Suddenly go to the chicken coop. Suddenly come to study. The school windows are bright. The tables and chairs are arranged. The sun is shining in the west. But there is food and drink between classes. No wonder the children are reading and studying. Clear soup monkey head with abalone. Big wonton stuffed with water chestnuts. Suddenly there is an old man patting the shoulder, laughing and praising Sanshui Zhen. Remember to be modest and laugh back. These are small things not worth boasting about. Then he shakes his head and praises good fortune, then shushes and waves his hand, saying that life is short. Is it difficult to detoxify the poison and control the soup? The old man did not mean this. This meal is accompanied by gentleness. Since it is gentleness, what is there to say? It is almost breaking into the house to hit the spoon. The old man cupped his fists and apologized. I bent my hand back to bury myself in thought. 9 bends form a river. The word is a few. The valley name is a pond. You county children eat 10,000 li vegetables. That side of the snow is thick and cold. Winged abalone, monkey head and soup. Lu Zhou's water chestnuts are far away. Huayuan sealed the water and solid. The sound of sand and howling resentful mountain high. Why not use the horseback deer and flying dog? Goshawk sleigh guarding the empty sky? Officials always forget the small weight. Zhangyi was ambitious in the beginning? I heard that and was shocked. This year the great Tang is sunny. How can the imperial court be perplexed? How can the inner court be so peaceful? Disaster in all places. Chongping is in a hurry to report to the capital. I read all the reports in the capital. Are you sure it is not shocking? I am angry and stare. I am determined to think about it. I anxiously shout to Chuanzhou. Slowly reply to the county. Saying that Chongping has little grain, and that the shops should pay taxes. The meaning of thousands of words. It is difficult to blame the officials and natural disasters. I am angry. I have many excuses. When I meet with trouble, I first evade. The troops quickly set off to the ground, brandishing the knife to cut the vegetables. Pulling out the tendons and breaking the bones, all of the surname to be exterminated, lives taken and souls taken away. Originally, I killed all the corruption, but looking back, I am still alive. Opening my eyes, I am startled awake, holding the edge of the bed, the space between my eyebrows is painful, I think before I am drunk. Shouting loudly to vent my anger, when I wake up in the examination room, the ink is dry. The sun sets and the sun laughs silently, the charcoal star is full of sound. Suddenly I hear the eagle cry, the new moon, the water clouds and red Luan. Raising his hand and waving it. He is actually looking for the top spin. Beasts are psychic. They know how to use their lives to win over officials. Full of masculinity. They are full of righteousness. Signed to find the people as the heavens. There is a dream in a dream, it is fate. Come down, don't stop me. Zhang Xiaobao threw away the pen and opened his arms. Xue Yun and his wife, Hong Wan, came down one after the other. The wind brought by their wings made the soldiers unable to stand steadily. Stand still on the table, don't move. I almost died of exhaustion from writing a song of more than 1,000 words. I can't ruin it, otherwise I will go to your house every day to cry. What's wrong? Something happened at home? You don't care about the children? Zhang Xiaobao patted the table and talked to Xue Yun and his wife. Xue Yun and Hong Wan really jumped on the table and looked around curiously. Wang Wan pulled the board away and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise, then looked at the paper and asked, "Is it really more than 1,000 words?" "It's punctuation. Anyway, it has more words than Xiaobai." Zhang Xiaobao patted the paper. Wang Wan thought for a while and realized who Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. By Xueqi, who wrote the song of everlasting regret. Then she curled her lips and said, "How can you compare to him? He has quality. I have speed. Give me 2 days and I will write better than him. He writes this kind of thing when he has nothing to do. Do I have time for nothing? If you don't believe me, look at Xiao Li. He hasn't written for a long time. He is in charge of the Ministry of Revenue and he is so busy. I have decided to work hard to live for a few more decades or even 100 years. I will wait for Xiao Bai. He has just grown up, so I will arrange things for him to do. You want him to write poems? He should write reports and self-criticism every day." Zhang Xiaobao said viciously, then opened his mouth and laughed. Wang Wan was also amused. "Fortunately, I didn't get you into the spring and autumn annals. Otherwise, there would be no Analects of Confucius. What are Xue Yun and Hong Wan doing?" "How would I know? I saw them flying in the sky and waved my hand, and they came down. Their eyes are quite sharp. I will have someone go to the lake to check. Don't let anything go wrong." Zhang Xiaobao wanted to order the soldiers to go and check. Before he could find the soldiers, a person rushed in from outside. It was Luo Bin. He hurried to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, looked at Xue Yun and Hong Wan and said, "Lord Zhang, Lord Wang, the children are all out. Lord Xue Yun just fed them. Lord Zhang said that the children are asleep now and asked me to tell you the good news. I didn't expect Lord Xue Yun to come in person." "Oh? All 11 are safe?" Zhang Xiaobao asked happily. "That's amazing. They can open their mouths to eat insects without opening their eyes." Luo Bin continued to report. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. "Amazing, really amazing. In fact, when we were young, we could take the initiative to drink milk with our eyes closed. We are amazing together." "Yes, yes, Lord Zhang is right," Luo Bin echoed. Suddenly, he saw that in another single room, there were examinees poking their heads out to watch the fun, so he quickly said, "Since Lord Zhang and Lord Wang know, I will go back. Keep an eye on them, or I will lose my head." "Okay, when I go back after the exam, I will reward you handsomely." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said goodbye to Luo Bin. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and looked at Xue Yun and Hong Wan. After thinking for a moment, he said, "After I deal with the imperial examination, go back to Xueqi County with me first. I really don't feel at ease in the capital. There are too many eyes and different minds. Xueqi County is our territory. If anyone has the ability to infiltrate Xueqi County and harm your children, he might as well deal with the palace. The difficulty is almost the same." Xue Yun looked at Hong Wan and nodded to Zhang Xiaobao. "Okay, you two go back first and take care of the children. When I finish the exam, I will go to see you immediately." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he lifted the table and pushed it upward. Xue Yun and Hong Wan took advantage of the force to rise into the air, circled twice, and flew in the direction of the lake. After the 2 eagles left, Wang Wan curiously reached for the paper. "Let me see what you're writing." "Dream, I had a dream. Oh, there were 2. Chapter 951. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she stopped writing and looked at the sky. It was time to light the lantern, and Xiaobei and the others were coming. She rested her chin on her hand and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Tell me, what did you dream of?" "I dreamed that I suddenly returned to my hometown, Xueqi County." "It was a dream." Zhang Xiaobao was a little embarrassed. "Did you suddenly return to your hometown in a dream at night?" Wang Wan helped. "Don't interrupt. I first sighed about the glory and wealth of people. Then, I met an acquaintance," Zhang Xiaobao continued. "Who? Which Shuangzi?" Wang Wan asked. Zhang Xiaobao glared at Wang Wan. That's what it means. I got confused as I wrote. Can you remember the person in the dream? Okay. Continue. Yes. You're interrupting, old friend. When you saw me come with gifts, you were very happy. You warmed the stove and went to pick some vegetables. Winter vegetables. You kept me eating and drinking with me. I asked if your family was doing well. He said it was okay. He built a new house and went to worship his ancestors. As for me, I saw his hands. They were cold and his face was red. It's not easy to make money. He even gave me vegetables when they were valuable. I was thinking. Zhang Xiaobao drank a cup of water when he said this. Wang Wan happened to finish the sentence and asked, was there a feeling of cutting spring leeks in the rain at night and yellow beams in the new kitchen? Then you drank 10 big cups of wine, 10 cups of wine in one go. Zhang Xiaobao put down his cup and waved his hand. No, I'm not as stupid as Du Fu. I didn't ask Weibo to cook chives and cook rice. Stupid? It's nothing more than using homemade things to entertain friends. One is that you don't regard yourself as an outsider. The other is that you only have those things at home. It's simple and unpretentious. Wang Wan asked in confusion. It's obvious that you don't have a life. Have you forgotten that leeks can't be cut when it rains? After cutting them, the roots will rot. In spring, when the leek roots rot, won't you have to spend a lot of effort to plant them again? You'll miss the good seasons. Huang Liang in the new kitchen. The new kitchen referred to the newly built stove. If you built a new stove, would you dare to light a fire to cook yellow rice when it was wet and rainy? Especially the word room. It's a verb for stirring. At that time, there were no red bricks. Let's try it tomorrow. I guarantee that the stove top will crack. If you use the spoon to stir, the stove top will have to be rebuilt. Zhang Xiaobao was mimicking the actions in Du Fu's poem. Wang Wan was enlightened. I remember now. I was only thinking about the artistic conception of the poem and forgot about the things in my life. How much wine did you drink? Who knows? I was only focused on drinking. Anyway, a lot. I drank until I was confused. Yes, I told him to cultivate mushrooms next year. Those things are easy to cultivate. He was quite happy. Later on, quite a number of people from our family's manor, the Gu family's manor and the Li family's manor came. We drank with them and only slept when the sun rose. Zhang Xiaobao described the feeling at that time. Oh, you fell asleep in your dream? Continue. Wang Wan held back her laughter and signaled Zhang Xiaobao to continue. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his face with his hands as if he was reminiscing. Then I fell asleep. In my dream I flew and flew. One moment I went here, the next moment I went there. I flew to the school. In the morning, I ate in the school. They made wontons, which were wontons stuffed with water chestnuts, shark's fin, abalone, and monkey head mushrooms. The children of our two families do this in the school? Don't they have milk and eggs for breakfast? Didn't I say? In my dream, an old man suddenly appeared and praised our school. He said that the food was good. I just said a few words of modesty, and he said that it was good, but there were people who died. At that time I was frightened. I tried my best to calculate the mutual promotion and restriction of food. I suspected that if there was poison in the soup, and I was about to rush in and knock over the spoon or something. The old man said again, not our school, but somewhere else. The food at your school is good. This made me angry. I thought he said to ask, where is it? He said the line between Huaiyuan, Qizhou, and Mingsha, where the Yellow River is. He said that it was snowing and the road was blocked. He asked me if I had been an official for too long and forgot the people in other places. He asked me why I didn't send my deer, dogs, and eagles to help. Zhang Xiaobao said it as if it was true. Wang Wan was fascinated and asked, yes, why didn't you send them? This year, there are very few places in Tang where it snows. Moreover, there is Chongpingsong, so there is no need for it. I asked him, are you lying to me? Why didn't I see it when I was reading the news in the capital? He was very angry, meaning that he didn't lie. He asked me to investigate, so I did. The radio signal was transmitted layer by layer. Soon, the reply was slow, and I found that something was wrong. The reply almost made me die of anger. The official said that Chongpingsong didn't have food. Don't blame them, blame natural disasters. Blame the merchants for not paying taxes properly and defaulting. Do you think they are joking with me? I believed them, so I sent troops to kill them all. I confiscated their property and exterminated their family. As I killed them, I turned around and saw that the people I just killed were alive again. I was shocked and woke up. I was back in the house of the old friend I met earlier. I was so depressed that I shouted with all my strength. Just as I shouted, I woke up again and found that I was in the examination hall. It's over. Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands and looked at Wang Wan. He laughed first. Wang Wan also laughed and nodded. Good, Xiaobao, you are good. You wrote blindly about things that didn't happen. You answer the questions in a dream. Next time be more realistic. I don't like what you said. Who said that one can't dream? Did Tao Yuanming do it? Did Li Bai do it? Oh, he didn't do it now. There is no chance. Which great poet doesn't dream? Zhang Xiaobao defended himself, looking very angry. Wang Wan patted Zhang Xiaobao's head. Be good. Don't be angry. You are right. Great poems all dream. Great brother still needs to cook. Quickly prepare. Xiao Bei and the rest are here. Sure enough, Xiao Bei, Xiao Yuan, and the others came. They were probably afraid that it would be too tiring to come in, so they were still wearing their official robes. They walked with their little legs and looked around curiously. Someone come and help me hold down the papers. Let's eat first. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Zhu, come here. It's time to eat. After eating, look at the questions. In the future you will have to do it too. Zhang Xiaobao greeted the soldier and came out of the room with Wang Wan. They found an empty space and set up the stove to make hot pot. Xiao Bei and the rest were obviously not thinking about eating. They looked at the room used for the examination and found it very interesting. The lights in the examination hall were lit up. The electric lights were powered by a new small steam engine that burned coal to generate electricity. The examination hall was brightly lit. The other examinees also had their meals delivered. They couldn't come out to eat together for fear of telling each other the questions. They were still in the room. The restaurant that delivered the meals was very generous. They learned from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when they had lunch. Each person had a small pot with charcoal under it. The bottom of the pot was seafood, and the cut mutton was placed on a plate. They could choose from more than 10 kinds of seasonings. The cost was not small. Just now outside the door, we saw some examinees leaving. Xiao Bei took off the bits and pieces of decorations on his body and said. Zhang Xiaobao expressed his understanding. Basically they gave up. Otherwise, they wouldn't have missed the time to eat dinner. Xiao Hai, who usually didn't like to talk, would only speak in front of his brother and sister. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, brother, Xueqi went to Savant's restaurant. We went to the lakeside and heard that all 11 eagles had hatched. We wanted to go up and take a look, but it was too high and we didn't dare to climb. Yes, it's good that you don't climb. When an eagle hatches, it's about the size of a chicken. When we go back to Sanshui, you will see it. Pick one you like. Zhang Xiaobao patted Xiao Hai's head. Everyone started to eat. As they ate, Wang Wan found that Zhang Xiaobao was absent-minded. She picked up an oyster, cooked it, and put it on Zhang Xiaobao's plate. She asked, "What are you thinking about?" Ling State. The Ling State that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned was the big states in Huaiyuan, Anjing, and other places that he had written. You're just writing nonsense. Do you really care about it? Wang Wan was helpless. Why do you think I'm thinking about Ling State? Our family's business is not in Ling State but in Feng State. Our family's fleet only passed by Ling State when they traveled the Yellow River. Zhang Xiaobao began to analyze his own psychological activities. Wang Wan scooped a small piece of tofu and dipped it into the pot. She said, because it is indeed snowing in Ling State. According to the intelligence the day before yesterday, the Yellow River is expected to freeze earlier than usual. However, the inaction of the officials in your dream didn't happen. Zhang Xiaobao looked at his brother and sister who were eating happily. He frowned and said, "It's better to prepare in advance. There is a lot of activity this year. All the powerful businessmen are going to Japan. I'm worried that we won't be able to react in time if something really happens. Since the Yellow River hasn't frozen yet, we must move our daily necessities to a place in the northwest. Store up red deer, dog-pulled sled, and falcons. Prepare to be ready in case of an emergency. I'll listen to you. We'll make arrangements after dinner. Let's eat first. Wang Wan also agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. If they didn't suffer a disaster, they would only lose a part of their profits. It was better than a disaster that killed people. Wang Wan preferred the current means of transportation, especially the sled dogs. After they were developed, their transportation ability would be terrifying and better than cars. Xiaobei and the others listened while eating, but they didn't interrupt. This was a learning process. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deliberately did this. In the Tang Empire, human lives are always more important than money. Even if we believe that the response of all parties is fast enough, we can't let our guard down. While we enjoy the beautiful things in life, we must respect the lives of others like us. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of paper from a specially made paper bag and wiped Xiaobei's mouth as he said this. Xiaobei waited for his brother to finish wiping and asked, "Does the Japanese count?" Japan. Japan. Not my race. It's beyond my reach. Zhang Xiaobao tried to figure out the language and replied, "I understand. In fact, I love everyone. It's just that sometimes the Japanese don't trust me. I'm very sorry about this," Xiaobei said straightforwardly. Wang Wan chuckled and rubbed Xiaobei's head. "You're so smart. Your brother's education is going to succeed." When Zhang Xiaobao and the others finished dinner, the other examinees were already full. They stayed in the single room and drank the tea prepared by the restaurant. Someone brought new bedding. After the examination, the bedding belonged to the examinees. No one cared whether they took it away or threw it away. Xiaobei and the others gathered around to look at the questions. All the fill-in-the-blanks questions that required memorization were not a problem for Xiaoyuan. Xiaohai was responsible for all the math questions. As for the other questions, Xiaobei and the others thought hard. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came to the conclusion that the younger siblings would not be able to pass the imperial examination for the time being. They were stuck at the topic of policy. The ones who really showed their ability in the imperial examination were Xiaoyuan and Xiaohai. It seems that we still need to wait, Zhang Xiaobao concluded. Xiaobei was very distressed. She found that she was not particularly smart. She looked at the current affairs policy questions one after another, and did not know where to start. She would rather be in charge of a county where all the officials listened to her. She could use the various models summarized by her family. Coupled with her own strong financial power, she was confident that she could manage a county well. However, when she was faced with the examination questions, there were some words that she did not recognize and could not give a reason why. Hiding behind the other children, Xiaobei lowered her head and pursed her lips tightly. She was angry with herself. "Xiaobei, what fun things are you thinking about?" Wang Wan saw that the usually active Xiaobei was not, so she pulled her out from behind the others and asked. Xiaobei puffed up his cheeks and said sullenly, "I'm the stupidest. Both men and women know more words than I do. How am I supposed to know how to fix the road and where to fix it with all those messy questions? I know why it needs to be fixed. It's to make it easier to walk." Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and signaled with her eyes. She meant, "Look, you asked them to come, and now you've dealt a blow to the children, right?" Zhang Xiaobao was a little regretful. He had always let his younger siblings develop a kind of confidence that they were not afraid of difficulties and that no matter how big the world was, they could do it. Therefore, the things that he arranged for his younger siblings were things that they could do after they worked hard. When Li Longji sent Xiaobei to Hongnong, he was worried about it. However, his younger siblings did very well. He and Wang Wan were very pleased. "This Xiaobei, come here. Come to Big Brother's side. Don't be afraid when we encounter difficulties, right?" Zhang Xiaobao carried his sister and said to her, "That's right." Xiaobei still had not recovered. "If you ask me to do things, I'm not afraid. If you give me a county, I'll manage it. If I ask the people to plant things, I won't be afraid if the plants are bad and there's no output. I can compensate them. Then, I'll remember that if the environment is similar, they can't plant the same things. I'll spend my own money to teach them a lesson." Xiaobei hugged her brother's neck and said her thoughts. Suddenly, she pouted. "But what's this? I don't understand what you're asking. Fixing roads costs money. Why do you have to ask why and how to spend it?" "That's right. Our Xiaobei is right. Do you still remember our family's ranch in Fengzhou? Zhang Xiaobao felt that the pressure he was under was unprecedentedly great. He would not stupidly tell his sister about the details of fixing roads. Otherwise, it would be useless even if she memorized it. That was a way of thinking. Therefore, what he had to do was to temporarily let his sister forget about the current situation and relax. He had to guide her according to her intelligence and experience with words that she could understand. Wang Wan watched from the side. The other 8 children were also listening to their brother. When Xiaobei heard her brother's question, she suddenly smiled and said, I know. We even went to catch the Tujue together. What's his name again? Prince Xian of the left. When we came back to Fengzhou, our dog pulled the sleigh and couldn't see the end of it. At that time, he was scared silly. Hehe. Our Xiaobei is so awesome. I almost forgot that you still have to ride the dog. The dog ran away when it saw you. Zhang Xiaobao played along and pretended to be surprised. Bad dog. Xiaobei gave a definition of a dog. Then we saw the river, the Yellow River. Do you still remember it? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Xiaobei looked up at the sky and thought. I know. It's winter, but I don't see the trackers. When will we go again? Wait until next spring. When the ice melts, we can take a boat, okay? Zhang Xiaobao made a rowing gesture. Okay, pinky promise. Xiaobei stuck out her pinky finger. Zhang Xiaobao also stuck out his pinky finger, and the two of them came to an agreement. Wang Wan listened in puzzlement. She wanted to see how Zhang Xiaobao would solve the problem. Zhang Xiaobao continued, when the river just turns around the bend, it's turbulent, and it's hard to pull the cable. There's a rich merchant who has his own fleet, so he wrote a letter to me. When was it? The day before yesterday? Was it the day before yesterday? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan as he spoke. Wang Wan understood. It was the night before yesterday. The merchant asked you to judge whether his idea was good or not. That's right. 2 nights ago, he told me to buy some gunpowder and blow it up along the tracker's path. So it's not this wide. Zhang Xiaobao gestured with his hands to show a 1-meter wide gap. He said that he wanted to blow up the path 3 times wide and blow up the place where the trackers used to climb. This way, he could use horses to pull the cable. It would be faster, and the horses would have more strength. I thought about it and realized that this person. Is he stupid? Xiaobei was finally brought to the topic by her brother, so she interjected. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be deep in thought. I also feel that something is missing. Something is not right. Do you still need to think about it? That path can't be blown inwards. There's no place to support it, and there's a mountain on one side. If he blew up such a wide path at the bottom, the soil on the top would fall down. Then, he would spend money to remove the fallen rocks and plant new trees. Otherwise, the top side of the mountain would be completely bald. When it rains, the soil and rocks would roll down. If he planted the trees, would he guarantee that they would survive? If he wasted time, the others wouldn't sail and wait for him? Xiaobei let go of her brother's neck and waved her little fists. Yes, our Xiaobei is still the best. I'll scold him later and tell him that he can't pull the cable like before. What's the point of building a road? Zhang Xiaobao affirmed his sister's words. Xiaobei clenched her fists and thought for a while. Then she said, if he wants to transport goods from Fengzhou to Yunlingzhou, he's willing to fork out a lot of money. Why don't he just blow up the cave and use cement to build the inside? He can just transport goods by land. That's right. Our Xiaobei is still the best. Who said that she couldn't answer the current affairs question? I think that the other examinees will encounter the same problem. They can't compare to our Xiaobei at all. Zhang Xiaobao imitated his sister and waved his fists. Xiaobei regained her usual vigor. Humph, the questions in the imperial examinations aren't specific enough. I don't know who came up with the questions, but we can't generalize. We need to analyze the problems in detail. Yes. I also object to this, so I decided not to answer the current affairs question. I just asked blindly. Zhang Xiaobao was indignant. I think he hasn't stayed in a place before. He doesn't understand the situation of the people and lacks a foundation. Xiaobei evaluated as if she had made a lot of achievements in a place. Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't correct his sister's mistake. It was fine as long as he achieved his goal. Xiaobei, it's late. Let's go back first. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll go to the lakeside and see Xueqi and her family. Zhang Xiaobao gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then, he sent away the 9 younger siblings who had a lot of opinions about the current affairs of the imperial examinations. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao let out a long sigh of relief. Xiaobao, you're amazing. Wang Wan praised Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. I didn't think that you would be able to use this kind of method. How did you know that Xiaobei would be able to answer? Wang Wan was very curious. I've personally met Xiaobei 3 times when the topic of capturing the Tujue's virtuous prince of the left was brought up. Thus, Xiaobei has a very deep impression of that place. Furthermore, she has been thinking about the problem of road construction. Even though she has temporarily diverted her attention, she is still subconsciously thinking about this problem. Moreover, with Xiaobei's personality, if you ask her to make a comprehensive plan, she might not be able to make one, but she can always find flaws in other people's plans. When we came back to take the train, we told them more than once to blow up a cave so that the train could pass through. Children are different from adults in one respect. They can always think about things for a long time, but for them, they either forget or treat things from a long time ago as if they were just yesterday. Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Wan. So you're sure that she will definitely cooperate? I'm not sure. I'm also betting. At most, she won't respond to the topic just now. Then, I'll think of another topic. I won't scold her and say things like, "You're so stupid. Do you want to be beaten? You can't even solve such a simple question. What have you been thinking about all day?" I'll say to those adults who educate their children like this, "You're so stupid. You can't even teach such a cute and smart child. Is there water in your brain? You can't even teach a child. What else can you do?" Zhang Xiaobao once again blamed the adults for the child's poor grades and looked down on them. Wang Wan shook her head. You're always thinking differently from normal people. I'll go back and continue writing. Are you going to write essays too? No. I'll go back and think about the problem of opening a cave that Xiaobei mentioned. I'll find someone to look at the geographical environment. If it's feasible, I'll open one. Zhang Xiaobao pointed in the direction of Ling Zhou. You took it seriously. Xiaobei's words are full of loopholes. Why wouldn't I take it seriously? I can find someone to correct the mistakes. What a child says isn't necessarily wrong. In China, if a child says that he will find a way to fly, grow a pair of wings, and jump off a cliff, the adults will usually stop him from thinking about it. Outside, even if the adults don't think it's feasible, they will still encourage it. Thus, the first foreigner to fly with artificial gliders appeared, and the first plane appeared in a foreign country. We didn't restrict our younger siblings, so the first child who can grow on his or her own appeared. Okay, you think about yours, and I'll write mine. Wang Wan didn't care what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do. Okay, I'll arrange the cloth and food first. Chapter 952. Zhang Xiaobao did as he said. He summoned his men and ordered them to stock up necessities from Jiangxi Province, Guanyi Province, Hedong Province, Shannan East Province, Shannan West Province, and Hunan Province along Guanyi Province and the Yellow River. The Zhang families and Wang families' shops in areas prone to winter were to slow down their shipments and not engage in any promotional activities. They were to be prepared to cooperate with the local authorities in case of a disaster. Lu Zhou's fleet of gunships in Lingnan Province was to be deployed in semi-forced labor in the areas outside Great Tang. It was a paid labor migration. Lu Zhou planned the land and prepared to implement the railway project. After putting aside the matter of harming private interests for public good, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to think about his sister's proposal to build a tunnel. However, no one gave him the time to do so. The people from the Ministry of Revenue arrived. This year's autumn harvest was mostly done, except for the areas where the second and third crops were planted. The taxes paid by the local authorities to the bank had to be verified. Zhang Xiaobao had someone summon the inner court official in charge of this matter to check the account books with the people from the Ministry of Revenue. The general account books were already in place. Li Longji had seen them before. Now they were making a detailed report. In the end, one of the people sent by the Ministry of Revenue boldly asked if the money in the Great Tang Bank was interest-free and had never been lent out. Under Zhang Xiaobao's intense gaze, the person lowered his head and retreated. Zhang Xiaobao could not explain to the other party. Since the money could not be withdrawn from the Great Tang Bank in the capital in one go, there was naturally a buffer period. Moreover, the money was interest-free. How could it not be involved in lending? The lending of money was a form of gain. At the same time, it was a way to stop losses during the depreciation of the currency. This additional profit was not under the Ministry of Revenue's control. It was directly under Li Longji's responsibility. How was Zhang Xiaobao supposed to explain this to the people from the Ministry of Revenue? Why did they have to ask this question when everyone already knew about it? The people from the Ministry of Revenue went to check the detailed data with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family. The people from the Ministry of Rights came and asked Zhang Xiaobao if he wanted to arrange some activities during the new year, such as ice lanterns, fireworks, dragon dances, and so on. In truth, the Ministry of Rights wanted to ask for money from the Ministry of Revenue, but the Ministry of Revenue declined on the grounds that the accounts were still being verified. The Ministry of Rights felt that it was a bit difficult to do this with their own money, so they asked Zhang Xiaobao for a plan. Let your thoughts run wild. Don't be stubborn. The person who came was also a student of Zhang Xiaobao's class. Zhang Xiaobao was not polite with his words. If you were polite with your students, they would be worried that you would alienate them. Yes, then what should I do? When the person saw that Zhang Xiaobao was drinking wine, he hurriedly helped Zhang Xiaobao fill up the glass that he had just drunk a third of and respectfully asked for advice. Zhang Xiaobao took out another glass and gestured for the student to pour it himself. After the student poured a little, he raised the glass and said, "This year's harvest has been good. Under the wholehearted education of your Ministry of Rights, the quality of life of the people has improved, the grades of the students have also improved, the soldiers have taken on a new look and the merchants—" Forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you. Even if the Tang Empire is rich, if you don't start, the merchants and wealthy people will organize activities themselves. You just need to put up a notice in the Ministry of Rights and let the merchants in the capital contact you. Money will be available. The specific expenses will be paid by the merchants, and they will also give the Ministry of Rights a sum of money to let you complete the activities. Take the money and ask Gao, my adoptive father, ask him if he needs anything, not for you to bribe him. If my adoptive father really wants to take bribes, it won't be your turn. His Majesty likes to hear honest words and is not afraid of hearing from you that the Tang Empire's etiquette is lacking. Of course, it's best if you don't say anything lacking during the new year. Try your best to say something that makes people happy. If you really want to repeat this over and over again, the Ministry of Rights should be held accountable first. The new year is to look forward to and celebrate last year's harvest, not to reflect on it. Spend the money that should be spent. As for the rest of the money, you have worked hard for a year. Cultivate yourself, manage the family, and govern the country. Use the extra money to help the Qi family. Let me say this first, get things done. Don't purposely leave more money for the Qi family. Just do enough. Next spring, you will also need money to work. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, the person from the Ministry of Rights was moved. Teacher Zhang was really good. Everything he said was true. Thus, after seeing his teacher finish the wine in his glass in one gulp, the person from the Ministry of Rights realized that he had poured too little wine for himself. He quickly refilled his glass and finished it as well. Teacher, don't worry. We definitely won't be greedy. Teacher, please continue with your work. This student will take his leave. He also retreated step by step. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the other person's empty glass and felt his heart ache. That wine was his. Were good grapes so easy to make? It depended on how the grapes grew. If I had known this would happen, I would have prepared some yellow wine and drank as much as I wanted. To think that I still came empty-handed. The Ministry of Rights shouldn't just focus on spiritual civilization. They should focus on material civilization as well. Zhang Xiaobao grumbled. He poured himself another glass of wine and took small sips. Things seemed to have happened at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao had been thinking about the cave for less than 15 minutes when the person from the Ministry of Personnel came. He told Zhang Xiaobao that it was the end of the year and the evaluation was about to begin. He wanted to know if the evaluation standards this year should be higher than the previous ones. Zhang Xiaobao resisted the urge to smash his glass and chased the person from the Ministry of Personnel away. He told him to go back and tell the head of the Ministry of Personnel, the head of the Secretariat, and the Emperor. All of them have nothing better to do. I'm not the same as the head of the Secretariat. Why are all of you asking me? How can I be in charge of so many things? Zhang Xiaobao muttered to himself gloomily. The soldier standing guard outside stood straight and tried his best to show Zhang Xiaobao that he was more powerful than the prime minister. With a whoop sound, the wooden board was pulled open from the other side, revealing Wang Wan, who was rubbing her hands. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It's cold. Get someone to send a batch of hand stoves to the examinees. Next year, the imperial examinations will start in spring. Get someone to put up the heater first. Otherwise, the stove will have too much dust and it will be difficult to endure many nights." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away. I think the Ministry of War will be here soon. You deal with it. If I interfere, Xiao Yuan will find trouble with me." Zhang Xiaobao said that he would arrange it right away. There was no need for him to specifically instruct someone else. Someone immediately went to do it. He was afraid that the Ministry of War would ask if the army was going to celebrate the Chinese New Year, so he first informed Wang Wan. Xiao Yuan was Yuan Qianyao, the current prime minister. "Why would the Ministry of War come? Even though I'm teaching the generals, they won't come to curry favor with me like scholars. I'm guessing that the people from the 6 ministries. How many ministries are here now? 3 ministries. More or less all of them are Yuan Qianyao's intentions. He might be waiting for you to finish the examinations and promote you to the head of the secretariat, making you a deputy minister or something. In the future, when he's more relaxed, he'll push everything to you." "Okay." Wang Wan made an okay gesture with her hand. "He's not afraid that I'll seize his power? You've already seized his power. You're a provincial commander. Why don't you stay in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office and run around everywhere? How else do you want to seize power?" Wang Wan said with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "I can't enter the capital to be the deputy minister. Otherwise, what will happen to my father? Let's discuss again." "Father?" Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao called out "Father" again. His father really came and just showed himself. Zhang Xiaobao quickly stood up and went forward. He asked his father, "Father, your Ministry of Works is fine? I'm just taking an examination. There's no need for you to come personally." Zhang Zhong was followed by 2 officials from the Ministry of Revenue and a group of people from the Seedling Protection Team. They were all working together to check if there was any danger. "Provincial Commander Zhang is here. There's no need to be nervous." Zhang Zhong lifted Wei Wei's arm and said. The people from the Seedling Protection Team behind them widened the surveillance area to give Zhang Zhong more space. They put their guns against their bodies and locked the safety, lowering their guard a little. Wang Wan also came over and stood side by side with Zhang Xiaobao. She also asked, "Father, do you have other matters?" She was used to other forms of address and called Zhang Xiaobao the same as her father. "Deputy Provincial Commander Wang is right. I'm here for something." Zhang Zhong put aside his family the moment he opened his mouth. Fortunately, he didn't give official greetings to his son and daughter-in-law. Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father was acting in a businesslike manner and glared at the guards. Why didn't they send someone to inform him in advance? "Father, if you have something to do, you can send someone to inform me. When I'm done with the examination, I'll look for you. Why did you come here personally?" Zhang Xiaobao went forward and pulled his father to his seat. Wang Wan supported him on the other side. Zhang Zhong followed along and didn't say anything. When they reached their seats, Zhang Xiaobao gave Wang Wan a look. Wang Wan accompanied him for the time being. He turned around and walked to the empty space behind where they had eaten earlier. Wang Wan poured tea and waited for Zhang Zhong to sit down. She pulled a chair and sat on the lower right side. She asked, "Father, you haven't had dinner yet, right?" I'm here because..." "Father." "I went back to complain to Gong grandfather," Wang Wan said unhappily. Gong grandfather was Zhang Zhong's father and Zhang Xiaobao's grandfather. Zhang Zhong heard this and could only sigh helplessly. "There are outsiders here. There are so many examinees and officials watching the examination. Besides, I'm here to talk about the Ministry of Revenue. It's not good to talk in private." "Then did you eat?" Wang Wan didn't know what to do with her father-in-law. Of course, she had to admit that this kind of official was the most respectable. Zhang Zhong saw that his daughter-in-law was unhappy and hurriedly said, "No, it wasn't just dinner. I didn't have time to eat lunch. I only forced myself to eat a piece of cake. Now, I don't feel hungry." "That's because you're too hungry. Don't drink the tea." Let's drink the wine. Xiaobao has prepared the wine. Xiaobao will bring the food over in a while. Wang Wan quickly removed the tea and replaced it with wine. No matter how one looked at it, this was the behavior of a good daughter-in-law. This wasn't something she learned after coming over with Xiaobao. She had been taught this in the past. True upper-class society had to know the rules. Zhang Zhong held the wine while looking at his son's song. He glanced over it and nodded. It's more than what I wrote back then. The others were speechless. What kind of evaluation was more words? The imperial examination didn't seem to have anything to do with who wrote more or less words faster. The two examinees next door were once again in awe. The person who had just arrived was the current Minister of Works, the top scholar of the Jinsha examination more than a decade ago. The two examinees, who had endured psychological shocks time and time again, really began to perform beyond their usual standards. The main reason was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't avoid them from talking to other officials. Things that involved specific national policies in the officialdom were very helpful to them. Perhaps just a sentence could let them discover another door that was wide open. Hence, they were extremely grateful to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Zhong didn't know that the examinees nearby were willing to listen to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talk because they could find inspiration from it. After all, the policy questions were asking them what they wanted to do. Zhang Zhong was still worried about disturbing the other examinees, so he deliberately lowered his voice and said to his daughter-in-law, "Cuckoo, the oil extraction was successful. According to what you and Xiaobao said, we extracted the oil according to the temperature during heating. Everything was produced." Great. Wang Wan was very happy. The oil extraction was successful. That was an earth-shattering change. There was no need to say what it meant. Of course, the so-called advanced technology now was technology that she and Xiaobao didn't use back then. They didn't even use the traditional extraction method. It was too wasteful. Zhang Zhong nodded first, then waved his hand and sighed. It's good, but there's a kind of gas inside. It's not easy to control and release it. It leaked out and then met with an open flame. In the end, it exploded? Wang Wan stood up. Her face instantly turned pale, and her hands started to tremble uncontrollably. The examinees in charge of this high-end technology project were all talented people. Not only were their handiwork skills excellent, but they were also smart and flexible. They were also willing to learn. They and their families had been heavily protected. How could Wang Wan not be afraid? He was the academician in her and Xiaobao's heart. Don't be afraid. Zhang Zhong saw his daughter-in-law's reaction and quickly comforted her. It didn't explode. No one died. One person's left face and the other's right leg were injured. Less than 15 minutes after the incident, the doctors in the nearby medical school started to treat them. They said that the injured left eye would be affected. When I went over, I heard the person in charge say that there was a loud bang. A ball of fire rose into the air and then turned into smoke. According to your and Xiaobao's instructions, we carried out a small experiment and hid very far away. But we didn't expect that the gas would also spray far away. They were accidentally splashed on their bodies. I went to take a look. The wounds were quite scary. They were black and wrinkled. Wang Wan sighed and sat back weakly. She rubbed her face with her hands and said sadly, "It must be LPG gas." What's wrong with it? Is the device not working, or the temperature can't be lowered? Is the extraction speed too fast? During the cooling process, the unit cooling area is too small and the time is not enough? It started to release LPG gas. It must be asphalt that was splashed. Sigh. That thing fell on the body when the temperature was high. How lucky. Open flame? Where did the open flame come from? Didn't I tell them to be careful? Don't mention the open flame. That thing there, a flash of static electricity is enough to explode. Could it be that the pile of things spontaneously combusted? Someone nearby started a fire? Lightning in the sky? Fireflies? Fireflies are the cold source. Zhang Zhong listened to his daughter-in-law talking to herself and was speechless. He really couldn't figure it out. Were the gods really omnipotent? His daughter-in-law was right. The person in charge also had the same idea. It was just that the possibility was not as high as what his daughter-in-law said. In the autumn, the experimental site was in a valley. There was a small pool next to it. The person in charge estimated that there was a fire in a hill more than 4 miles away. The fire flew over and happened to hit something in the crack of the collection tank that couldn't withstand the pressure. Then, Zhang Zhong gave an assessment of the possibility of a disaster. Wang Wan was stunned after hearing it. If the pressure tank cracked but didn't explode directly, then what was the reason? The gas was cooled and frozen during the liquefaction process? From a few miles away, something that could burn and was burning or at the ignition point flew over. When it reached the experimental equipment, it ignited the LPG gas. The probability was too small. Of course, according to Murphy's law, the more one was afraid of something happening, no matter how small the probability was, it would always happen or it would definitely happen. Wang Wan knew that the injured person didn't feel good, but there was nothing she could do. She thought that the medical doctor had already taken measures. If she had to find a trace of comfort in the accident, it could only be attributed to the fact that no one died. What's wrong? What's wrong? Honey, what's wrong with your face? At this time, Zhang Xiaobao came back with a big tray. They were together every day, and even all the time. Zhang Xiaobao knew his wife too well, so the moment he saw Wang Wan, he knew that something was wrong with her. Wang Wan took a deep breath, stood up, and took the tray from Zhang Xiaobao. She put it in front of Zhang Zhong and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "He's injured. One of his eyes might not be able to keep it." It happened when he was extracting oil from different temperature layers. According to the analysis, there was a crack in the LPG pressure collection tank, and there was a mountain fire a few miles away. Burning things came directly, or things with a hidden ignition point limit flew over. The leaked gas was directly ignited in the air, and then the things on the ground were blown onto people. Did the flammable gas explode? No one died? An academician of the Academy of Science, and only one of the eyes of a technician is gone? What about other aspects? Zhang Xiaobao also became nervous. People who had never enjoyed the benefits of science and technology would never know the importance of scientific talents. It was not an exaggeration to say that a real top talent could fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. Being alive was a kind of deterrence. There's another person whose leg is injured. It's a small injury. When the weather is hot, the burned leg will be uncomfortable. It can be relieved with a cold compress. Wang Wan was not worried about the other person. Zhang Xiaobao nodded slowly. The development of science is actually the accumulation of accidents. Dad, you came here because of this? Why didn't anyone tell me and Cuckoo? The two of you had an exam, and I suppressed it. I didn't come here because of the accident. If there's an accident, it's because I didn't eat. I came to tell you that the diesel engine was done. When the accident happened, we had just successfully passed the diesel engine. The diesel engine was inside the... It's called the internal combustion experiment. First, it was used to test the power generation. Everyone was afraid of the explosion, so you don't have to worry about casualties. I came to tell you that the Ministry of Works is running out of money, and the Ministry of Revenue is not letting go of the money. I don't dare to continue to take money from the family because people are saying that our family wants to use technology to threaten the emperor. Do you know how much the diesel engine cost? You and Cuckoo mentioned it. They designed, built, scrapped, redesigned, rebuilt, and scrapped. The waste parts were piled up like a mountain. The person in charge of the diesel engine project told me that the entire diesel engine, the countless parts inside, what's the pressure resistance inside, what's it called? The cylinder? Wang Wan guessed. That's right. It's more difficult than making guns. The steel used to make guns and cannons will be useless once it's used. There's one less copper pad inside, and that won't do. There's a curved iron rod inside, and that won't do. The quality of the balls in the bearing is weak. Once it's rotated, then... No, what's the bearing inside? Oh, it's called the cylinder's inner cover, and that won't do. If there's too little lubricating oil, it'll break when it's ground. If there's too much lubricating oil, it'll block the thing called the nozzle. The spring elasticity has to be about the same. There's also the small steel balls, and they have to be round to a certain extent. Ever since you guys proposed the diesel engine and gasoline engine when you were thinking about the steam engine, we didn't even dare to think about the gasoline engine. Just one diesel engine alone cost 4 million strings of cash. How much did we earn in a year in the past? I'm afraid that people will say that we can't get money again. There's no other way. If you and Cuckoo didn't propose this project, I would have stopped them long ago. We really can't afford to spend the money. Zhang Zhong, who hadn't eaten for 2 meals, drank wine while eating the barbecue made by his son. He ate mutton skewers, bean rolls with coriander and scallions, garlic and eggplant, oysters with oyster sauce, and so on. His mouth didn't rest. He complained to his son without delaying his eating and drinking. Zhang Xiaobao, who was his son, listened to his father speak. He quickly peeled 2 cloves of garlic and put them in front of his father. He said carefully, "Dad, eat slowly. There's no hurry. There's a turtle pot in a while." The so-called turtle pot was turtle soup. The turtle blood was released, and the liquor was mixed with desert cistanche, acanthopanax, and so on. Zhang Xiaobao had to ask his father if he was going home tonight before he could consider whether to serve it to his father. Otherwise, if he finished it and didn't go home, his body would be too hot, and it would be harmful to his body. Zhang Zhong enjoyed his son's cooking. "Why is the mutton a little tough? You can even taste that?" Zhang Xiaobao was surprised. It was just released not long before dinner with Xiao Yuan and Xiao Bei. It was released less than 2 hours ago, so it can't be tough. Dad, what you're eating is wild boar meat. I made it for Xiao Bei and the others to play with, not mutton. Oh, no wonder. Let's not talk about mutton or pork first. What about the money? Zhang Zhong took a closer look. It really didn't look like mutton. He stared and continued to ask about the matter just now. Spend it. What else can we do? How much is 4 million strings of cash? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan in lip language. Wang Wan thought about it and also said in lip language, according to the grain calculation of our time, 1 copper coin is about 80 cents. 4 million strings of cash is equivalent to 4 billion yuan, and then it's equivalent to 2 billion yuan. 2 billion yuan for a diesel engine experiment with the worst technology. Isn't that a little expensive? It's not expensive. We did the first one. Yes, it's not expensive, Zhang Xiaobao said affirmatively. Chapter 953. Zhang Zhong still didn't know how his son and daughter-in-law communicated when they always opened their mouths but didn't make a sound. Seeing that the two of them were communicating again, he could only bury his head and eat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to communicate. 2 billion is not expensive? Wang Wan felt that the price of forcibly promoting a technology was too high. For the sake of a financial income of a few million strings a year, Japan had to resort to all kinds of schemes. In the industrial development of the Tang Empire, just a diesel engine cost 4 million strings of cash. If it were Japan, the country would have collapsed. Do you think 4 million strings of cash is a lot for technological development? It's not 40 billion. 40 billion? Fuck. Zhang Xiaobao didn't use lip language this time. He hugged Wang Wan, and his expression suddenly became very ugly. Wang Wan almost used the technique of cutting tendons. She stuck close to Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "What are you doing? So many people are watching. Use more strength. I'm suffering from passive breathing. Just now, maybe it was because of the smoke from the barbecue, or maybe it was because of the anger. My breathing isn't smooth." Zhang Xiaobao's eyes also began to redden, and then more tears gathered. "Really? Your body is already so weak? Take a rest first. I'll kill the people in the medical school. We do a physical examination once a week. I don't think I'll live long if I can make you have such a problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Wan suddenly felt that something was wrong. She put her hand on Zhang Xiaobao's neck and felt the artery. Suddenly, the beating was nearly 3 times faster than usual, which was more than 200 beats per minute. Then, it suddenly dropped to about 80%, and then it sped up again. Wang Wan had encountered such things before and understood that this meant that Zhang Xiaobao deliberately suppressed and regulated his psychological activities and blood movement. Then, this situation happened. She didn't know what impact Zhang Xiaobao had suffered. Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath, then squatted and waved at Wang Wan, who was pushed away by him. "That means I'm fine. Come with me, Dad. I want to talk to Xiaobao about something." Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and walked towards the back. "What are you doing? Why are you reacting so strongly when you were caught cheating?" Wang Wan used her hand to point between Zhang Xiaobao's ribs, which was the esophagus that connected to the stomach. A few times in a row, Zhang Xiaobao took advantage of the force and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was bright red, and there was also some food that he had eaten at night. After spitting it out, his breathing became much smoother. I'm fine. I just remembered what happened in the past. The pressure in my blood is concentrated in my stomach. I'll be fine after eating porridge for 2 days. Zhang Xiaobao didn't look very good. A person who can kill thousands of people with a wave of his hand also feels psychological pressure? To the point of gastric bleeding? Can't you be more cultured? No matter how angry or sad he was, he couldn't have stomach bleeding. Did you listen to too many storytellers? Vomiting blood every time you open your mouth? It's scary. It's just the heart and the bronchus. I haven't seen anyone vomiting blood from their stomach and lungs. Zhang Xiaobao knew his own body well. He used his finger to point at the place where Wang Wan pointed, which was the junction between the esophagus and stomach. Since Wang Wan could point at the right place, it was impossible that she didn't know the situation. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao in puzzlement and asked, I want to know, what's wrong with you? Why are you reacting so strongly? Fortunately, you pushed your blood pressure to the stomach and broke through. Otherwise, you would have a nosebleed or a brain hemorrhage. Since you know how to control the body's oxygen supply and blood pressure transfer, why can't you control your emotions? Zhang Xiaobao vomited another mouthful of blood. He opened his mouth and spat out everything in his stomach along with the blood. Only then did he say, I couldn't control it. I thought of something. That person surnamed Xian, the governor, you know what he is? Wang Wan thought for a moment and nodded. He won't recover. He's my dog. I know that because he sold the country's cutting-edge technology, you used his son abroad to deceive him. Then, he lost more than 40 billion for the country, but nothing happened in the end. Don't worry, he's dead for sure because I'm dead. Before we arrested you, he was the one who first provided the information to the Special Second Division. He wanted me to make a contribution, but in the end, didn't I become your wife? Even if my grandfather knows that it has nothing to do with him, what do you think will happen to him? Even if my grandfather is willing to spare him, what about my opponent? Someone has to take responsibility for a failed arrest. You're too stubborn and vengeful. The country doesn't belong to you alone. Why did you do that to him back then? Are you uncomfortable because you didn't see him die with your own eyes? Okay, don't drink anymore. I'll make porridge for you for the next 2 days. Drink some cold water first and then vomit. Wang Wan wasn't worried about Zhang Xiaobao's health. It was just vomiting a little blood. It was nothing more than a cut in the cardia that connected the stomach, which was the opening of the esophagus. Once the pressure in the stomach was released, the wound would automatically close. If he didn't continue to vomit, he wouldn't bleed anymore. He sold the gravitational conversion technology of the Perpetual Motion Association. There's no such thing as perpetual motion in this world. The so-called perpetual motion is the interaction between the gravitational force of a planet and the force field of a galaxy. How much do you think this technology is worth? Why can't I take revenge on him? Others can be true villains, but I can't be a hypocrite for once? Zhang Xiaobao might have been dreaming earlier. Then, he had to bear the pressure of his sister's education. In addition, his father came over and said that someone was injured. Also, he drank a lot of alcohol. Because of the problem of money and technology, he couldn't control himself and vomited blood. Zhang Xiaobao himself also knew that his emotions weren't right. He also knew to adjust at the last minute and transferred the blood pressure that should have been concentrated in the brain to the stomach. In a situation where the breathing rhythm couldn't be adjusted and the blood supply couldn't be effectively reduced, he used active bleeding to relieve the pressure. I'm really fine. I'm just angry sometimes. 40 billion yuan. But I can't even get the future of a ministerial official. What the hell is this? Zhang Xiaobao said as he took off his robe and then exposed his upper body. Wang Wan didn't need to say anything. Immediately, someone brought an ice pack and stuck it on Zhang Xiaobao's blood vessels where they were more concentrated. Zhang Xiaobao refused the cold water that someone brought. Let's talk about it later. Drink some warm water and spit out the brown blood. Tell me first, how much is that technology worth? Isn't a diesel engine worth 4 million strings of cash? How much was the first atomic bomb worth? Wang Wan put her hand on Zhang Xiaobao's neck and nodded. Well, we'll continue to increase the investment. If you want to hear the truth, I'll tell you. That technology is worth 47 lives because it wasn't developed by us. I know the inside story. For that technology we sacrificed 47 heroes. There was one person who was 6 years older than me at the time. If he had the same background as me, he was more talented than me. He was the combination of Xiao Hai and Xiao Yuan. He didn't leave behind a name, so even you wouldn't know who he was. He was the Real fighter, and history wouldn't record him if he didn't have any outstanding achievements. That was because he was just an assistant who joined a project in a certain country. He can't even compare to our second department's intelligence team. Lu Xing's people left, but there's still a shining evaluation. At least he crossed the night sky. Of course I also shone. I don't know if I crossed the night sky. I only know that I found a husband. Will he really die? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Wang Wan nodded. Yes. Even if he doesn't die, he won't have a good life, like Yan Zheng. Or rather, he's not as good as Yan Zheng because Yan Zheng still has spiritual sustenance. Because of his poor health, he has a bunch of wives, but only one son. Didn't his son get into an accident? A car accident. I think you know better than me, right? Now that you mention it, I feel much better. Thank you. About his son, right? It's like this. The traffic in foreign countries is more chaotic. A Mercedes-Benz can't beat a big truck, right? That was definitely an accident. The road is too narrow. Actually, there's a possibility of recovery for a person in a vegetative state. My last impression was that he had been in a coma for 3 years. Maybe he woke up in the 5th year. Who knows? Miracles always happen around us. Zhang Xiaobao's mood improved and he revealed another secret. Yes, it was an 8-lane road with 4 lanes in each direction. When the lights were shining brightly, a truck accidentally drove through a place where there should have been a protective barrier. But for some reason, the protective barrier disappeared. It crashed into the driver's seat at a 32-degree angle. It was too coincidental, and the truck exceeded the speed limit. The speed limit is 120, but it actually went 170. It was pulling a load of scrap bearings. It's probably a failed product of our diesel engine experiment. In the end, it exceeded the speed limit and was overloaded. It's too horrible to look at. The driver who escaped should be killed. He should be wanted globally. It seemed that Wang Wan was very familiar with the process of how her dog's son became a vegetative state. Take it away, take it all away. Why did you put so many ice packs on me? I'm not hot, and you're still touching me. My heart rate dropped below 80 beats per minute. Zhang Xiaobao was happy. He took off the ice packs and planned to go back. Wang Wan took back her hand. Wei Wei shook her head and said, Xiaobao, it's a pity that you don't want to be an astronaut. Can you tell me, how did you transfer the pressure to your stomach? Practice hard. Haven't you tested it before? Before you are ready to break a board with your foot, your blood flow will be 4 times faster than usual. When you kick out your right leg, your left shoulder will automatically swing inward. The muscles of your collarbone will instantly stretch. Your abdomen will be strengthened to protect your internal organs, and your pupils will become small. When someone hits your arm with a stick, you will stretch out your arm and shout. The muscles of your arm will automatically contract, and most of the capillaries will rapidly expand and close. Zhang Xiaobao made a kicking motion and explained to Wang Wan. Wang Wan quickly stopped Zhang Xiaobao. Okay, don't move too much. You just vomited blood, so try to exercise less. I understand. People with colds and fevers always like to vomit to reduce the internal pressure of the body. Because the higher the blood pressure, the more confused the brain will be. Yes, people who drink too much vomit. In fact, one is an instinctive reaction to vomiting alcohol, and the other is to reduce the pressure on the body. Otherwise, it will be easy to have a brain hemorrhage. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he cut an ice pack and rubbed his face with the ice to make himself look more energetic. Wang Wan was stunned and grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's arm. She saw a very thin blade reflected under the light. Wait, you just vomited and took off your shirt. Where did you hide it? On my waist. You asked such a simple question. Don't worry, even if I am naked, I can still fight back when I block bullets for you. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. How can I meet you? The blade in Zhang Xiaobao's hand swung twice and disappeared under Wang Wan's gaze. Wang Wan suddenly blushed happily. There are others here. Nonsense. Do I need you to block bullets for me? Did you forget what I do? I was trained to block bullets for others. If we really encounter danger, we will dodge left and right. Block what? Stupid. I mean, why didn't I see you take out the blade? You have to do something. Don't move, let me check. Don't touch, where are you touching? At night. Be careful. Itchy, as a woman, you have to be reserved. Not here, you can't touch. Hee hee, I am really itchy. Think about it, how can I let you see me holding the blade? If someone saw it, it would not be called stealing, it would be called robbing. Even a thief has to be professional. If you are caught, you are not allowed to fight back. We eat for a living. Do you know what a thief is? That is. Move like lightning, the wind is not in a hurry. Steal the rice porridge and the bowl is not dry. Pluck the short hair on the head of a martial monk. Wipe the oily mud on the mouth of an abbot. On the 3rd day of the season, I was entangled in the beams of the bedchamber. And on the 9th day of the season, I was bare-chested and perched under the well. Steal from the poor is not a good man. Steal from the rich is a legend. Escape from 10,000 miles away. Follow like a shadow waiting for the right opportunity. No matter what, this big brother is a professional. Just by practicing techniques, this big brother's hands have lost a lot of skin. That is like holding a pearl in a pot of boiling oil. Take the needle from the slit of the blade. I told you, but you still touch. If I don't put it there, do you think I dare to put it there? What if I cut off something? What will you do? Stop, don't move your hands. Zhang Xiaobao twisted his waist and dodged back and forth. Finally, Wang Wan touched him. He stopped there, not daring to move. Wang Wan was 120% careful. She looked carefully. Indeed, she found a thin blade near the waist of his pants. She almost hurt her hand. She gently took out the blade and held it in her hand. Wang Wan admired it while saying, Hey, you are amazing. I feel like you are not talking about a thief, but a sniper. Zhang Xiaobao was not happy. Can you not talk about a thief? Comparing a thief to a sniper is an insult and blasphemy to a thief. A thief like me can play the role of a sniper at any time. But a sniper may not be a thief, because he only knows how to snipe and not steal. A qualified thief can both snipe and steal. When the two people returned in front of Zhang Xiaobao's whole body seemed to have lightened by 5 kilograms. The pressure in his heart and the fetters in his heart were finally released. Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao was more realistic. He also had times when he lost control of his emotions. It was so strong that it directly affected his body. Zhang saw that his son and daughter-in-law had returned. Seeing that his son's face was not as bad as when he left, he was relieved. He did not ask about his son's health. He believed that his daughter-in-law was not worse than him. Have you finished discussing? Zhang asked. Yes. Zhang Xiaobao moved a chair and sat down. He casually took a bowl of water that was handed over by a person next to him. Inside the bowl was something black and gray. It was the golden sore medicine. Zhang frowned. He looked at the person who delivered the medicine and Wang Wan's expressions. He was about to ask his son what was wrong with him, but he suppressed the words and turned to ask Wang Wan. What do Cuckoo and Xiaobao plan to do? Wang Wan was slightly stunned. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Just now, the two of them did not talk about the specifics. They only formed a unified idea to increase the investment. Raise funds. Zhang Xiaobao rolled his eyes and continued the conversation. Zhang lowered his head and thought, that's not right. Researching technology is not like doing business. Businessmen need to get something in return for their money. Although they will give you money if you insist on it, we can't owe them a favor. Don't raise funds from the businessmen. You said before that there were officials who were talking behind their backs. I asked them to pay. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Bei and the others were delayed for a long time and didn't have time to study systematically, I would have asked Xiao Bei to talk to them. It's almost the end of the year, and the officials need to be evaluated. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he looked at his father eating. He rubbed his stomach. He had just vomited and did not feel hungry, so he endured it. Zhang reached out his chopsticks and ate 2 more mouthfuls. At the same time, he thought about his son's words. He swallowed and said, Father has been an official for many years. Some words can be tolerated. There's no need to think about revenge. No, it's not that. I'm serious. The bank that His Majesty asked me to manage is making too much money. I will discuss with His Majesty and ask His Majesty to take a portion and take the majority. The officials will take a small portion and invest it in a new business. It will be called Technology Application Investment and Development Company. As we invest, we research and we repay. Repay? Tell me the truth. How much profit did we make from the diesel engine? Zhang Zhong did not think that the diesel engine that cost 4 million would ever make a profit. He guessed that it was to increase the military's strength. His son and daughter-in-law had said before that any technology that was developed must first serve the military. Wang Wan helped Zhang Zhong pour wine. She guessed Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts and said softly, "Father, once the diesel engine is developed, it cannot be measured by money." Zhang Zhong had an expression of, as expected. His daughter-in-law continued, "It must have something to do with the military." Wang Wan continued, "The diesel engine can be sold directly, and the price is 10 times the cost. If we can make one, we can sell it. However, we cannot sell it. The returns that Xiaobao talked about could be money and enjoyment. The process of using it is also a form of return. Xiaobao must want to make a car that is much smaller than a train. It can be driven on the streets of Chang'an. It can be used to transport people and goods. It can be used to increase the status of an official." When it came to making a car, a picture appeared in Wang Wan's mind. It was a picture in a history book. It had once supported an era. It was called a 3-wheeled tractor. When it was driven, it was like riding a bicycle. There were pins on the 2 handles, which were the brake devices. This car was easy to operate. There was no need to change gears or step on the clutch. It omitted the turn signal. It was simple and simple. The best part was that when it was not being used as a means of transportation, it could be easily changed into a popcorn machine. With a clatter, popcorn, and other things like the golden cudgel were made. They were crisp and delicious, suitable for both young and old. With a little saliva, they could be used as building blocks to play with. 1 stick was about 1 meter long. If 5 sticks were sold for 1 copper coin, they could go from being full to well off in half a month. Madam, what are you thinking about? Tell me, father is waiting to hear." Zhang Xiaobao urged. "Make a popcorn stick, pack it, and sell it to Japan. No matter how far the road is, we will definitely sell it to Japan." Wang Wan said what was in her mind. Zhang Zhong was at a loss, but Zhang Xiaobao understood. "Madam, it seems that we are thinking the same thing. Sorghum rice and millet can all be made. Add some bran to it, and it will taste better." "Father, Cuckoo is talking about the application of diesel engines. When it comes to making cars, other people don't have them, but the officials do. The money they invest will be used. Otherwise, if they live a little further away, it won't be easy to go to work." Zhang Xiaobao first said what Wang Wan was thinking, and then explained it to his father. Zhang Zhong nodded and said, "Indeed, there are more and more people coming to the capital. We have to expand, and the road is longer. Can the diesel engine be used on the gunships?" Zhang Xiaobao did not answer. He gave his father a look, indicating that the walls have ears. Wang Wan took a pen and paper and wrote, "Father, with the diesel engine, who will use the steam engine? The diesel engine is like a cow, and the steam engine is like a person. Can farming be faster? Yes, the diesel engine can indeed farm faster than cows. Dozens of cows added together can't compare to a diesel engine. It can also dig wells and assist in building houses. In any case, there are many benefits. Don't leak it out." Xiao Bao plans to rent the steam engine ships to Japan and Xinlua first. When they taste the sweetness, he will sell it to them directly, the most old-fashioned kind. Wang Wan's pen flew. Zhang Zhong was very satisfied with her delicate and beautiful handwriting. He also picked up the pen and said, "Got it." Zhang Zhong did not have a direct comparison of how the diesel engine plowed the land and dug wells, so he was very angry. If that was the case, it would be too easy to make money with a diesel engine. 4 million strings of cash was not expensive. The people who were eavesdropping suddenly realized that there was no sound. They guessed that it might involve important secrets, so they retracted their thoughts and continued to answer the questions. They also decided that they could not say the words diesel engine, even in their dreams. If that's the case, it's also feasible. When I go back, I will add another circle of guards around the periphery. It's too easy for them. Zhang Zhong did not mention the specific application of the diesel engine. The word them referred to the officials who spoke behind their backs. It's too easy. After all, they can enjoy it. However, there is still a waiting process to make the finished product. The time between the investment and the return is a little long. There's another thing that I almost forgot. Father, our family's business this year is not very good. I haven't put in much effort, so I have to stop providing some of the officials' items for friendship. We will discuss it again after the financial situation is relaxed. Zhang Xiaobao said two things as if they were talking about family matters. Zhang Zhong understood, and so did the soldiers. Even the people who were eavesdropping just now understood. The person next to Zhang Xiaobao's room stopped writing and couldn't help but shiver. He thought, Zhang Xiaobao is so bad. He asked the officials to take out the money, but he didn't know when there would be a return, so he stopped giving them things. It turns out that he has been thinking about how to take revenge from the very beginning. A villain, no, a gentleman, repays evil with good. How do you repay good with good? He repays evil with justice. He is a gentleman like Confucius. Sigh. You. Zhang Zhong really didn't know what to say. This son of his, he was unwilling to wait for revenge. Chapter 954. Zhang Xiaobao doesn't care what other people think. I don't have enough money for the research, so I'll take it from home first. Diesel engine, gasoline engine, spark plug. Let the technicians of the light bulb factory and the electronics factory work together to build it. The overall industrial system must be promoted. Zhang Xiaobao also feels bad for spending 4 million yuan on diesel engine research. It's because the overall industry can't keep up. Otherwise, who would want to spend more than 3 billion yuan on diesel engine research? Zhang Zhong can't think of any other way. That's the only way. I'll go back. Before I came, I saw General Gao and told me that your adoptive mother made a small jacket for you and Cuckoo, but it hasn't been put on the sleeves yet. You should take some time to try it out. It's getting cold, so don't forget to bring ginseng and antler from the north of Hebei province. Zhang Zhong said and walked out. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked him to the door together. When Zhang Zhong walked away with everyone, the two looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Xiaobao touched his clothes and felt a warmth in his heart. He smacked his lips and said, "Now that you mention it, I just remembered that the pine nuts from Heilongjiang are not bad. Tell the people who reclaim the land not to cut down the red pine forest." Humph. Hearing him humph, Wang Wan knew it was definitely not a good thing. What are you thinking of now? Nothing, I'm a good person, I'm a gentleman, you have to admit it. Zhang Xiaobao began to laugh. Admit it, with your ability to be a sniper and a thief, if you were a villain, who would sleep on the roof beam? Wang Wan said that Zhang Xiaobao was a gentleman on the roof beam. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Thank you. You can thank me when you eat porridge in the morning. What should I eat? Dumplings? I want 3 delicacies. A dumpling with half a big prawn inside. It's meaty, and it's not too fresh. It's cold, it's not good to eat 3 delicacies. You eat pork and century egg porridge. I don't want century egg in my bowl. It burns the stomach. You eat porridge, I'll eat the dumplings. Where were we? Oh, the problem with the red pine forest. There are many resources in the Black Dragon River, so try not to destroy them. Given the current population of the Great Tang and the efforts of the Sanongxi, we can still feed ourselves without the black soil. We can open up a piece of black soil and plant soybeans and potatoes. We can have enough for ourselves. The pine nuts are not bad either. In the red pine forest, they can only be found after a few decades. We can leave some for the squirrels to pass the winter. We can pick them back, fry them, and give them as gifts. A bunch of retired old men need to have some. Godfather's share can't be left out. Her Majesty usually eats them too, right? Zhang Xiaobao said slowly. Wang Wan looked at him with a smile and said, "How strange. Your Majesty not only eats pine nuts, but also drinks water. Tomorrow morning, I must eat wontons." It seems that everyone likes to eat pine nuts. You should prepare more for Xiaobei and the others. They also have their own connections. The children in Hongnong County are Xiaobei and the others' collaborators. I believe that Xiaobei and the others won't forget others if they have good things. Give each of them a bag, at least 1 kilogram. Why do you give them 1 ounce of pine nuts? Also, give them to all the officials who don't gossip behind their backs. I think that the officials who don't speak ill of my father should be included in the group of people who are willing to do practical work. My family's finances are not good this year, but no matter how bad it is, we should squeeze some. Yes, squeeze some. Give some pine nuts, mushrooms, wyverns, tiger bones, musk, deer antlers, and so on to the people who do practical work. Let's not talk about personal feelings. Let's talk about righteousness. Shouldn't we give some? What are we going to eat tomorrow morning? Zhang Xiaobao mentioned the officials with a serious look. Wang Wan chuckled and said, I'll eat porridge with you tomorrow morning. It's good for women to eat porridge. 3 delicacies are too spicy. She finally knew why Zhang Xiaobao was snorting. It was because he didn't give some good local specialties to some people. Thank you. I can finally be sure that you are the same as me. We are both good people. Good people. You should live a long life. What do you say? The snow does not fall, the love is deep, the ice does not freeze, the oil in the jar. Speaking of which, who are the plum blossoms blooming for? Look up. The water gurgles in the river outside the courtyard. Why, when winter comes, the stream is clear. Remember? The cottage cooks the goose returning home, the clouds in the sky. Stop. Wait a minute. Xiaobao, my husband, we are enemies. Stop talking. If you continue, I will throw up everything I ate tonight and accompany you to starve. Okay. Wang Wan raised her hand to show that she was convinced. No, I don't mean that. If you really want to throw up, I will feel bad when I see you hungry at night. I will do it myself. Actually, I'm just expressing my thoughts to you. Zhang Xiaobao straightened his back. Is a husband who can't control his wife? Is a man who can't scare his wife? Do you dare to eat wontons? Eat wontons with prawns and 3 delicacies? Wang Wan bit her lips. She really couldn't do anything to Zhang Xiaobao. She helped Zhang Xiaobao to sit down and folded a small fan with the papers. Then she put the tea bowl and a stack of towels on the table. Finally, she put the wood to press the papers and stood aside to look at them. Madam, what are you doing? Why is the layout so familiar? When I sit down, why do I feel like I am giving orders? The wood to press the papers is in the wrong position. Zhang Xiaobao looked around and asked. Wang Wan clapped her hands with satisfaction and said, This should be called a paperweight, but there is no such name now. It is called a wake-up block. Do you know what it is? His Majesty has one, and so do we. Zhang Xiaobao still hadn't recovered. That's right. But what you are doing now is called falling down. Let me think, how do you say it? Oh yes, a wake-up block is divided up from top to bottom, from the king to the ministers. The king is in charge of the civil and military officials, and the civil and military officials are in charge of the common people. I know, no wonder it looks familiar. I'll do it, madam. Take a rest and look at me. It is said that the saints are in charge of spreading Confucianism, and the Taoist masters are in charge of shocking ghosts and gods. The monks are in charge of teaching Buddhism, and the Taoists are in charge of persuading Xian men. One fell into the hands of Jianghu, wandering in all directions to persuade the world. Who high friends don't provide for me. If you want to have skills, you can talk about family. Let's go back to the previous chapter. It is said that the lazy squirrel picks slowly in autumn, and the cunning magpie builds its nest in winter. One day, Old Wolf led his family out to look outside. The wind was blowing from the north, and the snow was drifting from the south. He gently lifted his leg and slowly put his foot down. He walked all the way, but unexpectedly, he didn't see any rabbit fur. Oh, this is not good. He didn't want to talk about it, but Old Third was crying and howling. There are guests here who want to ask, where are you talking about? Everyone, please don't be anxious. Let me start from the beginning. This place is in the north, and the east is facing the tide. In the 12th month, it is desolate, and in the 3rd month, it is budding. Let's return to the main topic. It is said that Old Wolf brought his family to look for food. The heavens don't open their eyes, and the earth is not kind. There is a nest of gray rabbits, and their fur is soft and tender. But today, there is not a single trace of snow under their feet. Could it be that they also heard the beautiful scenery of the beach, and flew to the sea to take a bath? It's over. If I had known this would happen, I would have booked the tickets first. Now that I'm here. Xiaobao, let's take a break. I admit that it is a waste of your talent to let you manage the great Tang Bank. You should go to the pear garden and lead a new era of storytelling. Wang Wan gave Zhang Xiaobao a big thumbs up and praised him. It's just a... Zhang Xiaobao cupped his hands politely. I'll go and write another paragraph. You should think of your evil plan first. You want people to invest their money, but don't give them anything. At first, I really thought that you thought of a good idea for the Ministry of Works to research it. Wang Wan watched as Zhang Xiaobao came up with one plan after another, all for the sake of revenge. She was speechless. She turned around and pulled up the wooden plank. Zhang Xiaobao sat on a chair, picked up the wooden plank and lightly slammed it on the table. As the saying goes, giving medicine may not bring good results. Dogs bark, but they don't recognize good intentions. Yes, I'm a good person. I really intend to help them. In the future, when I make good things and make money, I will give them a share. That will save them from being greedy. Of course, if they continue to be greedy, I will clean them up. After they raise the funds, they will start a few more projects. The money they take out will be gone in the blink of an eye. If they don't have enough money, they will have to stop the projects. If they stop, there will be no results. Who will repay them? When the time comes and they want my family to take the money, they will have to consult my father. Killing many birds with one stone. I'm really too smart. Zhang Xiaobao was bored and started to mumble to himself. Under the cool night sky, talking to himself was a special feeling. Just as he was thinking of the next topic to continue mumbling, the person who delivered the hand stove came. The hand stove sold in Zhang Xiaobao's 2 luxury stores were very expensive. Therefore, they couldn't give it to him. They could only borrow it. When they left the examination hall, they would have to take it back. They can make a lot of money. How stupid. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the hand stove on the table in front of him and muttered again. Whose money are they making? Wang Wan had finished writing the essay. She didn't plan to write the poem. It was not fun. It was too easy for her. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's muttering, she pulled up the wooden plank and asked. Finished writing? Zhang Xiaobao saw that there was someone chatting with him and was happy. Good. I said that the businessman who gave the bedding was stupid. He actually didn't take it back. They don't lack that little bit of money. Wang Wan touched the unopened cotton bedding and said. Zhang Xiaobao patted the table. I lack it. No matter what, I will not give them the hand stove. In the imperial examinations, how many people are on the list and how many become famous? In the future, I will take out a hand stove and say who uses it. I will sell it at a sky-high price and give it away as a gift. In the future, my character is called loneliness. Some people call it loneliness and defeat. Why can't my character be invincible loneliness? Wang Wan was very surprised when she heard Zhang Xiaobao's casual words. She automatically filtered out the second half of his sentence. After thinking for a while, Wang Wan suggested, why don't we buy the bedding of the examinees? Even if we leave it for 8 to 10 years, when they are promoted, the value of the bedding will increase. Even if insects eat the bedding, they will still be able to cover it. I suddenly decided not to use the character anymore. In the future, when the 2 of us are together, if someone asks, we will tell them that we are the 2 peerless beauties. Zhang Xiaobao did not forget to pick up the folded fan Wang Wan gave him and fanned himself to show his elegance. Wang Wan made a sword gesture. I don't want you, I will do it myself. I am that full moon night, at the peak of the Forbidden City, a sword to the west. The people from the Ministry of War really came. Guess who they are looking for? Wang Wan was still gesturing when she saw a group of soldiers coming in. The one at the front was a small official from the Ministry of War. He is looking for the heaven-flying fairy. He is still missing the Ministry of Justice. Then, the 6 ministries of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries will be complete. I don't think the Ministry of Justice will come to me to ask about punishment. Otherwise, I will try it on the people who come. Zhang Xiaobao said. He was also guessing in his heart. Why would the people from the Ministry of War come here? Was there a small country that did not care about their lives? If there was, it could only be from the southwest. They felt that there were many mountains, forests, and dense miasma. It was reasonable for them to play a game of provocation. The person from the Ministry of War walked to the space between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a serious expression. He put on a smile, Military Commander Zhang, Military Commander Wang. What a coincidence. Both of you are here? Zhang Xiaobao stared at the person who came and did not say anything. Wang Wan picked up the cup of cold tea and put it to her mouth, as if she was tasting it. The person who came was probably a specially selected expert. He was not embarrassed at all and continued to smile. My two lords, are the guards of the soldiers very considerate? Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, question mark. The person who came scratched her head. My two lords, the soldiers guarding the examination hall sent a message. They said that other than the Ministry of Justice and our Ministry of War, the people from the other four ministries are all here. We can't control the Ministry of Justice, but we can't not do anything, right? We are from the same family. Stop. Cuckoo and I are from the same family. Don't make things difficult for us and don't say we. Zhang Xiaobao stopped him. Yes, the two of you are a perfect match. The Ministry of War sent me here to greet you and the other ministries have activities. We, the Ministry of War, also have something to do, right? Tell me, should we choose a country to seize 2 cities or occupy a piece of land? The person from the Ministry of War had a humble attitude and a smile on his face. Zhang Xiaobao could not tell that he was from the Ministry of War. More like the Ministry of Commerce? He showed a sincere smile when he met people and dried his saliva without wiping it. Wang Wan put down her cup and turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao could not ignore this person at this moment. The person who came was talking about serious matters. The army also had its own activities. Let's have a martial arts competition? Zhang Xiaobao suggested. Lord Zhang, we have always competed in the past. We can't do it again this year, right? The person's voice was very soft. Organize a long-distance cross-country training? Wang Wan also helped. Lord Wang, it's the new year. We have to take a break for the New Year activities. The usual training is not small. The people can't work during the New Year, right? The person rejected the idea again. Hearing that the people were mentioned, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao looked at each other and said at the same time, the military and the people celebrate together. Xiaobao, tell him in detail. Wang Wan gave up the opportunity to show off. Zhang Xiaobao, Why me? Logically speaking, you should know better than me. The two of you are not saying anything, right? The military and the people, a martial arts competition? The person who came finally stopped smiling. He was really afraid that the two of them would nod. Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan's, I'm not saying anything look, so he waved his hand at the person who came. No, it's not about the military and the people fighting each other. Lord Zhang, you're afraid that something will happen, right? The person who came thought that he understood. Yes, I'm worried that if you can't beat the people, you'll be punished by Her Majesty. Listen, this celebration is to improve understanding. Why did we become soldiers? To protect the country and the dignity of Her Majesty. If anyone speaks ill of Her Majesty, we'll beat them up. Zhang Xiaobao clenched his fist. The person who came nodded vigorously. Yes, Lord Zhang is right. It's fun to listen to, so we'll beat them up. No wonder Lord Zhang came to take the imperial examination. You're really knowledgeable. It would be a pity if you didn't take the imperial examination, right? Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh out loud. She waved her hand at Zhang Xiaobao, who was looking at her angrily, indicating that she wasn't laughing at him. Zhang Xiaobao endured it. Come, let's continue talking. Is your life in the army tough? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Tough? It's not tough. The person who came was just saying that it was tough, but when he saw Wang Wan, he quickly changed his words and patted his chest. We soldiers are all made of iron. We're not men if we frown. We're that tough, aren't we? Wrong. It's impossible not to be tough. Even if it's not tough, we have to make it up well. If it's tough, it has to be tougher than eating coptis. Even if we're fed until we're full of fat, we have to spit out the bitter water first. We can even deceive the enemy, let alone the common people. All is fair in war, right? Zhang Xiaobao also followed the other party's words. The person who came kept swallowing his saliva and didn't dare to say anything. Zhang Xiaobao, can you say something human? The top scorer of the imperial examination is indeed extraordinary. You know that all is fair in war. When we led the soldiers of Shannon to fight in Tubo, don't you think it was tough? Wang Wan wasn't willing to do that. It was tough, so we don't have to make it up. We'll do it as it is, right? Zhang Xiaobao followed Wang Wan's words and asked the person who came. The person who came was a little nervous. It was too scary. Why did the top scorer of the imperial examination speak so incoherently? He nodded his head lightly and asked softly, Lord Zhang, how do you say it's tough? Just say it directly. The water we drink is too cold. The steamed buns we eat are too hard. It's not easy to say, right? Steamed buns? The army is eating steamed buns now? Not cornbread. Yes, cornbread is more expensive than steamed buns now. Let me think, No, you can't say it. You have to say, the weather is cold and the ground is frozen. The north wind is whistling and the clouds are covering our heads. I hold the steel spear tightly. Can't you say it like that? Zhang Xiaobao said and stopped to ask Wang Wan. Wang Wan crossed her arms and leaned against the back of the chair. You want to anger me to death, right? Yes, no? Yes, no? Zhang Xiaobao smiled at the person who came. I'm sorry. She is a straightforward person. Being a soldier is all about bravery. Now, let's talk about something serious. In fact, we can't say it's tough. We have to say it's sweet. Think about it. If it was in the past, would we be able to eat steamed buns? Now, people in many places still mainly eat millet. If we look at the rural areas, we don't have enough staple food. You used to be a soldier too? Oh really? Where? North? Lingzhou? Or North? Fengzhou? Is it really there? I know that place. My family has a ranch with a lot of horses, cows, and sheep. During the new year, I will send a batch of sheep over for everyone's nourishment. The conditions there were really bad. It was okay in summer, but in winter, the wind was strong. If you didn't lower your head, you would be blown away. Living in a tent was better than living in a house. The stove in the house couldn't be extinguished. If the fire went out, people would freeze to death. If the fire burned, the stove would fill the house with smoke. But it was still sweet. The steamed buns were as hard as rocks, and they didn't scratch the mouth. Why? If they did, they wouldn't scratch the mouth as much as when they were eating chaff. The people would rather eat chaff and leave the white flour for us. They know that the border is not as good as their home. It's okay if the steamed buns are frozen. When you eat them you can train your teeth, right? Bite off a small bite and melt it in your mouth. The more you bite, the sweeter it gets. We also have meat. The people don't eat it, but they send it to us. After smoking it, we can see whose teeth are stronger. When you eat the jerky, you can tear it off and chew it. It's chewier than eating the tendons. The longer you chew, the tastier it gets, right? The person nodded repeatedly as he listened. He also pulled a chair over and sat opposite Xiaobao, listening carefully. As he listened, he couldn't help but continue. Now that you mention it, it's true. The steamed buns are cold at first, and then they become sweet. People who don't know would think that there is sugar inside. I'm not talking nonsense. When I was guarding Feng province, I was in charge of a group of people. There was a soldier who came from the south. He had never been cold and refused to obey me. He always boasted to me that he dared to risk his life. When it came to killing, he asked me to stand behind him and block the Tujue's arrows first. Guess what happened in the end? Ha 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 ha, I guarantee you won't be able to guess. He even told me that he would block the arrows in snow. He was so cold that he cried. After standing guard for an hour, he rushed into my tent. He cried and said that it was so cold outside. He showed me his frozen and swollen hands. He dared to say that he didn't obey me? I casually told him a good idea, and from then on, he was convinced that the idea was good and it was amazing. I told him, there is a horse nearby, you can walk the horse slowly, and as you walk, the horse pees. Then you put your hands under the horse's pee and flush them. It will be warm. After you wash your hands with the horse's pee, even if they become cold, it won't happen again. He was so convinced. At that time he ran out and tried it. When he came back, he smiled at me and said that the idea was good. He said that I was knowledgeable. If he didn't want to be the leader, he wouldn't do it. Unfortunately, he wasn't in the group now. Last winter, when the Tujue were running north, our group in Feng province knew that they were afraid. We had to know where they ran to, right? Hence, we followed the scouts everywhere. He followed under the flag with the word Feng. His riding skills were good, and he was as swift as the wind. The two Jue were really good at running and were really ruthless. Those who could be caught were all left behind by them. How long would it take to chase them like this? Everyone else came back on their own. He was the only one who was stupid enough to continue chasing. He really caught the leader of a small tribe. When he went out, he had 3 horses, but when he came back, only one was left. The person he caught had fainted, and he himself was wearing a horse's skin. His face was full of blood. He thought that he had killed a horse and drank its blood and urine. It was supposed to be a happy thing, but who knew that his feet would be frozen? Luckily, there was a doctor from the Dei Medical College and a few students there. One reason was to treat his illness, and the other was to practice. They helped him cut off his frozen toes. He only had a thumb left on his left foot, and all the toes on his right foot were gone. He couldn't stay in the group and didn't want to leave yet. So he opened a small shop there and made horse nails. In July, he sent a telegram saying that the business was good. He said that he wanted to wait there for a few years. If devilish Cuckoo wanted to lead an expedition to the north, he wanted to follow. He could nail a horse's feet and carry a steel spear. He said that it wouldn't be a problem to cut off a few toes. He could still fight when he flipped over and held up the flag with the word Feng. He said that if there was anyone who wasn't convinced, he wouldn't say that he was under the Feng flag. He would crawl when he saw him in the future. To be honest, I really don't dare to compete with him. Woo. The person from the Ministry of War was attracted by Zhang Xiaobao. While he was talking, the examinee beside him suddenly cried. When he cried, the other examinees nearby also cried. The person from the Ministry of War was puzzled. Could it be that he spoke too loudly and affected the examinees taking the imperial examinations? Lord Zhang, did I say something wrong? Or did I make too much noise? Chapter 955. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and shook his head. Absolutely not. It's not your fault. It's their own problem. What's your name? It was very impolite to ask someone's name directly like Zhang Xiaobao did. However, the person from the Ministry of War didn't think that he should be angry. Instead, he became excited. Zhang, Lord Zhang, my surname is also Zhang. My name is also Ju. The official who called himself Zhang Ju stuttered. He knew very well that high-ranking officials usually weren't interested in asking for the names of insignificant people. It wasn't that they didn't want to ask, but that they couldn't remember it clearly. However, if they really asked, it meant that the high-ranking officials cared about the insignificant people. When Wang Wan heard this, she said, "Very good. There's no need to talk too much. Just tell the truth, and the party will be successful. Every boy has a dream of being a hero, and no girl wants to find a good-for-nothing. You guys are heroes. Invite the injured hero under the wind flag over and let him tell us how he caught those people. Let him get on a horse again and show the people who want to know about the army how strong and fast the wind at the border is. Husband, sing Stargazing for Lord Zhang. I've never been willing to teach this song to others because shooting stars shine." I don't dare. When Zhang Ju heard Wang Wan call him Lord Zhang, he was excited and nervous. I'll send him a telegram immediately when I get back and tell him to ride 3 horses. After he earned enough money, he bought a lot of good horses. Lord Zhang stargazing? Ah, stargazing? It's a topic in the field of astronomy. It's about how big the stars are and why they blink. It's all knowledge. For example, there's a new moon in the sky. When it's new, the moon is small and the stars are bright. If you look up now, there are 7 stars that look like spoons. They're called the Big Dipper. There's a story about fighting and setting up formations. One of the stories is called the Big Dipper. Of course, the most amazing thing isn't the Big Dipper because it's too far away. It's the Big Dipper that covers the entire world. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky and said to Zhang Ju. The examinees who were crying just now quietened down and listened carefully. The exam was not urgent, and there was still a whole day tomorrow. If they could get some useful information from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and answer the questions according to what they said, how bad could they be? Zhang Ju pondered over what Zhang Xiaobao had said. He felt that it was very profound, but it had nothing to do with the result he wanted. Lord Zhang, Lord Wang is talking about singing. What satellite is amazing? Powerful? Not only was it formidable, was there even a need to send people to find out where the Turks were hiding it? For example, if you wanted to listen to something, you could just look up at the starry sky and point your finger, and you would hear it. It was so convenient and so simple. Unfortunately, there isn't one for the time being, and it won't appear for a long time. But I think that with the development of science and technology, I'll be able to see it in my lifetime. Zhang Xiaobao sighed helplessly. Wang Wan nudged Zhang Xiaobao with her hand. Sing, sing. Yes, sing. Looking up at the starry sky doesn't mean looking at satellites, but stars. What a familiar name. Sing, madam. Your husband has been feeling a little unwell recently and has gone off key. Why don't you sing a song? What I want is the effect of going off key. If a soldier sings like someone from the pear garden, who would believe it? The songs of the military camp are simple and honest. Of course, don't stray too far from the song. As Wang Wan spoke, she tore off a piece of the exam paper and stuck it on her lips. Then, the prelude to Looking at the Starry Sky played. During the prelude, Zhang Xiaobao didn't forget to show off to Zhang Ju. My wife knows a little about music. Please don't laugh at me. After the prelude ended, he was still laughing at Zhang Ju when Wang Wan glared at him. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly opened his mouth. Night looking at the starry sky, I am looking for a star. I see you, you can see me. The night is deep and hard to dream. Even if you turn into a shooting star and leave resolutely, you will always shine in my heart. Zhang Xiaobao's singing had nothing to do with the off-key, he said. He sang along with the music and actually sang with a baritone effect. His voice wasn't loud, but it had a strong penetrating power. The instrument isn't good, so the effect is poor. Zhang Xiaobao was modest. Why don't you say that you don't sing well? Don't use me as a modest person. Wang Wan spat out the paper in dissatisfaction. Zhang Ju didn't seem to hear the conversation between the two. He looked up at the sky, and after a few breaths, he muttered to himself, I have to bring them over. Blockhead and Chow, should be 3.5 years old, right? Lord Zhang, what are you? Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand in front of Zhang Ju and asked with concern. No, it's nothing. I miss my wife and children. When I left home, the children's mother was about to give birth. I haven't seen them for 3 years. I miss them. Maybe she's also looking at the starry sky and thinking about me. She told the children that they have a father. Their father is... Stop talking. If you keep talking, I'll have someone give you eye drops. This thing can't be scraped off and sold for money in the future. The psychological quality of the examinees in this world is too poor. You're not allowed to react. If you want to cry, hold back your tears. Otherwise, I'll revoke your qualifications to take the imperial examinations. If you really want to cry, why don't you take the examinations properly? After passing the examinations, you can become a local official and lead the people to produce more food, raise more cows, horses, and sheep, and send it to the barracks. That way, the soldiers can eat and drink enough and have the strength to kill more enemies. What's the use of crying? If crying can solve problems, would Cuckoo and I be so tired? This world has never fucking believed in tears. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Zhang Ju was about to continue talking, so he quickly stopped him because he had already heard the sobbing next to him. He helplessly shook his head. Wang Wan heard Zhang Ju's speechless words and knew that he missed his family. She said, Bring your family over first. In the future, it'll be easier to travel and you'll have more opportunities to see each other. The children are also a pair? Yes, a boy and a girl. I just arrived in the capital and haven't settled down yet. I was thinking of waiting a bit and at least renting a house. When they come, I'll have a place to stay. But now, I'm not waiting. I'll talk about it when they come. There's always a way. As Zhang Ju spoke, an expectant look appeared on his face. Of course, the examinees who saw him wouldn't dare to think of him as a cowardly child. After all, who would dare to say that he was a coward? Wang Wan took off a bangle from her arm and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need Wang Wan to say anything. He took off the jade pendant and passed it over while muttering softly, My jade pendant isn't strong enough. Wang Wan didn't respond to his words. She took the jade pendant and placed it together with the bangle before passing it over to Zhang Ju. Don't listen to Xiaobao's nonsense. Xiaobao loves children the most. We'll take one each and won't be biased. Since sister-in-law is here, don't worry about finding a place to stay. Xiaobao will settle it. If there's a battle, he'll help me deal with 2 enemies. Consider this as repaying the favor. Zhang Ju was taken aback. He took a deep breath and didn't refuse. He extended his hands and solemnly accepted the items. He nodded, not even saying a word of promise. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Ju was the type of person who didn't say anything but would do it. Even if he was given a mission that was certain to kill him, he would accept it without hesitation. All right, Lord Zhang. Now, let's talk about the military and civilian get-together. Count it as one of the tasks. Let those who don't forget their military spirit even after leaving the military camp count as the second task. The third task is to sing military songs. The military will compete in tactical movements and marksmanship. Teach them to the civilians. Count it as the fourth task. For the fifth and subsequent tasks, you can discuss with Xiaobao in detail. Ask him to solve the problem of temporary housing for his family members. I'll go back and take a nap first. Wang Wan yawned and walked back to her room. She loosened her bedding and fell asleep on the wooden bed behind her. The wooden door between the 2 rooms wasn't closed. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips. Why is it me again? Zhang Ju was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would be too tired, so he said, Lord Zhang, 4 tasks are enough. You don't have to worry too much. You can tell this to my wife. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at Wang Wan. How could Zhang Ju dare? He shook his head slightly. Then let's talk about the military and civilian get-together. I can think of a solution for the housing myself. If you think of a solution in front of me, won't others look down on me? Do I even need to think of a solution? It's too late now. It's not good to disturb your majesty. Tomorrow morning, I'll hand in the papers and talk to your majesty. Then, the matter of temporary housing for the soldiers' families will be settled. When Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he forgot that he had just vomited blood. He poured a cup of wine and was about to drink when he remembered. He helplessly handed it to Zhang Ju and said, Drink wine and warm yourself. Zhang Ju excitedly took the cup and said awkwardly, My wife brought my child here. There's no need to trouble your majesty, right? It's not your family's matter. When your family comes to visit you, they also need to tour the capital. The capital's military camp is very strict, so it's not convenient for them to come and go. I can't think of a solution for you alone. If it's really just your family, what's wrong with me giving you a courtyard? At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao suspected that the person in front of him had changed. Could it be that in order to talk to him and Wang Wan, he had practiced the words and actions at the beginning? Zhang Ju suddenly understood. Right, Lord Zhang is a person who does great things. You have the world in your heart. No, your majesty is the one who has the world in his heart. The world is too big for me. If I have too much, I'll vomit blood. I'll really vomit. I've already given you the wine. I won't drink for the time being. I'll drink medicine. Let's talk about proper business. The military and civilian celebration must be carried out properly. We must not go through formalities and let the soldiers know who they are fighting for. We must also let the common people understand how a stable life and dignity come about. Zhang Xiaobao also yawned. He took a sip of water and began to talk to Zhang Ju about the other aspects of the military and civilian celebration. An hour later, Zhang Ju left happily with gratitude and admiration for Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked around, then hugged his quilt and squeezed Wang Wan to sleep. The examinees nearby found it hard to calm down. They finally understood how difficult it was to be an official. Especially officials like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they couldn't even have a moment of peace when they came to the examination hall. People came to ask about the matters of the imperial court one after another. There were all kinds of questions, and they didn't give them any time to think. Of course, the most terrifying ones were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 of them didn't reject anyone. It was as if they didn't need to think and ideas kept popping up. It was no wonder the emperor specially held the fall imperial examination for them. It was also no wonder the top scorer was chosen first. Not to mention their status, just based on their ability, who would dare to criticize them? Thinking of this, the examinees nearby felt much better. They didn't have the mood to sleep anymore. They pondered over the words they heard and started to answer the questions. The sky was clear. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up at the same time. Hand in your papers and tidy up. I need to talk to Li Longji about something. After that, I'll go to the lakeside and visit Xueyun's family. The children should be able to resume their studies. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his eyes and turned to speak to Wang Wan. Wang Wan straightened up. You're not eating? Eat some porridge first. Li Longji hasn't eaten either. When we get there, we'll eat with him after the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court. Yes, it's the Imperial Court today. All the civil and military officials are in the palace. I'll go and see who is talking behind my father's back. I'll teach them a lesson. Zhang Xiaobao lifted the blanket and got off the bed, preparing to wash up. Wang Wan followed him. The two of them had just finished tidying up when their younger siblings arrived. They were still wearing their official robes. Why are you here again? I said I'd take you to the lakeside to play in the afternoon. Have you eaten yet? Zhang Xiaobao asked in surprise. Xiao Bei shook his head. No, we'll eat with Uncle Emperor later. We remembered that we were going to hand in the imperial edict yesterday. We heard that there were officials gossiping behind my father's back, so we wanted to take a look. Who did you hear that from? It seems that there are spies everywhere. Okay, Big Brother will take you to see them. Zhang Xiaobao sighed at the speed at which news spread. He helplessly led his younger siblings out of the examination hall. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, good heavens, the ceremonial guard was really complete. There were 9 groups of carriages lined up in a row. Some were holding up placards, some were holding up lids, and some were holding up lids. Guards wearing black clothes stood on both sides of the carriages. The red and black water fire rods were intertwined, and the official flags were fluttering in the wind. Zhang Xiaobao looked at himself and Wang Wan. The people around them were really too shabby. He regretted not bringing the ceremonial guard of a regional commander. When a regional commander entered the capital, he would be able to enjoy the treatment of a clean street. Wang Wan also remembered that her younger siblings were also high-ranking officials. She pulled Xiao Bei closer and asked, Are you going to hand in the imperial edict or to cause trouble? Brother Xiaohai said that he wanted to experience the ceremonial guard. Otherwise it would be easy for him to forget. He's not afraid of forgetting, but he's afraid of others forgetting as well. Xiao Yuan also said that when it snows, the snow covers the autumn frost and covers the golden yellow. The water in the hibiscus garden no longer flows. Xiao Bei pushed Xiao Hai and Xiao Yuan out. Wang Wan nodded dumbly. She smiled at Zhang Xiaobao and said, Your teaching methods are really amazing. Those who studied literature have already begun to study philosophy. Xiao Zhu took the time to draw a picture of the water shining on the snow. Xiao Zhu nodded happily. It needs to be colder. It'll be better if it freezes. Then let's go. Zhang Xiaobao ordered people to bring over 2 horses. He and Wang Wan each rode on one, leading the way. Behind them was a large group of people and horses. The passers-by who had woken up early to work all made way to the side of the road. They stopped and looked sideways, guessing what kind of major event had happened. As the group advanced, it was unknown how many merchants on the street were shocked. It was also unknown how many people's hearts were affected. Not caring about what other people were thinking, the group went straight to the palace gates. The people guarding the palace gates had already received the news, so how could they dare to stop them? They didn't even dare to ask. They watched as the carriages and horses dismounted one after another, forming groups to enter. Chapter 956. Zhang Xiaobao and his group arrived late. The morning court session had already started for more than an hour. Li Longji was sitting high up in his seat and roaring at the officials. With the development of technology, the person in charge of relaying the emperor's orders was free. Without the emperor saying a word, he would shout the original words at the top of his voice. A microphone extended from beside Li Longji's chair. As the technology still needed to be improved, the effect of the microphone wasn't very good. It could only be placed closer to the mouth. The loudspeakers were placed in various places. The person who placed them was probably planning to create a surround sound system, but his understanding of this technology wasn't that thorough. As Li Longji shouted, the officials lowered their heads and listened. Occasionally, they would exchange glances with each other. Yuan Qianyao, Li Linfu, Zhang Jiuling, Wang Bei, Jiang Xin, Wei Shu, Lv Yenzhua, Yu Wenrong, and the other officials glanced at Zhang Zhong from time to time. As the emperor was roaring at Zhang Zhong, there should be people who were happy. Those who were close to Zhang Zhong should be worried for Zhang Zhong. However, the emperor's words didn't sound right. The Ministry of Works is important. Aren't the families of the injured worried? Aren't they in pain? Li Longji looked down and questioned the microphone. He didn't stare at Zhang Zhong. Are you saying that if someone in the Ministry of Works is injured, their family isn't worried? Aren't they in pain? What are you doing? I don't want to hear excuses. The Ministry of Works should be managed by the officials. If someone is burning a mountain in the distance and sparks are flying here, why don't you expand the area? If 3 li of martial law isn't enough, then 5 li. If 5 li isn't enough, then you have to enclose 10 li. I don't want to hear about accidents caused by flying to Mars again. Li Longji continued speaking. There was something wrong with his words. Enclosing land cost money. The land didn't cost money, but the facilities needed money. In order to keep it a secret, at the beginning, there was a man-made river in the middle of the Ministry of Works. If the land was expanded, wouldn't the man-made river have to be dug again? It was all money. Before Li Longji could say anything, he continued, we know that research is expensive, but we also know that the money we spend today can still be earned back when we make something tomorrow. We can't let our great Tang's craftsmen suffer because of a lack of money. The revenue for this year has already been released. The Ministry of Works needs to promptly manage the Ministry of Revenue. If someone deliberately obstructs and disregards the safety of the great Tang's research and development of weapons, they will be punished even more severely. The people from the Ministry of Revenue lowered their heads. As the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei was filled with grievances. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of money. Every time Zhang Zhong came to ask for money, he would not say anything courteous. He would always be bold and self-righteous. In the end, when he made something and made money, he would not give anything to the Ministry of Revenue other than the taxes due. He would just transfer the money away. Even if you, Zhang Zhong, transfer it to your own account, that's fine. You're greedy, you're selfish. But you insist on transferring it to the Ministry of War and the Western Agriculture Temple, saying that it's a related research project. If we do as you say, what do you need the Ministry of Revenue for? It wasn't easy to wait until you ran out of money. As soon as you ran out of money, Her Majesty immediately sided with you. Why? Just because you have a son and a daughter-in-law? I still have a grandson. This is too much of a bully. Li Longji did not have the time to care about Wang Bei's thoughts. He continued, this year's revenue has to be at least 10 million strings of cash for the Ministry of Works. Even if I have to eat 1 less bowl of rice, even if I have to make 1 less pair of boots, even if, hearing this, the silent Zhang Zhong finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He wasn't moved. Rather, he was worried that the emperor would disrupt his son Xiao Bao's plans. Holding the ceremonial tablet, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this subject has a memorial. Just as Li Longji was happily speaking, he saw Zhang Zhong interrupt him. He was surprised and a little unhappy. I'm speaking up for you. Don't be a hindrance. Minister Zhang, you have something to say. Li Longji glared at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong's position was closer to the front, to the left of the stairs in front of Han Yuan Palace. When he heard the emperor's order, he looked around and took small steps toward the emperor. The officials stared at him. The Jinwu guards didn't stop him. Gao Li even stepped aside. Zhang Zhong spent a lot of effort to move that little bit of distance. When he arrived in front of the emperor, he didn't block the emperor's face. Li Longji looked at Zhang Zhong and waited for him to speak. Zhang Zhong reached out and covered the microphone tightly. Then, he bent down and whispered into the emperor's ear. Everyone was curious, but they couldn't hear anything. When Zhang Zhong finished and released the microphone, they heard the emperor's voice. Is that true? Everyone looked at Zhang Zhong again. Zhang Zhong nodded. That's good. Minister Zhang, you've worked hard. The emperor nodded and signaled Zhang Zhong to go back. The group of officials wanted to tear Zhang Zhong's mouth open and ask him what he just said. Li Longji picked up the binoculars and looked at the officials. He coughed twice and said, The Ministry of Revenue will temporarily suspend the allocation of funds to the Ministry of Works. The officials were stunned. What did he say? It seemed that the reason was because of Zhang Zhong. Why didn't he want 10 million strings of strings? There must be a conspiracy. Minister of Revenue Wang Bei also thought so. Zhang Zhong didn't want the money, but it was more worrying. After pondering for a while, Wang Bei stood up and said loudly, "Your Majesty, if the Ministry of Revenue doesn't provide funds, I'm afraid that our research will be shelved." He stood up to be a good person. Some of the officials curled their lips. Minister Wang is right. Therefore, I have a way to solve the problem of the Ministry of Work's lack of funds without affecting the Ministry of Revenue. Li Longji followed Wang Bei's words. The officials understood. No wonder Zhang Zhong didn't let His Majesty allocate funds from the Ministry of Revenue. He has another way. I heard that he went to the Hibiscus Gardens examination hall because he was worried about the examinees. Coincidentally, his son, Zhang Xiaobao, and daughter-in-law, Wang Wan, were also there. Yes, it was indeed too much of a coincidence. Therefore, Minister Zhang didn't neglect official matters because of personal feelings. He had a cordial conversation with the two examinees. The two examinees, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, said a lot of heartfelt words because of the kindness of the imperial court. Therefore, someone is probably going to be unlucky. The officials were all thinking about their own matters, and the court was silent for a while. Li Longji wasn't in a hurry. He was still thinking about what Zhang Zhong said. He had to think of more things from it. After all, it was Xiao Bao's idea. There were many twists and turns in it. As the head of the secretariat, Yuan Qianyao stood at the front. He didn't care about the gazes of others and moved down from behind the officials until he was behind Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling was shocked. "Ghost, you don't make a sound when you walk." "Yuan Zhongshu, do you feel that the wind is strong?" Zhang Jiuling turned and asked. Yuan Qianyao raised his hand and waved. "Zishou, you're too polite. I just want to talk to you." "Okay, may I know what you want to teach me?" Zhang Jiuling saw how Yuan Qianyao addressed him so intimately and started to think. Yuan Qianyao didn't care whether the other party was criticizing him or not. He asked kindly, "Have you met with Jidushi Zhang recently?" Zhang Jiuling was relieved. Yuan Qianyao wanted to get useful information from him because he had a good relationship with Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Jiuling shook his head regretfully and said, "Before Xiaobao left the capital last month, I met him once. Xiaobao came up with a new dish from Lingnan and asked me to taste it. The taste was really good. Xiaobao's culinary skills are amazing." After that, Zhang Jiuling shut up. Yuan Qianyao was depressed. He thought to himself, "Do you think I don't know that his culinary skills are good? Even the emperor ate it. But don't you know what I'm asking? Good culinary skills can affect the imperial court. His ability to scheme is even better." Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Yuan Qianyao could only continue asking. "There were a lot of things to do in the Hall of Secretaries. Unfortunately, I couldn't go." During the banquet, did you tell Xiao Bao about the situation in Great Tang in the near future? But you have to tell me the truth. I'll look for you for a drink later." "I did, but it's definitely not directly related to today's matter. Yuan Qianyao can personally talk to Xiao Bao about the situation. His Majesty is going to speak." When Zhang Jiuling replied to Yuan Qianyao, he saw the emperor sitting up straight and reminded him, "Okay, I'll go back. Find some time to drink." Yuan Qianyao quickly moved back from behind the others. Just as he returned to the first position on the left, he saw the emperor glaring at him. Then the emperor said, "I have a little spare money and left it in the hands of the empress's adopted daughter. Today's matter suddenly reminded me of that money. I plan to take out some to show my sincerity. Does everyone agree?" I see. The officials knew what the emperor was talking about. It was the income from Great Tang's bank. The so-called adopted daughter of the empress was Wang Wan. But that sum of money was definitely not a little. As for how much it was, they had to ask Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's bank was really amazing. At the beginning it was a partnership. Later on, his family withdrew first. Then, he kicked the other shareholders out one by one. Now, it was the emperor's alone. Zhang Xiaobao helped to manage it. Among the officials, the one who was the most upset was the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei. He clearly knew that there was a lot of money, but he couldn't interfere. Among most of the officials, he was the one who knew the extent of their wealth. First, the emperor stopped the expenses of the imperial palace that were supposed to be paid by the Ministry of Revenue, and directly took money from the bank. As a result, the days in the imperial palace were several times better than before. If they wanted to build a building, they could build a building. If they wanted to build a pond, they could build a pond. Even the office of the Ministry of Revenue had been renovated by the emperor. It was very comfortable. Then, when there was a small disaster in Great Tang, before the local report was submitted, the money from the Bank of Great Tang would be sent over in the name of the emperor. When the people needed to raise money to build roads and bridges, the bank would also immediately provide subsidies. Just this year alone, with a rough calculation, the private bank had already sent out no less than 10 million strings of coins. The Ministry of Revenue was saving money, and the national treasury was ample. The money used for this calculation was calculated by the Ministry of Revenue using other local reports, but there was definitely money that was spent in other areas. This didn't just mean that the emperor's bank was rich. It also showed the extent of Zhang Xiaobao's intelligence network. His wealth is rich and imposing, but his intelligence network is spread all over the world, Wang Bei muttered helplessly. Li Longji sat on the throne and waited for the others to digest what he said. He was very happy. You finally know that I have money. Don't blame me for not letting you manage the bank. It's just that your families are too poor. I'm afraid that you'll embezzle, and I'm even more worried that you won't be able to manage the bank well enough. In the end, someone has to manage it. Why can't I send Zhang Xiaobao? Finally, someone stepped forward and asked, Your Majesty, this subject would like to ask, how much does Your Majesty intend to give to the Ministry of Works? I'm not giving, I'm investing. After the Ministry of Works produces something, it has to give a generous return to the investor. The diesel engine will be put into production very soon. Everyone knows that I don't have much money, and I still have to spend it on the palace. Thus, I intend to take the lead. Everyone can also participate in the investment. When the time comes, according to the proportion of the investment, I plan to invest 8 million strings of coins in the Ministry of Works research project before the new year. The Ministry of Works' other expenses will still need to be supported by the Ministry of Revenue. After all, the Ministry of Works isn't a shop. Right, after the new year, I'll increase it according to the situation. What does everyone think? Li Longji tried his best to be modest. When he said 8 million strings of coins, he tried his best to sound calm. Suddenly, the entire Hunyuan Palace Hall was filled with sighs. AI! AI! Only Zhang Zhong didn't react. Looking at the others sighing, he understood that it was a feeling of powerlessness. They couldn't stop what their son and daughter-in-law were doing. This was because the lives of the people of Great Tang were indeed better. The Great Tang's army was also more elite, the national treasury was more abundant, and the number of literate people had increased. This was especially so because of the relationship between the surrounding countries. A group of them had already been wiped out. No one could find an excuse to attack their son and daughter-in-law because they wouldn't be able to do it. The truly amazing thing wasn't the emperor's bias but the hearts of the people. Zhang Zhong was filled with emotions. He even thought of treating Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as someone else's children. Then, he would stand on the side of justice and evaluate them. In the end, when he thought of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as someone else's children, he was very resistant in his heart. No other family's children could compare to his son and daughter-in-law. They didn't have the right to have them. They were his. Even he was jealous of himself, let alone others. Gao Lisher pondered by the side and frowned. He walked up to the emperor and turned off the microphone. Your Majesty, isn't it too chaotic? The Ministry of Works is a part of the imperial court. You're investing in it, and you're asking other officials to invest in it as well. Who does the Ministry of Works belong to? Li Longji also pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It's not chaotic. The Ministry of Works isn't affected. We're investing in the research projects of the Ministry of Works, and they're independent and related. You think that it's chaotic because there are too many things to manage. The functions of the various departments are getting more and more complete, and there's even a need to set up a new department. In history, the people who held power ruled over the people. They hunted, farmed, woven and built. They didn't manage much, and the punishment for those who were punished was decided by a single word from them. As for the latter, they ruled over the country and established the 6 ministers. The ministers ruled over 100 people, and they ruled over the people. Wasn't the food of the people at that time comparable to what we have now? After hearing the emperor's words, Gao Lisher understood and replied, Your Majesty is right. In the past, there weren't many officials, and there weren't many departments. The food and clothes of the people were the same. Now, there are more officials, and the lives of the people are better. In the future, there might be more departments and more departments. As long as they're capable and aren't greedy, the lives of the people will be better. This subject was wrong. It's fine. Li Shi is also eager to protect his master. This plan was suggested by Xiao Bao. Since he said so, it means that he and Cuckoo don't think that the division of the officials isn't detailed enough. It's not to the point where they're confused. Li Longji faintly felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan seemed to be very familiar with the current system of officials. They even had a system, several systems that they could choose from at any time. Yes, it was a system, not a single official position. A huge system didn't only apply to official positions. It also included the military, the economy, agriculture, technology, and so on. They could set up a set or pick out a part of it and take it out. How did they learn so much? Was the country of those two experts really so complicated? How much did the people live in such a country? Did they eat meat every day? Did they have a carriage pulled by a steam engine every time they went out? Or a carriage pulled by a diesel engine? Did every village have a radio station to quickly transmit news? It was really scary. Life was too good. When could Great Tang be like this? Li Longji tried his best to think about the living conditions of the people in that country, but he still couldn't think of anything. He decided to ask Xiaobao and Yao Wan for more details so that he could compare. Then the Great Tang would try its best. Li Longji and Gao Lisher started to chat on their own. The officials below also had their own thoughts. Those who were in favor of the Zhang family and Wang family were eager to try. They were waiting for the emperor to finish talking with General Gao and ask how much money they had to fork out so that they could participate. The officials who remained neutral looked back and forth between those who were in favor of the Zhang family and those who were against the Zhang family and those who were in favor of the Zhang family and Wang family. The officials who were against the Zhang family and Wang family were conflicted. They were angry and worried. They were angry at Zhang Zhong, but they couldn't suppress their anger anymore. A few days ago when Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the 9 children went to Hongnong, they felt that there was an opportunity to get some benefits from Zhang Zhong and get some power. Zhang Zhong was easy to talk to. As long as it didn't interfere with his official business, he would usually give up his power when it was necessary. The people who were against the Zhang family and Wang family were fighting with Zhang Zhong over the distribution rights of the Ministry of Works small products. The products developed by the Ministry of Works were naturally sold by the Ministry of Works. When the Ministry of Works developed new technologies, all kinds of things would happen. Thus, when the main technologies were developed, there would be many side products. The Ministry of Works chose to take out the technologies that were not cutting edge, attract investors, and act as distributors. This was also why the Ministry of Works had so many projects at the same time and still had money to spare for the Agriculture Temple and the Ministry of War. Everyone knew that when it came to making money, the Ministry of Works would definitely use Zhang Xiaobao's ideas. They didn't need to worry about losing money, but they needed to consider how much they could earn. Zhang Xiaobao was someone who was above the top tycoons list. Why did the Ministry of Works lack money recently? It was very simple. It was because when Zhang Xiaobao went to Hongnong, he had already thought of building an amusement park. Thus, part of the technology that was used to connect the gears and bearings during the manufacturing of the diesel engine was temporarily stopped from auctioning the distribution rights. Zhang Xiaobao did not use the deficit management cycle model in the development of the Ministry of Works. However, he was also very careful. If there was a mistake, the cash flow would immediately be cut off. Wasn't it cut off now? The day before Zhang Xiaobao asked the technology to stop auctioning the distribution rights, the people who were against the Zhang family and Wang family had already looked for Zhang Zhong and said that they would recommend a few distributors to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong also agreed. It didn't matter who he gave it to. His son and daughter-in-law were too strong, so he had to compromise. Thus, the matter of selling the distribution rights was stopped. The people who were already against the Zhang family and Wang family hated them even more. During the period when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not around, they tried to find fault with Zhang Zhong. Among them, the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, was especially so. On the day when Zhang Xiaobao and the others returned, the people stopped for a while. However, When they saw that Zhang Xiaobao was busy with the imperial examinations and did not do anything to retaliate, they thought that he was scared. When Wang Bei finally waited until Zhang Zhong came over to ask for money, he also sent someone to look for Zhang Xiaobao. That person was testing Zhang Xiaobao's reaction. But he did not know that Zhang Xiaobao did not do anything when he returned because the diesel engine was not completed yet. The separation of oil was also not done yet. The most important time was in the next few days. But last night, when he sent someone to look for Wang Bei, Zhang Zhong brought the news back. Thus, the officials who were against the Zhang family and Wang family guessed this in the morning. At this time, they found out that Zhang Xiaobao did not do anything to retaliate because Zhang Zhong felt that the Ministry of Works was not a problem and did not want to distract his son. Yesterday, something happened in the Ministry of Works. Zhang Zhong went to the examination hall. Zhang Xiaobao's ability to tolerate sand in his eyes was proven this morning. Today, there was a court meeting. The officials woke up early and went to Hanyuan Palace Hall to wait for the emperor. Before they went out, they had to eat something to fill their stomachs. However, they could not drink too much water. Otherwise, when they went to the toilet during court, what would they do if the emperor called them? However, if they did not drink, they would be thirsty. What could they do? Eat fruit. Eat a pear or an orange. Since the beginning of autumn this year, the Zhang family and Wang family began to supply tomatoes to the officials who were qualified to attend court. There was a plot of land in the Sanongxi that belonged to the Zhang family and Wang family. Every day, early in the morning, they had people send the tomatoes to the officials' residences. Today, Wang Bei ate an egg and a handful of steamed buns. He did not dare to eat any more. After eating too much, he would feel sleepy. He reached for the tomatoes on the fruit plate. Why did they change? The tomatoes turned into oranges. Looking at the color of the orange peel, Wang Bei understood that the oranges must have been transported from the south. After a long time, the oranges would not be fresh. As for the oranges from the north, they were not ripe yet. Even if they were, they would not taste good. If the oranges were born in Huainan, they would be oranges. The Sanongxi was trying to find a way to solve this problem. Wang Bei did not care about this problem. He was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. What he cared about was why the tomatoes were gone today. Could it be that they were eaten by the servants? Wang Bei's face darkened slightly. When he asked, someone answered. It was said that the people from the Zhang family and Wang family came this morning and told the people who usually collected oranges that there were no tomatoes today. Because the tomatoes forgot the cold of autumn and wanted to prove that they were strong, they provoked the autumn wind. As a result, they fell ill from the cold and did not grow. They also kindly asked us to tell Master that autumn is here and the weather is cold, so you should wear more clothes. Because where the autumn wind passes, what should be red will be red, and what should be yellow will be yellow. The autumn festival is deep, and not only the sky is high and the clouds are light. When Wang Bei heard the servant's reply, he was immediately stunned. It was a blatant threat. Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao was also so straightforward? He did not know that he had wronged Zhang Xiaobao. Last night, Zhang Xiaobao was still discussing the military and civilian get-together with the people from the Ministry of War. It was Zhang Zhong's daughter who reacted first. It was Zhang Zhong's future son-in-law, Xiao Yuan, who told people to say those words. In addition to Wang Bei, there were other officials who opposed the Zhang family and Wang family. They all received the same treatment in the morning. When they saw Zhang Zhong whispering to the emperor just now, how could they not be afraid? Xiao Bei and the 9 children wanted them to admit that it was all an illusion that caused the disaster. This kind of counterattack was too fast and too persistent. Just as the atmosphere in Hanyuan Palace Hall was different from before, someone outside raised their voice to report. Bohai Commander-in-Chief Manor, Jidushi Zhang Xiaobao, Deputy Wang Wan, Tang Dynasty's Patrol Inspector Zhang Xiaohai, Patrol Inspector Wang Zhu, Zhang, have arrived. When Li Longji, Gao Lishir, and the other officials heard the voice, they all looked at the road leading to Hanyuan Palace Hall. If it was only Xiao Bei and the others who had arrived, no one would report. If you came late, how could you be justified? However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were both Jidushi. They were important officials who oversaw a region. Of course, no one would care if they went to Xingqing Palace to eat, drink, and play. If they came to court with official status, they would have to report. At the end of the road, under everyone's gaze, a group of figures slowly appeared. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were wearing the official robes that their families had hurried to send to the outside of the palace. They walked side by side at the very front. The two of them looked indifferent. No one could tell whether they were happy or angry. Xiaobei and the other 9 people lined up in a goose formation, 5 steps behind their brothers and sisters. They maintained the formation, puffed out their chests and raised their heads. Their faces were full of anger. Hiss. Some of the officials could not control the shock in their hearts. They quietly inhaled the cool autumn air. Wei Wei lowered her head, feeling the pressure of the battle formation in front of her. In fact, Xiaobei originally planned to arrange an arrow formation. Considering that the tip of the arrow would be pointed directly at Uncle Emperor, it was not good. Therefore, she changed it to a goose wing formation. The middle of the formation shrank back, and the 2 wings extended diagonally, luring the enemy to attack from the middle. As soon as Li Longji saw Xiao Bao and the others unexpectedly arranged a battle formation, he was stunned at first, but then he could not help but chuckling. Seeing Xiao Bao and the others slowly approaching, he first whispered to Gao Lishir, who was standing next to him, "Look, it's indeed Cuckoo, who is in charge of the army. Unexpectedly she can make a lot of changes in a goose wing formation. If it were a real battle, the most annoying thing would not be the 2 wings, but her and Xiao Bao. If there are 2 square groups of archers and shields there, it would be very awkward. You see, if the enemy attacks, take the 2 wings, the square groups of archers and shields will push forward, pressing against the enemy's formation. However, the enemy's main commander will be in the middle of the goose wing, so the enemy will face the enemy head-on, while the enemy's main commander will be protected. If the enemy attacks the 2 square groups, the cavalry on the 2 wings will move horizontally, while the 2 square groups will retreat slowly, encircling the enemy. If the enemy attacks one wing, the other wing will wait for the center formation to move. Look carefully at the goose wings she arranged. Is there any difference from what you usually see?" Gao Lishir was also looking. He saw that the head of the goose wing formation behind Xiaobei was actually above the head of the character person. The goose wing formation was when a person wrote, the angle of the character person was facing the person writing, so it was not called the person formation. Normally, there would be a dot at the head of the character person, but now there were 2 dots next to Xiaobei. It seemed that Wei Wei was retreating. This was very puzzling. After thinking carefully, Gao Lishir said, "Could that be an artillery formation? What kind of formation is Cuckoo using? If there are artillery soldiers, it means that there are bullets in front of them. Why is there a need to arrange a formation? She could just charge forward and be done with it. I don't understand. I don't understand. We don't know either. We'll ask later." Li Longji was also very puzzled. During this short period of time, Zhang Xiaobao and the others had already reached the bottom of the stairs, where the officials were parallel to each other. They stopped in their tracks. Li Longji turned on the microphone and asked in a very gentle voice, "Did Minister Zhang and Minister Wang just come back from the examination hall?" "Replying to Your Majesty, that's right. That's why we came late. We hope Your Majesty will forgive us." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bowed together and replied, "Not guilty, not guilty. With Minister Zhang's talent, becoming the top scorer will be as easy as pie. We congratulate Minister Zhang first." Li Longji suppressed the urge to ask Zhang Xiaobao if he had a good plan and tried to speak in a calm tone. The people who opposed the Zhang family and the Wang family looked nervously at the 11 people and silently cursed. The emperor's words were too empty. What did he mean by becoming the top scorer? Wasn't the fall quarter examinations just for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? If he couldn't become the top scorer, what was the point of the fall quarter examinations? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care what other people thought. He replied, "Many thanks for Your Majesty's words. This subject has come to deliver the imperial edict and report that the post-disaster reconstruction of Hongnong County in Gua Province of Hunan Province has been completed. 613 Hunan Province officials involved in the disaster have been escorted to the capital." "Me too. I'm this subject." Zhang Xiaobao had just finished speaking when Xiaobei shouted from behind. Following her words, the 2 wings of the wild goose formation immediately separated. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Hai, who were on either side of her, stood in a straight line with her. They were no longer in a horizontal line like before. Xiao Yuan was in front, Xiaobei was in the middle, and Xiao Hai was at the back. This caused the main line to become a long snake formation. The three people directly walked towards their older brother and older sister. When they saw the position behind the two rooms, Zhang Xiaobao took a step forward to the left, while Wang Wan took a step backward to the right. Zhang Xiaobao took a step forward to the left, while Wang Wan took a step backward to the right, strengthening the main line's offense and defense. The two wings of three people each formed a word formation. One was in front of the main line, while the other was in front of the main line. They formed a long snake formation diagonally with the main line, moving forward and backward slowly, with the main line following. The military officials in the imperial court secretly cheered, while the civil officials frowned. They didn't understand why Zhang Xiaobao and his group insisted on changing the formation in Hunyuan Palace Hall. After Li Longji saw this, he smiled and said, "Oh? Xiaobei also came to deliver the imperial edict?" "Yes. Replying to your majesty, this subject and my colleagues received your majesty's imperial edict and traveled through the night to Hongnong County. We immediately stabilized the situation and captured the fugitives who wanted to escape. This is now done. This subject is waiting to deliver the imperial edict." This time, Xiaobei didn't mention the 1,300,000 strings of cash. Li Longji breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. He agreed with Xiaobei's words. They did get up immediately after receiving the order. Whether it was day or night, not all officials could do this. Some people curled their lips in their hearts. They didn't believe that after Zhang Xiaobao and the others returned, they didn't meet with the emperor and insisted on coming to the imperial court to deliver the imperial edict. Li Longji waved his hand at Xiaobei and said, "Minister, come to Zhen's side. Zhen has something to ask. If Jidushi Zhang doesn't have anything important to say, please return to your seat first. Zhen will continue the imperial court." Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't say anything now. He and Wang Wan stood next to Zhang Zhong, squeezing the people around them down. Xiaobei and the other 9 children ran up the stairs by stepping on the carvings in the middle of the steps. Xiaobei leaned against the side of the dragon throne. The other 8 children weren't as noisy as Xiaobei and stood at the back. The back was warmer than the front. The weather wasn't too cold, so the heater wasn't on. Just now, Zhen mentioned the matter of investing in the Ministry of Works. "Have you all thought about it?" As Li Longji spoke, he moved to the side, indicating that Xiaobei could sit next to him. Xiaobei looked at her father with a frightened expression and shook her head. She didn't dare to sit next to him. The last time she sat next to him, she was scolded when she went back. Not only did her father scold her, but her mother and grandparents also scolded her. Only her brothers and sisters were the best. She didn't know that her brothers and sisters didn't care about imperial power. It was just sitting there for a while. It wasn't like they were stealing your position. It was just a country's leader. Who was afraid of who? After Li Longji finished speaking, only Zhang Zhong glared at Xiaobei. The others pretended not to see it. The censorate always remained silent in front of Xiaobei, because no one had a clean tail behind them. The main issue was whether or not to participate in the investment. "Your Majesty, I am willing to invest 1,000 strings of coins into the research of the Ministry of Works." Zhang Jiuling was the first to stand up. "Your Majesty, I am also willing to invest 600 strings of coins." Li Linfu followed. "Your Majesty, I would like to invest 2,000 strings of coins." Another person spoke. It was obvious that he came from a wealthy family. "Your Majesty, I..." The officials began to speak one after another. Without waiting for them to finish speaking, Li Longji coughed and said, "Everyone, please don't be anxious. After the court is dismissed, I will get someone to record the amount for the next topic." "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Under Wang Bei's signal, an official from the censorate gritted his teeth and stepped forward. It was unknown whether it was because of the cold wind in the late autumn morning or because he wasn't feeling well, but his voice was trembling. He looked at the tablet in his hand and didn't look at Zhang Xiaobao. "Speak." Li Longji spat out a word. The person who stood up took 2 deep breaths and swallowed his saliva. His voice was still trembling as he said, "I am not accusing you. I am just casually speaking. There are too many guards around General Xue Yun's house. Your Majesty sent the Jinwu guards, which is against the rules. I hope General Xue Yun's good friend can reduce the impact." Li Longji sneered in his heart. "Since you dare to stand up, why hide? If Xue Yun was a person, of course I wouldn't send the Jinwu guards. But he is an eagle. He doesn't have a mansion or guards. If the Jinwu guards don't go, will Xiaobao agree to give me 2 eagles? Li Longji was, after all, the emperor. He said, "Oh, let me ask General Xue Yun's good friend." Without waiting for him to ask, Zhang Xiaobao stood up expressionlessly and said, "Your Majesty, I have been busy these past few days. Xue Yun and Hong Wan's son is still young. I plan to finish my business in the capital and take them with me when I return to Sanshui County. Your Majesty can withdraw the Jinwu guards first. I will shrink the defense circle and deploy more hot air balloons and small boats in the lake. When the little eagles won't be tortured to death by moving around, I will immediately take them back. Thank you for your reminder. May I know your surname? In the future, I, Zhang Xiaobao, will return to Xue Yun's family and properly repay your kindness." Xiao Bei pouted. Her big eyes widened even more as she looked over angrily. The person from the censorate sat down on the ground and looked up at Wang Bei, hoping to get help. However, Wang Bei lowered his head with a gloomy face and ignored everyone. He didn't expect that after testing the waters, Zhang Xiaobao would have such a big reaction. He was too arrogant. If this continued, the country would no longer be a country. The person from the censorate felt cold. He clenched his fists and stood up again. He first said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, this official's legs suddenly cramped. Please forgive me." Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Lord Zhang, this official is the censorate's attendant censorate. Please excuse me." After he finished speaking, he stretched out his neck and looked like he was about to be killed. Zhang Xiaobao saw him like this and nodded, "Thank you." He immediately said to Xiao Bei, who had left the dragon chair and was about to walk out of the Hanyuan store, "Xiao Bei, come back. Just stay here." Xiao Bei stopped her stealthy movements and turned back in dissatisfaction. The censorate surnamed Chen was no longer cold. His whole body was drenched in sweat. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao gratefully and returned to his position. He knew very well that he wouldn't be retaliated against. What Xiao Bei wanted to do was very simple. She wanted to go out of the palace and find someone to bring his information here. Was his butt clean? Was there a need to ask? If he really let her go out, he would be arrested by her before the morning court ended. Even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Zhang Xiaobao, you're a good person. You don't want to lower yourself to my level. Wang Bei, you're good. Just you wait. Li Longji saw that Zhang Xiaobao didn't pursue the matter, so he didn't care anymore. He said, "Since that's the case, I will first withdraw the Jinwu guards and let General Xue Yun's family be alone. She can ask her comrades to help protect them." The so-called comrades referred to the people from Tubo. Usually, they would stay outside the city. Once Li Longji opened his mouth, it meant that they could come in and stay by the lake. This group of people was stronger than the Jinwu guards. Some of the officials secretly laughed, while some felt sad with Wang Bei. Next topic. Gao Lishir shouted from the side. Chapter 957. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have anything to do with this. Li Longji asked the officials to discuss how to spend the money. After the autumn harvest, most of the regions would hand in the grain and pay taxes. The grain collected by the local government would first be stored locally, and then distributed according to the needs of each region. The cost and demand would then be verified and distributed in a unified manner to reduce losses during the transportation process. The money would be directly deposited into the bank. When the local government needed money, they would send a telegram to the higher-ups and allow them to keep some private savings according to the different regions and ranks. If there was an emergency, the local government could temporarily borrow from the bank without interest, and the bank would send someone to monitor whether the money was used for the specific purpose. In this way, the statistics would be compiled very quickly. Before the end of the year, the financial accounts of the imperial court would be more or less clear. The remaining income before the end of the year would be calculated again at the beginning of the year. Originally, some officials thought that there was no need for a second calculation. They said that there was only 1 or 2 months left and that there wouldn't be much of an impact after the autumn harvest. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan firmly disagreed. If the local government was given 2 months of free time, the funds would not be deposited into the bank. 2 months of free cash flow was too terrifying. At the same time before the new year, the consumption would increase exponentially, so the taxes would naturally not be low. Li Longji didn't have to think too much about what he said to the various officials and Zhang Xiaobao. The second calculation was settled. Today's court assembly was only for the sake of spending money. Li Longji asked the various departments what they wanted to do in the coming year and how much money they needed. Then, they wouldn't give the money immediately. They would have to conduct an audit first. Perhaps this was the reason why some officials hated Zhang Xiaobao. Before the audit, Li Longji had to understand the general situation. Li Longji was in a good mood as he watched the provincial officials bicker about how they wanted to get a bigger share of the money. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, looked much better. At the very least, the Ministry of Revenue had an additional 130 million strings of cash this year. He was full of confidence. When he saw the emperor looking at him, he would nod to express that he didn't feel any pressure. Because the Ministry of Works didn't need to pay for the Ministry of Revenue scientific research, the remaining expenses were nothing. Oh, it should be said that it was a drop in the bucket. Moreover, Zhang Zhong might not ask for money from him. His son could just casually think of a plan and the funds would come out. The officials were still arguing. Now that there were more and more departments under the imperial court and the local governments, there would always be artificial overlaps when doing things. For example, the Ministry of Revenue was in charge of money, but the Ministry of Justice also had a subordinate office that was specifically in charge of economic cases. If an official committed an economic case, the Ministry of Civil Affairs could also intervene. Even the Supreme Court and the Censorate had to intervene. The head of the Secretariat could skip over the department directly under him and issue a decree to hold him accountable. The officials knew that the Imperial Court had money, but it had to go through an audit. Normally, the Imperial Court's audit department would just audit it. The private bank could not ask about the details of the direct transfer of funds. If the Imperial Court gave it, the other party would ask for it. You just had to take the money. But the money earned in the private bank belonged to the emperor, and Zhang Xiaobao was always in charge of it. How could he not have someone investigate? How could the emperor not ask when he found out the problem? In other words, they could bribe the auditors of the imperial court, but not the manager of the bank. This caused the auditors to not dare to accept bribes. At this moment, the officials were fighting for places where their functions overlapped. They wanted to snatch the right to speak and thus obtain more funds. As for whether there would be a situation where the funds were not used, it depended on the situation. They didn't dare to do big things that involved the people's livelihood, but they could always do small things. They could use a small portion here and squeeze out a little there. That way they would have more money to live. Noisy, noisy. You only know how to quarrel. Let's quarrel. I'll see who wins and gets more money. I'll set my eyes on that person. The Ministry of Rights wants money for office supplies? Didn't they change a batch last year? Xiao Bei was still hungry and was annoyed by the noise below. She leaned against the chair and muttered. Suddenly, she heard the loud voice of an official not far away. She was puzzled. Li Longji was in a good mood. He saw Zhang Zhong, Xiao Bao, and Cuckoo whispering to each other. When he heard Xiao Bei's voice, he stretched out his arm and carried Xiao Bei to the side. He whispered to Xiao Bei, "Your father is busy talking to your brother. It's fine to sit for a while." "Thank you, Uncle Emperor. I'm really tired from standing. I haven't eaten yet. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm thinking about how to deal with the officials." Xiao Bei shrunk her body as much as she could. The armrest of the chair was high so she could hide her eyes. Since she could not see her father, she felt her father could not see her as well. As for her swaying legs and hair that was adorned with many accessories, she could not care less. Li Longji held back his laughter. "It's indeed tiring. What do you want to eat later?" Xiao Bei smacked her lips. "Let's have some porridge. Sister said that brother was so angry that he vomited blood yesterday. Let's have a dish of Lu Zhou's local shrimp sauce. The main dish? We'll eat whatever we have. We won't trouble the people in the imperial kitchen. We have to prepare more porridge. Brother can't eat anything hard." Who angered him so much that he vomited blood? Li Longji was not sure. He did not hear anyone barging into the palace last night. "I don't know. It should be about the explosion. When I woke up this morning, I heard someone say that there was an explosion in the Ministry of Works. A huge fireball flew up, and someone was injured." Xiao Bei shook her head. She was very concerned about the Ministry of Works. At the mention of the Ministry of Works, she heard the people from the Ministry of Rights talking about the money for office supplies. She turned to Li Longji and asked, "Uncle Emperor, I remember that you renovated the various ministries last year. The Ministry of Rights also sent office supplies to my house. Why do they still want money? Should we send them to him again?" Li Longji patted Xiao Bei's head and explained to her, "He wants money, not things. As for the so-called office supplies, he doesn't dare to mention tables and chairs. So he said that it's brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. He also wants paper clips, tacks, and thumbtacks. Also, the various ceremonial items from the Ministry of Rights are worn out. If you give them the money, they'll buy them themselves. If you give them the money, how is he going to spend the money?" Ha! Xiao Bei had never heard her brother and sister say such things before. She did not understand why she had to spend her own money. "You don't understand, right?" Li Longji asked. He did not wait for Xiao Bei's reply. He continued to explain, if he spends his own money, the price can be slightly higher. The seller's profits have to be lowered as well. With the excess, he can. Embezzlement? Ah, that's smart. Wait for me. Xiao Bei jumped down and ran to her brother's side. She said a few words before she returned. She looked at her father warily. When she saw that her father was not looking at her, she climbed back onto the chair. She met Li Longji's gaze and said, "I asked my brother just now, and he said that he knows. He doesn't care because he doesn't have enough money. He said that if he really wants to manage it, it's simple. All he has to do is buy everything and add a supervisor. But he also said that even if he does that, the effect won't be great. There will always be a way to obtain benefits. It will also give the supervisor too much power. But if we use bidding, it will still be effective. My brother said that he doesn't have time to manage it. He asked me to think about it and discuss it with Xiao Yuan and the others." Li Longji's eyes lit up. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao. When he saw that Xiaobao was still talking to his father, he turned back to look at Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur gave him a look that said, "My adopted son is only capable of this." As for how capable he was, it was obvious just now. When he was talking to his father, his sister went to ask. After that, he came up with an idea and coaxed his sister. "Brother said that it's not okay?" Xiao Bei asked. It's fine. After the meal, I'll look for the officials to discuss. Although there will be benefits as long as someone manages it, it's more convenient to manage a small number of people. I'll save money and treat you to candy." Li Longji really planned to do as he said. Although Xiao Bao said it casually, it was still worth 1,000 gold. Xiao Bei smiled and blinked. "Okay, I want to eat the candies from Darling's Candy House." "Darling's Candy House? Where is it?" Li Longji imitated Xiao Bei and blinked his eyes. "Have you heard of Savant's restaurant? Darling's Candy House has rented a small room below the flagship store. This shows that they are a very capable business. In the future, they will have branches all over Great Tang. They will sell all kinds of children's candies, and the slogan is Savant starts from a child. They have also set up a membership system and often give out beautiful toys. The quality of the products is good, and the price is reasonable. The packaging is beautiful. It is the best gift for friends, family, and children." Xiao Bei excitedly introduced the candies, as if he was very familiar with them. Li Longji pretended to be interested and asked, "Can adults and elders eat them? We can't let the children eat by themselves while the adults watch, right?" Xiao Bei was stunned. After a while he said, "Wait for me for a while." Then, he ran to the back and gathered with Xiao Yuan and the others. They began to discuss in low voices, and it was very lively. Listening to the quarrel that showed no signs of stopping, Li Longji closed his eyes and rested for a while. At this time, Xiao Bei ran back. He smiled at Li Longji and said, "I went to tell them what to eat later. I asked them to eat the same as I did, and they all agreed." "That's good." Li Longji nodded. "Uncle Emperor, what were we talking about earlier?" "Oh, I remember now. We were talking about adults and elders, right?" Xiao Bei tried to recall. Then he smiled and said, "Uncle Emperor, your problem will be solved soon. When I came back from Hongnong, I heard something about Darling's Candy House." "What is it?" Li Longji cooperated. "It's about the problem you raised. Darling's Candy House will be launching a new activity tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow is about right. There's enough time. They will launch a new activity to make candies and pastries suitable for adults and elders. They will use high-quality ingredients and taste good. Why are they doing this? Because they have the same idea as you. Aya, great minds think alike. Yes. Great minds think alike, but there's a slight difference. They don't sell directly to adults and elders. Instead, they sell sets. For example, a tiger father won't have a dog son set, a war brothers set, a mother-daughter set, a parent-child family set, 3 generations under the same roof, 4 generations under the same roof, and so on. Their marketing slogan is, "The sweetest thing is Darling's Candy House's pastry honey. The happiest way to eat it is to taste it with family." How about it? Is it good? Xiaobei smiled proudly and took 2 deep breaths. It was not easy to say the words that he had just memorized word for word. Hiss. Li Longji's teeth started to hurt even before he ate the candy. He looked at Xiaobei in shock. Then, Wei Wei got up and looked behind them. He saw the 8 children staring at them with wide eyes. Gao Lishe revealed a gratified smile with a hint of pride. Just like when Xiaobei said there was a difference, there was a hint of pride. Li Longji turned around and met Xiaobei's expectant gaze. He nodded fiercely and said, "Good, that's great. Compared to Darling's Candy House's money-making methods, those noisy officials should all be farming. They have lived for so long in vain. They should feel ashamed and ashamed." Xiaobei was satisfied. He smiled sweetly and humbly and said, "That's not necessary. They are also very hardworking. There are specializations in every field. It's good that they are old." Big Brother said before that living is wealth. If it weren't for the fact that there are young people who are good at being officials and making money to compare with them, they really are not bad. These officials are also afraid of comparisons. Li Longji seemed to be talking to Xiaobei, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Then, he turned on the microphone and said, "Everyone, please wait for a moment." Hanyuan Palace Hall instantly regained its silence. It was as if the commotion just now was just a dream. Everyone still felt that it was normal. Life was a dream, after all. Seeing that everyone had quietened down, Li Longji said, "Make a detailed report of the various expenditures for next year and submit it to the Secretariat. That's all for today. Dismissed." After that, Li Longji walked back. Xiaobei and the others, as well as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, followed him. Zhang Zhong rejected his son's suggestion to eat with him, saying that there was good food back at the ministry and that he had brought food boxes at home. It was better than the Ministry of Works canteen. The other officials also left one after another. Those who felt hungry again wanted to go back to look for food. They didn't dare to leave with the emperor to eat. After knowing that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't suitable for strenuous exercise recently, Li Longji didn't let him cook or give him medicine. He didn't lack medicine. The only thing he could do was to let the chefs in the imperial kitchen put the rice and chicken together and cook it over a large fire. They cooked until the rice grains couldn't be seen and looked like paste. In the end, there was a layer of paste under the porridge, which was the rice crust. He asked Xiaobei to take it and divide it among the 9 of them as snacks. Everyone chatted as they ate. Gao Lishe told Zhang Xiaobao about what happened just now. It was about the candy house. Xiaobei was so embarrassed that he buried his head in the bowl. Wang Wan sighed. What kind of person taught what kind of students? If the 9 of them were to do this, they would have to open up many chain stores to form a brand. During the meal, Zhang Xiaobao suggested a few more ideas, and Li Longji agreed to them one by one. When he asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan about what the other country was like, the 2 of them were speechless. Zhang Xiaobao could only choose what he could to describe to Li Longji. He did not dare to tell Li Longji that an airplane could fly around the Earth in a day. If a small nuclear warhead was dropped on Beijing, the entire city would be destroyed. He was afraid that Li Longji would feel despair, and he was even more afraid that Li Longji would ask why they could come over in a day but didn't come over to fight. He couldn't possibly tell Li Longji that they were peace-loving and invented the nuclear warhead to make it easier to develop. They wanted to plant crops in a large forest in a few years, so they blew it up and waited a few years to plant crops there. Not to mention Li Longji. Even Xiaobei wouldn't believe such words. After the meal, Zhang Xiaobao had finished talking about the matter. He was only 40% or 30% full, and he always felt that his stomach was empty. After the meal, he brought his siblings home and went to the lakeside in the afternoon. Xiao Bei and the others were busy implementing the new candy house plan and looking for people to design it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gathered a lot of information to prepare for the upcoming military examination. That afternoon, more and more officials came to invest. They handed over their deposit certificates and asked if their relatives could participate, but Li Longji bluntly refused. There were many officials above the 5th rank in Beijing, and there were also those who were qualified to participate in the morning court. They belonged to special departments, but were below the 5th rank. The officials who were most hesitant were those who opposed the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to earn back the money they invested and would be cheated, but they were also afraid that if they didn't invest, they wouldn't get any benefits in the future. At noon, they received news that other than their group of officials, the other officials who could attend the court had things sent in the name of Savant's restaurant. For example, potatoes, corn, sweet potatoes, ginseng, velvet antlers, and other good things. They were the kind that couldn't be bought with money. All of them scolded Zhang Xiaobao for being vengeful, but none of them were willing to change their attitudes. After some discussion, they felt that it was better to invest. When the time came, they would split the money with the other officials. How could Zhang Xiaobao not give it to them? Thus, a rare scene occurred. The officials who didn't get along with the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families raised more money and sent it to the cashier's office with the spirit of the wind. When Zhang Zhong heard this, he shook his head helplessly. He knew that if his son Xiaobao really wanted to split the money, it was impossible that he wouldn't give the officials a portion of the money. However, his son could make the money not generate profits and use other excuses to compensate the other officials. Sigh. I'd better pretend to be weak. It's not good to be too strong, Zhang Zhong muttered. He lowered his head and continued to think about the Ministry of Works. The afternoon sun shone down warmly. Without looking up, one could see the white clouds. One moment they turned into a pig, and the next moment they turned into a sheep. Zhang Ju, who worked in the Ministry of War, planned to find a restaurant to eat. Before that, he went to a state-owned telegraph company to send a telegram to his family. Someone would help deliver it to his home. He had already made up his mind to bring his family over and bring his 2 children who had never seen each other to play in the capital with his wife. They would go to Hibiscus Garden, the zoo, and Savant's restaurant for a meal. Then, they would walk around the east and west markets. He might not be able to see the new animals in the zoo, but if he really couldn't, he would ask Zhang Jidushi for help. He had to let his children kowtow to him. Yes, Zhang Jidushi said that he would think of a way to solve the housing problem. He wondered if he had gone to see the emperor today. Zhang Ju walked along the road. In this environment where the sky was high and the clouds were light, he couldn't describe what he was feeling at this moment. He kept feeling like he was in a trance. During his days in the capital, he had to walk this road every day. But today, it seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. Everything around him was right in front of him. It was as if he was walking on the edge of the sky. Zhang Ju, who seemed to have lost his soul, strolled to a small shop selling soup pancakes. He could only come out to eat by himself or bring a food box. There was no one to make food boxes for him, unlike the Ministry of Works and the Western Agriculture Temple, which had a special canteen. Lord Zhang, you're here? As soon as Zhang Ju entered the shop, the waiter greeted him with a smile. Don't call me Lord. What kind of Lord am I? I'm just a small official. Give me a bowl of zhajiang noodles with meat sauce and no more noodles. It's just a copper coin. Thank you for teaching me how to speak and do things yesterday. Zhang Ju waved his hand and found a place where no one was around to sit down. Then call me Big Brother Zhang. Big Brother Zhang. Did you use the method I told you yesterday? Who is the high official you want to see? I might have heard of him. The waiter habitually wiped the clean table with a cloth and asked with a smile. Then he shouted to the kitchen behind him. Zhajiang noodles. I used it, but it didn't work. I want to hear the truth. I understand now. The higher the official, the more amiable he is. Zhang Ju sighed. Big Brother Zhang, you haven't said who it is. Tell me, I might know. The waiter was curious. Zhang Ju was amused and said, Of course you know. I saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. I'll give you the money first. Otherwise, you'll forget about it after you finish eating. Here, take it. Zhang Ju pulled the stupefied waiter over and gave him 3 copper coins. Hold it well. Don't lose it and say I didn't give it to you. Zhang Ju reminded him again. Only then did the waiter react. His hands trembled and his voice trembled. Big brother Zhang, you saw the two of them? Did you see them? What did they look like? See, I told you. I saw them, but they were different from what I imagined. They looked like a perfect match. When they talked, I didn't feel the power of an official. It was like chatting with a good friend. They even taught me how to sing and gave me wine. The more Zhang Ju spoke, the more excited he became. As a result, many people gathered around him. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly and listened quietly. As they listened, they also became excited. No one knew why they were so excited. It wasn't until the waiter in the kitchen called out several times that everyone moved back and chose a new seat. The tables around Zhang Ju were all full. Because there were too many people fighting for the table, it was empty in the end. The waiter served the noodles and returned 1 copper coin to Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju looked at the noodles. In addition to the meat sauce, there was also a spoonful of mayonnaise. Puzzled, he asked, "This is?" The mayonnaise was added for Big Brother Zhang. The meat sauce noodles cost 2 copper coins. The waiter was much more respectful. A person who could see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and talk to them was worth a small spoonful of mayonnaise. Didn't you say the price of meat increased by 1 copper coin the day before yesterday? It increased from 11 copper coins to 17 copper coins. Is your shop planning to lose money? Zhang Ju thought that the waiter was deliberately saying this. Before the waiter could answer, another person who was also eating beside him said to Zhang Ju, "It increased by 1 day. Just 1 day. Yesterday, it was 10 copper coins. Today it became 9 copper coins." Someone said that Zhang Xiaobao was angry and said that the price had exceeded 50%. He told the meat sellers to reduce the price and spit out the extra money. After spitting out the extra money, he would return to the original price. It wasn't that meat seller, it was that meat seller. Which meat seller? Zhang Ju was puzzled. It was those who delivered meat to the capital. Carts and boats. Someone said that they were frightened and knelt in front of Zhang Xiaobao for the entire night, another person said. Nonsense. Yesterday, Zhang Xiaobao took the exam. How could meat sellers enter the exam hall? I only left at midnight. Why didn't I see them? Zhang Ju refuted with facts. How would I know? Anyway, it dropped. Other than Zhang Xiaobao, who else could make these merchants so scared? It was like a mouse bumping into a cat. That person said, unconvinced. Zhang Ju sighed again in his heart. This is fame. But who knew that the person who said this and made the entire Great Tang upper realm tremble also likes to tell jokes? In that case, you'll be busy again with more meat sauce? Zhang Ju asked the waiter. Busy. Busy is the only way to make money. I'll be even busier in 2 days. I'll have to work outside the city to deliver noodles. The waiter looked happy because the shop belonged to his family. He would take over as the shopkeeper in the future. There's work outside the city? Brother Zhang, don't you know? The Ministry of War mobilized many imperial guards today to work with the soldiers from Tufan outside the city to expand the city. Originally, it was to expand to the west. Didn't Zhang Xiaobao enter the palace today and tell the emperor to expand in all directions? The emperor agreed and expanded in all directions. He also mobilized the army, saying that this will be considered as military training. First, he wants to build a house near the current city for the soldiers' families to live in. He also said that they will spend the new year together. The waiter was well informed and told Zhang Ju everything. Zhang Ju took 2 deep breaths and lowered his head. In just a few moments, the bowl of noodles had been stuffed into his stomach. He didn't even bother to drink the thick sauce soup anymore. After bidding farewell to the waiter, he hurriedly ran out. Chapter 958. Zhang Ju displayed the same reaction speed as when he was guarding the Fengzhou Pass. His legs alternated rapidly while his eyes looked forward. He very naturally dodged the pedestrians one by one and ran quickly toward the west gate. He didn't lose his mind and foolishly ran toward the east gate, which was the furthest away from the store. Instead, he instinctively chose the shortest path, which was the west gate, due to his high level of excitement. As a captain who was good at guarding, judging the situation was a basic skill. Physical strength, horsepower, distance, speed, obstacles, enemy reaction and so on. Even if the enemy launched a surprise attack, he had to quickly respond. Of course, most of the time he was on the defensive. This was because when it came time to return to the flag, he had to lead two groups of people and stand under the mountain flag. Being as immovable as a mountain wasn't a tortoise. It was stability and scheming. At this moment, he had already calculated the distance and his physical strength. He controlled his speed to the optimum level and ran toward the west gate. The passers-by who were overtaken by him all raised their eyebrows and praised his good leg strength. After running for nearly half an hour, Zhang Ju stood at the west gate of Chang'an, which was also the gate of golden light. He even crossed a bridge along the way. After adjusting his breathing, Zhang Ju walked toward the outside of the city. As he looked around, he could already see the dust flying in the air. He continued to walk forward. After another quarter of an hour, he was even closer to the construction site. From time to time, carriages carrying thick planks and sand would pass by him. Zhang Ju didn't care about the dust at all. He closed his mouth and breathed through his nose. With his eyelids closed, he could even endure the wind blowing through the grassland, let alone the dust from the construction site. As he strolled around, Zhang Ju felt a sense of familiarity toward everyone he saw. Even the boil-ridden wooden planks appeared so unique and full of artistic aura. He recalled what Zhang Xiaobao said last night. He said that it wasn't worth it to think of a solution for him alone. It would be even easier to gift him a courtyard. Today, he finally understood the meaning of those words. Zhang Xiaobao would either not do anything, or if he did, it would definitely be a big deal. No matter how amiable he was, no matter how good his singing was, his status as a person above everyone else was unshakable. Along the way, Zhang Ju wasn't stopped by anyone. It wasn't because of his status as an official, but rather because he wasn't wearing an official's uniform. In the capital, other than Xiaobei and the others who would swagger through the streets wearing officials' uniforms, it was very rare to see someone wearing an official's uniform. A rank 6 official was a county magistrate in Shangxian. What was he in the capital? He couldn't even enter the morning court, let alone a minor official like Zhang Ju. The others didn't stop him because he couldn't take much away, and they didn't dare to cause trouble. The Imperial Army and the soldiers from Fandi were in charge of the construction here, so how could ordinary people dare to find trouble with them? Zhang Ju had assessed the situation himself, and the Imperial Guard had seen it as well. He believed that the other party dared to fight to the death, but in terms of fighting prowess, he could tell from the other party's eyes that he was far from being a match for the other party. The most threatening ones were the people who came from the countryside. Their pupils were always shrinking to the smallest degree, and the flesh on their cheekbones moved slightly. With one look, he knew that they were all people who had killed before, just like him. This is the present that Zhang Xiaobao gave to Wang Wan during their engagement. It is indeed extraordinary, Zhang Ju thought to himself. He had seen the scene of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's engagement, and the shock it gave him was indescribable. Who would dare to steal in such a place? Zhang Ju continued walking and arrived at the construction site where the workers were hired from. Individually, their skills were pretty good, but when they were organized, they couldn't compare to the military. After walking around for half an hour, Zhang Ju arrived at a new construction site. He was shocked by the efficiency of the other party. It was fast, steady, and accurate. Building a house was like a child playing with building blocks. It was very easy, and it even gave people a feeling that it was as smooth as flowing water. The rhythm of the construction made people feel comfortable and beautiful. When he saw the flag erected at the construction site, Zhang Ju was no longer surprised. This was because the word Zhang was written on the flag. This word represented the Zhangjing Construction Group, a group set up by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This was what they usually played with. This was a group that didn't purposely pursue profits. Instead, it created a brand for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's other businesses. Zhang Ju understood, and he also understood that many people understood as well. Zhang Xiaobao had said that a business group that only pursued profits in the livelihood of the people had to be suppressed. This was because there were too many smart people, and they would always be able to think of good ways to reduce costs. Those that were achieved through technology could be supported, but those that were done through materials were unforgivable. Zhang Ju stopped walking and stood at the side of the construction site, admiring it. He decided that when his wife and children came over, he would settle down here. He found an excuse for himself. It's not that I don't believe in the houses built by the Imperial Army and others, But I'm more willing to believe in Zhengzheng Construction's reputation and capability. What if there's a missing wedge somewhere else? Zhang Ju looked and waited. He knew that when his family arrived, the houses here would definitely be completed, and the facilities inside wouldn't be bad. Zhang Ju looked and wanted to enter the construction site, intending to see how Zhengzheng Construction was doing with his own eyes. However, he was stopped by the people guarding the entrance of the construction site, telling him that it was dangerous inside. Not daring to challenge the authority of Zhengzheng Construction, Zhang Ju could only move to the side and look through the fence. He saw the people inside working busily and calmly. He imagined the situation after his family arrived, and he felt the sun getting warmer and the sky getting bluer. Zhang Ju wasn't the only one who came to join in the fun. There were old people who came out for a stroll, women who had just finished their chores at home, and toddlers who were carried to the side of the construction site. The servants who came out to buy things from the large mansions also wanted to take a look so that they could inform their masters when they returned. Those who are carrying the child, hurry up and leave. A few people come here and ask those who are carrying the child to leave. With the sky full of dust, whose responsibility will it be if they fall ill from choking? I'm talking about you. Why are you stuffing things into your child's hands? What if you put the wooden wedge in his mouth and swallow it? Zhang Ju was dreaming of his own dreams when a voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned around and saw a person ordering people to chase away those who were carrying the child. This person's bearing was much better than ordinary people. Most likely, he was in charge of more people. The person carrying the child felt as if he had committed a crime. He didn't dare to say a word and protected the child as he walked out. Wait. Zhang Ju saw that person speak again. I told you to wait. I have candy on me. Everyone, take a piece and put it in your mouth. It's fate that we met. You have to watch the child carefully. Doesn't the Dei Hospital in the capital give out free booklets? Why don't you go get one and read it properly when you go back? Zhang Ju saw that the person who spoke stopped 3 people carrying the child and took out the candy from his pocket. It was obvious from the beautiful packaging that it came from Precious Candy House. In reply to this big brother, I'm illiterate. A woman carrying a child took the candy and said to the man. She peeled off the candy wrapper and took a look. She bit off a corner of the candy and stuffed it into the child's mouth. The child who tasted the sweetness closed his mouth tightly and raised his eyebrows with a smile on his face. If you're illiterate, ask someone. There are many examinees in the capital. Ask the examinees who have words on their chests and white clouds on their chests. If anyone dares to not answer, drag them to the savants' pavilion, and tell them that they will be disqualified from the imperial examinations. Even if they pass, they will be removed. Zhang Ju was shocked this time. From the words of this person, it seemed that he could decide the future of the examinees of Jianjia Academy. Who was this person? After the woman happily expressed her thanks and told her child that she had met a noble person and that she would be rich in the future, she left. Before Zhang Ju could approach the man himself, the man turned his head and smiled at Zhang Ju. Lord Zhang, you're really here. It took me a long time to find you. You're looking for me? Zhang Ju was surprised. Yes. Why else would I go to the construction site? It's not my turn to be a supervisor. Lord Zhang, are you here to look at houses? That person asked politely. You are? Zhang Ju was puzzled. It seemed that this person had come for him. You can just call me Xueqi. Lord Zhang, can you come with me? The person who called himself Xueqi was still as polite as before. Zhang Ju swallowed a mouthful of saliva and waved his hand repeatedly. Don't call me Lord. And don't say you. Brother Su, what do you want to talk to me about? Without the other party's introduction, Zhang Ju already knew who this person was. This was an old man who had followed the Zhang family and Wang family out of Sanshui County. He had great power in his hands. It was no wonder that he could casually take candy from the Precious Candy House. It was also no wonder that he felt that Jianjia Academy was alienating the examinees. The name was ordinary, but the person was definitely not simple. How could someone who could be sent out by the Zhang family and Wang family be ordinary? Then, I'll call you Brother Ju. Let's find a place to talk. Xueqi's voice was still as deep and gentle. When one's status reached a certain level, there was no need to deliberately pretend. Besides, he had always thought of himself as a servant who had been recognized by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Compared to his master, He couldn't show his ability. Zhang Ju didn't expect that after meeting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan yesterday, Xueqi would personally come looking for him today. He was really flattered. He didn't ask how the other party found him. That was a question that only a fool would ask. After nodding, Zhang Ju was led by Xueqi to a room not far from the construction site. Just as he sat down, someone brought in 2 bowls of hot vegetarian soup. Xueqi blew on the soup and drank a spoonful before saying to Zhang Ju, "I won't treat you to tea. It's cold outside, so drink the hot soup. Actually, I haven't eaten yet, so I'll drink a bowl of soup to fill my stomach. After talking to you, I still have to drink with others." How could Zhang Ju be picky about this? Besides, the soup was pretty good. There were actually fried potato strips in it. He had eaten potatoes once before, and it was very similar to taro. It was said that he ate more French than taro. This bowl of soup was much more expensive than the fried noodles he had just eaten. After drinking a mouthful of soup, Zhang Ju felt a warm current flowing into his stomach. It was indeed very comfortable. He asked Brother Su, "Why are you looking for me?" "Xiao Bao's eldest son asked me to come and choose a set of furniture for you. He said that you have to be comfortable when your family comes. He also said that there will be a new set of amusement facilities in a few days. It's at the unsinking lake, the soaking pool, the clothing, the jewelry store and so on. In short, it's to let the children have fun." Xueqi didn't stand on ceremony with Zhang Ju. He chewed on a piece of meat and explained. Zhang Ju was very touched. Zhang Xiaobao was so busy all day, but he still remembered him and specially sent a trusted aide to arrange things for his family after they arrived. He was clearly fighting for his face and letting his wife see his ability. He was also letting his child know his father's ability. He really couldn't repay this favor. "Brother Su, you specially came to the capital for my matter? How is that possible? I've been in the capital since last month. I was busy with the matter of merchants from other countries coming to the capital for a social gathering. Just now, I was caught by Xiao Bao's eldest son. He asked me to work for the Ministry of Works and raise funds for the Ministry of Works." Xueqi wasn't afraid that the other party would be dissatisfied and spoke the truth. Zhang Ju was surprised. Isn't the Ministry of Revenue paying for the Ministry of Works? Recently, the Minister of Revenue has been blocking the Ministry of Works money. The eldest son said that there's no need for the Ministry of Revenue. Isn't it just money? Do you really think that you can take it? Xueqi's mouth twitched. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei? Is he delaying the Ministry of Works' official business? Zhang Ju stopped what he was doing and asked. "Don't worry about it. It's official business. There's no need for you to assassinate him. The eldest son has plenty of ways to kill him." However, the eldest son said that there needs to be voices of opposition. It's not good for ruling a country by one person. Xueqi's ability to read people's expressions wasn't bad. When he saw Zhang Ju's casual manner, he guessed what the other party wanted to do and hurriedly dissuaded him. Sure enough, Zhang Ju sighed and drank a mouthful of soup. It's still Military Governor Zhang who is benevolent and righteous. That's not it. Xiao Bei made the first move, and the eldest son tacitly allowed it. After being bullied, one can't not fight back, but it's not to the extent of taking one's life. For people like this, not taking one's life is benevolent and righteous. All right, if you say benevolent and righteous, then so be it. After all, we're good people. I'll give you a list later. You can think about the time and fill in the blanks if there's anything missing. Xueqi didn't argue with Zhang Ju. Benevolent and righteous or vicious, that was up to the benevolent and the wise. Just now, Zhang Ju had really planned to vent his anger for Zhang Xiaobao, even if he had to give up his life after seeing his family. Even if he didn't assassinate them, there would be quite a lot of security over there. However, he could at least burn down a few houses, right? Seeing that the other party didn't want him and wanted him to look at the list, he felt that it was embarrassing that he couldn't help much. He hurriedly said, "Big Brother Su's arrangements definitely won't be wrong. Let's do as Big Brother Su says. I won't look at it. Big Brother Su still has big things to do later. Even if it's a small matter, you can't leave the big matters to me. I'm just here to help you out, so there's no harm in telling you. It's just that eldest son Xiao Bao doesn't want Master to go to the Ministry of Revenue to ask for money. He's afraid that eldest son Xiao Bao won't be able to hold himself back and will seek revenge. That's why he discussed with Master during the morning court session and came up with a method to find money. I'll do the specific things. Since Xueqi had nothing to do, he decided to chat with the other party. Zhang Ju nodded repeatedly. Yes, isn't it easy for Jidushi Zhang to kill someone? Even if it's just a minister, it's said that the previous prime minister was removed from office by Jidushi Zhang. Don't mention it, don't mention it. Speaking of which, the Ministry of Works has made some small gadgets that aren't very technical. If they're sold to the people, even if they don't meet the standards and can't be used in the Ministry of Works research, they can still be used elsewhere after some slight modifications. I'll be in charge of looking for merchants and selling them at the cost of materials, labor, technical, and other costs. It's not expensive. For example, you know about methane cooking, right? When the Ministry of Works was researching a type of gasoline engine, they made a lot of nozzles that didn't meet the standards. Even now, they still don't meet the standards. However, the nozzles can't be used. Methane and other things are fine, but the pressure isn't too big. Therefore, they also used a mixture of ores to create something that isn't very pure. Eldest son Xiao Bao and Miss Cuckoo also deliberately asked people to get lead plates for protection. The main reason was that Miss Cuckoo suggested it. She said that if too much of that stuff was used, it would be life-threatening. Then, a new type of thing was created. It's a lamp that's lit with methane. I'm going to sell this thing to merchants at a cost. The Ministry of Works will send people to guide the installation and collect the fees. Also, I don't know if the things that other people make are useful. The Ministry of Works will also send technicians to check and teach them. They'll get a certain amount of money for their time. It's like how it's cold in winter, especially in the north. If you learn how to make an earth heater, smoke will leak out when you start the fire. Moreover, the heat won't be good. There are people in the Ministry of Works who know how to do it. It's just a small problem and they'll solve it for you. A portion of the money will be given to the technicians and a portion will be left for the Ministry of Works. The rest is up to me. I'll announce to the outside that as long as you make something that you don't understand, we'll help you solve it. If you really make something that we don't understand, we'll hand it over to eldest son Xiao Bao and Miss Cuckoo. The two of them will evaluate it and give you an evaluation. If you're good, we'll arrange for you to enter the Ministry of Works and let you enjoy very good treatment. If you're not willing to enter the Ministry of Works, we'll work with you. If you don't want to work with us, we'll support you to a certain extent. If you still want to sell your technology to other countries, then he deserves to die. What is the point of us soldiers risking our lives? We're risking our lives to ensure that you have a stable life so that you can research things, but you still want to sell them. Even if you go to other countries, we'll hunt you down to the end. Zhang Ju finished for Xueqi. Yes, that's how it is, but that's impossible. Eldest son Xiao Bao won't give anyone the chance to sell their technology, not even if you're the one who researched it. When you enjoy the benefits of the Great Tang, you have to be controlled by the authority of the Great Tang. Eldest son Xiao Bao said that he's a kind person and is willing to help anyone in the world who needs help, but he won't help them obtain weapons that can easily destroy them. Peace. The world is filled with love and peace. It's not just the egrets that fly, but also the clouds. Xueqi said with a solemn expression. Zhang Ju lowered his head and drank his soup. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao would be so kind to people outside the Great Tang. When Zhang Xiaobao killed people, he didn't even use a knife, just a file, tormenting them bit by bit. See, you also understand. Eldest son Xiaobao is this kind of good person. Drink your soup. After you're done, look at the list and arrange your family's affairs. You're in charge. Xueqi also drank his soup. He, who had never blushed during negotiations, finally became embarrassed when he talked about eldest son's love for peace. He didn't forget to rub his nose to see if it had grown longer like the main character Pinocchio when eldest son told stories to Xiaobei. While Xueqi and Zhang Ju were discussing the details of their family's trip, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were studying maps and generals, welcomed a guest. Jiang Tsen was a person from the Sinongxi temple. Jiang Tsen came and left very quickly. He was in a hurry, and he carried a gift in his hand. It was covered with a cloth, so it was unknown what it was. After being let in, he first greeted, "Hello, Lord Zhang." "Hello, Lord Wang." "Haha, are you busy?" "I'm not busy. Please take a seat, Lord Zhang." Zhang Xiaobao rolled up the map, and Wang Wan went to make tea. When the tea was served, Jiang Tsin held the gift in front of him and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Today, I have something good to give to the two of you." Chapter 959. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao reached out his hand to lift the cover. The moment the cover was removed, Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened. They stared at the object without blinking, stunned. Jiang Tsin said as if she was showing off, "What do you think? Are you very surprised?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded. Jiang Tsin continued, "This vermicelli is made from corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes that the two of you brought back from other places as raw materials. Most people wouldn't think that these three things can be made into vermicelli." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded again and slowly. "You can taste it when you eat and see if it's good or not. Let me introduce it. The black one is sweet potato vermicelli, and the slightly yellow one is potato vermicelli. Then you should know about the remaining one, which is slightly yellow and slightly black, right?" Jiang Tsin asked with a smile. "Corn vermicelli." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said affirmatively at the same time. "Guess again, which of these three vermicelli is the best?" Jiang Tsin put on an unfathomable expression. "They should have their own strengths, right?" Zhang Xiaobao sat up straight again and stopped looking at the three vermicelli. Wang Wan also seemed to be quite helpless. She said to Jiang Tsin, "Lord Jiang, the agriculture temple is no longer thinking about farming and grafting, and is planning to enter the food processing industry?" Jiang Tsin wasn't stupid. When he heard Wang Wan's words and looked at the two people's expressions, he knew that the vermicelli he came up with wasn't strange at all. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Tsin no longer had the mood to show off. He looked very embarrassed. "Lord Wang, it's not that the agriculture temple wants to make vermicelli. We are responsible for cultivating and improving the seeds, so we need to know their uses so that we can carry out targeted research. However, we are not very clear about how much corn, potatoes, and other things can do. I hope Lord Wang can explain." Jiang Tsin had no choice but to explain. At the same time, she wanted to see how many uses Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew. "I see." Wang Wan expressed her understanding. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Xiaobao, go ahead." "Me again? Then." "All right, Mr. Jiang, the three things you mentioned just now. First of all, they do have some use in industry, but they can't be used right now. They're more useful in terms of food. These three crops were easy to store, and there were many ways to make them. When needed, the seedlings of sweet potatoes could be made into salted vegetables. The stalks of corn, the skins wrapped around them, and the sacks in the middle could be used as fuel and rations for livestock and poultry according to the harvest time. Corn could also be used to extract oil and wine like soybeans. Potatoes could be used as a staple food when there was not enough food. Since they could be used to make noodles, they naturally had starch. They could also be used to make sugar. To be honest, the taste of potato starch and sugar was really worth remembering. If you have to say which one is more important, my personal opinion is corn. When making targeted choices, the investment in corn research should be tilted." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he picked up the cornstarch and looked at its color. Wei Wei shook her head, indicating that it was not done well. Jiang Tsin listened carefully and even took out a notebook and a pencil to write down what she was afraid of forgetting. When Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, she said, "Tilt the investment in corn. I've noted it down. I'll go back first." "Wait, it's already noon. Have you eaten, Mr. Jiang?" Zhang Xiaobao asked with concern. "I haven't eaten. Before I came, I ate a lot of noodles. The sweet potato noodles are too sticky, so I can't eat anymore." Jiang Tsin touched her stomach and prepared to leave. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly stopped her. "Wait a moment. I remembered something. The Sanongxi temple must have a lot of stalks and peels of various crops. Don't throw them away. You have to save and use them. Go back to the Ministry of Works and ask them to help the Sanongxi temple make a crusher. You can achieve the purpose of crushing by rotating the blades and feeding the crushed materials. After the crushed materials are crushed, you can do experiments on them. Some of the particles can be mixed in the coal to see if it can increase the combustion efficiency. Some of the particles can be fed to the livestock to see which kind of livestock likes it. Some of the particles can be sandwiched in the wood to be used as insulation material, and some of the particles can be used as raw materials for biogas." Jiang Tsin took out the notebook again and wrote down one by one. After he finished writing down, he looked up at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and said, "Your idea of making cornstarch is very good, but your thinking is not broad enough. The Sanongxi Temple is responsible for agriculture, which is a very big and important department. You have to think more about how to use agricultural technology to cooperate with industry, animal husbandry, fishery, and other related departments." Yes, Lord Zhang. I've written them all down. When I go back, I'll let the people in the Sanongxi Temple think about it. Each of them will come up with an idea and then discuss the feasibility. Jiang Tsin said with a serious attitude. He didn't have such an attitude when he met the head of the secretariat, because the status of the Sanongxi Temple was getting higher and higher. He was a person who knew technology and sometimes even looked down on the head of the secretariat, but he didn't dare to face Zhang Xiaobao. He always felt that his technology was not good enough in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Lord Zhang, is there anything else that needs to be considered? Jiang Tsin felt that he was right to come here today. He should visit more often in the future. He couldn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao to come here personally. The Sanongxi Temple had gained a lot of benefits, so he should take the initiative. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and waved his hand. I don't have any other ideas. I'll add something. Wang Wan, who had been silent just now, said, the job assignment in the Sanongxi Temple is not detailed enough and not systematic enough. I've read what you wrote in the newspaper of the Tang Empire. How about big radishes, green radishes, and carrots? It's a mess. Why don't you just put them in the radish family? As for the specific aspects, the Sanongxi Temple can subdivide them. Almost all the people who can read the newspaper are children who go to school. How can you expect a child to understand it thoroughly? Do you think they are my Xiaobei? You can use pictures and tables to classify things with similar habits and components into a family. It's not easy for you to grasp. Go to the medical school and let them do a section analysis. They need all kinds of materials that can be made into medicine. They can also help you analyze bacteria and make pesticides. In the future, you should also set up a special research project team, or department, to conduct experiments on pesticides and fertilizers, and then control them to minimize the harm to the human body as much as possible. When it can be industrialized, the Sanongxi Temple will make more money. Jiang Tsin was extremely focused. His brush flew as he scribbled in his notebook. By the time Wang Wan finished speaking, his forehead was already covered in sweat. He stopped writing, gasped for breath, and asked curiously, "Can the medical school do this?" That's what the medical school does. They have already established a system and gradually strengthened research and subdivided subjects. The money spent by a medical school is more than 10 times that of the current Ministry of Works. Zhang Xiaobao interrupted. Ha! Jiang Tsin never knew that there was such an inside story. He knew that millions of strings of cash would not make the slightest splash in the Ministry of Works. According to this, wouldn't the medical school have already spent hundreds of millions of strings of cash? What did they do? You don't understand? Let me tell you, the development of medicine includes many disciplines such as physics, chemistry, biology, and so on. When there's no rubber, there's the cost of purchasing animals and poultry for experiments. When there's a need for certain ores, there's also the need to capture natives from other places to experiment with new drugs. Forget it. You don't need to know about this. Let me bear the sins that can fill the 18 levels of hell alone. Haha, I'm already used to being a bad person. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Wang Wan placed her hand in Zhang Xiaobao's and smiled. There's also me. This world doesn't have much light to begin with. In the universe, darkness is the mainstream. Otherwise, how can it set off the radiance of the stars? It's like the shadowless lamp in the operating theater. When it brings light to others, it leaves its shadow behind. Jiang Tsin wasn't a fool and immediately understood. It turned out that under the orders of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the medical school was still using people from other places to conduct live experiments. After gaining experience, they would then treat the illnesses of the great Tang people. Just thinking about it made one shudder. However, Jiang Tsin felt that he couldn't blame the two of them. It was just like how many great Tang people weren't afraid of Demoness Cuckoo. She was an evil spirit in the eyes of the Tubo people, but a fairy in the eyes of the great Tang people. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he suddenly realized that although they were still young, how many things had they done that were beneficial to the great Tang? Thinking of this, Jiang Tsin was filled with respect. He stretched out his arm and placed his hand in Zhang Xiaobao's hand and said sincerely, "To say something disrespectful, it's the two of you who are holding up the sky of the great Tang today. Of course, His Majesty is also very supportive and wants to take the first credit. His Majesty has suppressed countless impeachment memorials. Sometimes, he even doesn't allow the officials to mention the two of you. If you really go to hell, I'll go back and do my best to experiment with pesticides and fertilizers. I'll catch Japanese and Xinhua people and eat them first. Damn it, I don't care what happens after they die. I only care about the fields of the great Tang. Okay, you have a bright future, but don't touch my wife's hand." Zhang Xiaobao took Jiang Tsin's hand away, patted him on the shoulder and nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, I'll give you another profitable business. You send people to Jili province to learn and study the breeding and planting of marine products and the freshwater breeding technology of Xuzhou province. Then you can guide the people by the sea and the lake to do it. You can buy shares and make money. You can increase the welfare of the people in the Sanongxi and increase the research funds." Zhang Xiaobao mentioned a benefit. Jiang Tsin shook his head hard and said, No, that's your family's business. The technology is confidential. If others take it, you can't make money. You have quietly spent too much money for the great Tang. I can't take your benefits to others." Jiang Tsin knew a lot about the business of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. At first, it was the ugly and expensive greenhouse. Then it was the supermarket and restaurant. Then it was the cement and glass. Now it was the various specialties of the north of Hebei province, including mountain delicacies, seafood, and pearls. In addition to this part, there were ships and animal husbandry. Yes, there was also the small food production. Now they gave away a lot. It would be too much to take their family's things. Damn, Wang Bei of the Ministry of Revenue is really a jerk. And some of the relatives of the royal family. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are like this, but you are still like this. You should go to hell. Jiang Tsin had begun to consider the problem from the perspective of the alliance. Zhang Xiaobao was embarrassed. He patted Jiang Tsin's shoulder and looked up at the roof. Wang Wan was also surprised. Why did Xiaobao suddenly lose his cool? The breeding technology had nothing to do with the people's livelihood. Why should he give it away? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaobao said to Jiang Tsin earnestly, "Listen to me. You can't make enough money. I just thought that people should do good deeds. If you can help others, you should help them. Why keep the technology to yourself? This matter is settled. You have to arrange for people to go there quickly. It's best if it's at the beginning of spring next year. The people by the sea and the lake have to learn how to breed shrimps and pufferfish by the lake, and oysters and pearls by the sea. My family can do it." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he signaled that the other party could leave. Jiang Tsin looked at Zhang Xiaobao and then at Wang Wan. She hesitated and asked uncertainly, "Do I really send people to Jili province?" "Yes, ask them to go quickly. First, take the train till Luoyang. Then use the fastest boat to go directly to Jili province by water. I will arrange for people to receive them there." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. "Goodbye." Jiang Tsin also waved her hand and walked to the door. She stopped and turned back. "Are you sure you want to go? Go quickly. Don't make the seeds into vermicelli. This vermicelli is made by you. There are still starch lumps that have not dissolved in it." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand to drive her away. Yes. When I grow more in the future, I will study the vermicelli," Jiang Tsin replied. When she walked out, she lowered her head and sighed, "A good person. A good person." After Jiang Tsin left, Wang Wan leaned over and said softly, "Don't, it's broad daylight. Don't seduce me. If you have something to say, say it." Zhang Xiaobao trembled and said fearfully. Wang Wan sat back down. "Okay, let's talk about business. Let me ask you, what do you mean?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "People like you who did bad things when you were alive and didn't dare to accept you when you died. They hurriedly arranged for you to be reincarnated. Would they be so kind as to give away their family's technology for free?" Wang Wan thought hard just now, but still couldn't think of a reason. Zhang Xiaobao nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I only thought of collecting some money after you reminded me. 1 or 2 coins is not too little, and 10 coins is not too much. Since we have time now, Let's make a list and collect the corresponding fees according to the different groups of people we work with. After Xiao Bei and the others finish studying the candy, they still have to go to the lake. Hurry up. You don't even blush when you lie now. My face wasn't red before. I just vomited blood, so how can I be energetic? Why don't you give me a kiss, and I'll tell you something else. I'll bite you. Tell me, what bad ideas do you have? Until Xiao Bei and the others finished arranging the matters of the candy house, Wang Wan still couldn't get what she wanted to know from Zhang Xiaobao. She first took a ride in the carriage, then got off the carriage and walked toward the lake with her younger siblings. The defensive perimeter had already shrunk from 3 li to 2 li. The 200 people of the Jinwu Guards were all withdrawn and replaced with a battalion of Tibetan Imperial Cavalry, a reinforced battalion of a total of 1,000 people. Each of them unsheathed their swords and loaded their guns. In a radius of 1 li around Shui Yun's family's platform, more than 60 platforms were added. They were arranged in picturesque disorder, with 4 snipers arranged on each platform. Their eyes were narrowed behind their scopes as they aimed downwards. A very small number of machine guns were also mounted on the platforms. In the sky, no less than 100 eagles were circling above the Shui Yun family. From time to time, a group of dogs would run past on patrol. They should have flown over from Sanshui County. Naturally, the dogs were led by the eagles. This display of force left those opposed to the Zhang family and Wang family speechless. From the looks of it, it would have been better to leave the Jinwu Guards behind and let Wang Wan lead the soldiers in front of them. A rebellion could be started with a single thought, because the imperial army was still working outside. This was what Wang Bei was thinking. He felt the fear in his heart spreading, because he was following the emperor right below the Xueyun family. He watched as the emperor chatted with Xueyun. At his side were only Gao Lishur, some officials, and a few miscellaneous guards. This was Wang Bei's view, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a different view. The one being protected this time was actually Li Longji. In a few days, Li Longji would be going on an autumn hunt. This was something that Zhang Xiaobao had arranged. He wanted to maintain the steady development of the Great Tang in a state of peace, so he had Li Longji bring the envoys from Silla, Japan, and several small countries to the southwest to hunt for fun. He wanted them to see the current military strength of the Great Tang with their own eyes and achieve the goal of subduing the enemy without fighting, giving Zhang Xiaobao time. 1 year, only 1 year. After 1 year, those who should return to their homeland would return to their homeland, and those who should be destroyed would be destroyed. General Xue, just now, we said that we would ensure the safety of your family. Don't be fooled by the fact that we have withdrawn the Jinwu Guards, but we have let in 1,000 men from the Iron Cavalry camp. Tell us, how is your family? When Zhang Xiaobao and the others arrived below the Xueyun family, the first thing they heard was Li Longji's words. Looking forward, they saw that Xueyun was sleeping on a wooden stick next to Zhang Ying, listening to the conversation. Zhang Xiaobao whispered to Wang Wan, "He's a capable person. It's said that it takes a very long time to train an eagle. I didn't expect Li Longji to have such an ability. Has he learned hypnosis?" "Don't talk nonsense," Wang Wan sternly warned Zhang Xiaobao, and then said, "This is the charm of a person's personality." After saying this, Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. Hearing the noise, Li Longji turned around, and Xueyun also opened her eyes. Little Bei rushed through the crowd and ran to the wooden stick that Xueyun was standing on. He raised his head and said, "Let me tell you, someone is plotting against your family. You have to be careful. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it's hard to avoid a stab in the dark. Look carefully at the people around you. Don't they all look sanctimonious? They're all wearing third-ranked court robes, purple crowns, and beards that aren't white or black. They look just like a pig. You definitely don't know this, but people who look like that are all bad people." While speaking, Little Bei didn't forget to glare at Wang Bei. Wang Bei could only lower his head and pretend that he didn't see anything. After all, he couldn't stare at a child. Little Bei didn't back down and continued, "But you don't have to be afraid. It's just a third-ranked official. Our family lacks everything, but we don't lack third-ranked officials. We have plenty of them. If you don't believe me, just wait. Once the 9 eagle leaders fly, I'll have Big Brother get you a third-ranked official. The reason is that you're good at raising children." Xueyun suddenly raised her head and squawked twice at the sky. When Wang Bei saw this, He was furious. Even animals knew how to laugh at people. Little Bei ignored Wang Bei and took out a small bamboo box from her bag. She opened the lid and held it up for Xueyun to see. This is meat for you and your wife to eat. I just killed a sheep and dirted my bag. Try it. Xueyun didn't hold back and lowered her head to pick up a piece of meat. She moved her neck and swallowed it directly. Wang Bei shook his head and sighed. Feeding animals by killing is cruel. If you're a man, say it out loud. What are you mumbling about? Xiao Chao is also alive. If you have the guts, why don't you go on a hunger strike? Little Bei seized the opportunity and used her words to attack Wang Bei. Little Bei, what are you talking about? Why aren't you apologizing? Zhang Xiaobao, who had just greeted Li Longji, scolded when he saw his sister provoking Wang Bei. Little Bei hurriedly changed into her ladylike appearance and gently bowed to Wang Bei. She said, I'm really sorry, Minister Wang. This official is young and doesn't understand human relations. When I eat human food, I don't know how to be soft-spoken. When I accept other people's things, I don't know how to be short-handed. I use the excuse of a gentleman's righteousness as an excuse to do things that go back on my word. I hope Minister Wang can be magnanimous and teach me what is Tao and what is virtue. Wang Bei's face turned red. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Wan saw this and shook her head. Another one. She didn't know whether it was the bronchus or the cardia. Chapter 960. Xiao Bei, look at you. If you don't know how to answer a question, go home and ask me. Why do you have to make things difficult for Minister Wang? Look at how you asked Minister Wang. Zhang Xiaobao rushed over and slapped Xiao Bei's butt twice. He said in a low voice, don't laugh, cry. Xiao Bei giggled, but he couldn't cry. He could only cover his mouth with his hand and let out a whimper. Wang Bei just took a breath, but when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Wang Wan looked and ordered, find a doctor and tell them to get an ice pack. I'm sure it's bronchiectasis. Cold compress. The other officials tacitly stepped back at least 5 steps. They were all terrified. Your Majesty, look. Even in autumn, the lake is still rippling. It's a pity that there are no fish and no lotus. Gao Lishur stood beside the emperor and sighed for the lake. Li Longji frowned. He was also dissatisfied with Wang Bei's words. As an adult, why do you have to be angry with a child? If you really bullied a child, no one would say that you have the ability. Unfortunately, you were bullied by a child. Can't you be a little more tolerant? He didn't care about Wang Bei and followed Gao Lishur's words, it's true. AI. Xiao Yuan, tell me what is this? Xiao Yuan was surprised by Xiao Bei's ability. When she heard the emperor's question, she casually said without thinking, autumn goose, autumn water, autumn wind, autumn rain, autumn people, autumn clouds, autumn deep in the clouds, autumn deep in the spring, autumn difficult to dispel worries, chaos, chaos, really chaos. The sea, feeling lonely, tears, fish no salty, gather together to eat. The sea thinks that the fish are happy because of the salty water, and sprinkles salt, the fish retreat, a brave fish, into the middle of the sea, dusk and the sea, have no regrets in this life, the soul follows you. Xiao Yuan said and cried. Li Longji also took a deep breath and hugged Xiao Yuan, asking, Xiao Yuan, why are you crying? Is it because of the fish that your heart is troubled? No, the daughter of the sea that big sister talked about is even more heartbreaking than this. What I mean is that the water is too salty, and the fish that come in will die. Therefore, other than the swimmers, there are no other living creatures. Even the grass won't grow by the side. I cried because I learned from Minister Wang. There is salt in blood and tears. I think that if there is too much salt, the fish will die. Will it also make people uncomfortable? That's why Minister Wang vomited blood. I don't have Minister Wang's ability, so I can only cry with him. Xiao Yuan said innocently, as if those words didn't come from his mouth. After Wang Bei heard this, he coughed up blood to express his intention. Letting out a long sigh, Li Longji asked Wang Bei with concern, Wang Qing, are you all right? Your Majesty need not worry. Wang Bei waved his hand and looked around. Your Majesty, I just remembered that the Ministry of Revenue still has some documents that have not been signed. I will go back and take a look. Wang could plan to leave. Otherwise, he would die of anger. As for the doctor who wanted to come, it was better not to. He would go back to the palace to find a doctor. Li Longji could also see that Wang Bei's condition wasn't good, so he signaled the 2 guards to accompany Wang Bei back. Minister Wang, you are leaving? See you later. Xiao Bei saw that Wang Bei was about to leave and didn't forget to greet him. Wang Bei quickened his pace and didn't say anything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other officials who followed him remained silent. They couldn't blame Xiao Bei for flipping over small scores and saying things like, "You took my family's things and ate my family's food, so you can't deliberately attack my family." They couldn't blame Xiao Bei for taking advantage of kindness. After all, some people were the ones who repaid kindness with enmity first. Just as Xiao Bei had asked, you used righteousness to suppress others, but it was actually for your own selfish reasons. Who was the gentleman and who was the villain? Li Longji saw that Wang Bei had vomited blood and remembered that Zhang Xiaobao had also vomited before. He asked with concern, "How is Minister Zhang's health today?" "Your Majesty, don't worry. I am fine." "Did Your Majesty come personally to see Xueyun's family?" Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly replied. "Take a look. The young eagle is still young and can't be moved. It's a pity. I also wanted to take a look at the unsinkable lake. I was going to ask if it was possible to raise the creatures in the sea, but little Yuan Yuan has already explained to me that if there is too much salt, the fish won't be able to survive. Xiao Bei, come, let me ask you, what is a gentleman and a villain?" Li Longji first raised his head to look at Xueyun's family, then turned around and called Xiao Bei over. Xiao Bei really couldn't explain it clearly by quoting the classics. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "How would I know? In any case, I think that those who treat me well are gentlemen. Those who treat me badly are all villains. This is what I think. When I do something I have a clear conscience. Even if it is clearly wrong, I am still a gentleman. When I do something I feel ashamed. Even if I do something right, I am still a villain. There is no right or wrong in this world, so how can there be gentlemen and villains?" "There is such a thing? What if others say that you are a villain?" Li Longji asked again. This was the first time he had heard such a thing. "Then it must be because I have offended someone. The offended person is unhappy, so of course he will attack me. If I didn't offend someone, he will also say that he is a villain. He wants to use belittling me to elevate himself." When the donkey is mocking the eagle for not being able to run on all fours, the eagle's eyes are on the flowing clouds around it. Only when it is hungry will it look down on the earth to find where the donkey is. Xiao Bei opened his arms and fanned himself, making a flying gesture. The words he said at the end were meant to be funny, but when the surrounding officials heard it, they couldn't laugh. Some reflected on themselves, some were stunned, some were shocked, and some sighed helplessly. Li Longji looked at Xiao Yuan, then looked at Xiao Bei. He exchanged glances with Gao Li Shi and asked Xiao Bei, "Xiao Bei, do you still remember June and Pan? "I do." Xiao Bei nodded vigorously. "When I went home, Mother took them to play. They can run and talk now. The little ones are very cute. It's just that they have to be given candy before they call me big sister." "Yes, they are little ones. They are younger than you. Next time, I don't care if you call me big sister, I will slap their palms." When Li Longji heard Xiao Bei call his son and daughter little ones, he felt that it was very interesting. Did Xiao Bei grow up? No. Force is the last resort when you don't want to give up other benefits. If you use force to send people, they will be afraid but not convinced. If you meet people who are not afraid of death but are afraid of death, it will be troublesome. When I have other ways, I will definitely not use force. Xiao Bei spread out his hands and acted as if force was the last resort. Li Longji was puzzled. "Xiao Bei, you still recite Laozi?" "Laozi? Book. Xiao Yuan only recites it. If I recite it, I will die of exhaustion." Xiao Bei finally heard of this book. "Then how do you know Laozi's words?" Li Longji was even more puzzled. "I don't know. So Laozi also has the words in the stories that Big Brother and Big Sister tell? I rarely read such books. What I learn is different. I just listen to stories." Xiao Bei patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder as he spoke, meaning that he would leave all the things on his back to him. Xiao Yuan was silent. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao. "Xiaobao, you actually hid it from me. Is your Majesty talking about money? Zhang Xiaobao played dumb. He didn't want to take Li Longji's children with him. If he taught Li Jun every day, the other princes would feel a lot of pressure. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he asked Xiaobei, Xiaobei, are you willing to take little brother Jun and little sister Pan with you and teach them? Okay. Tomorrow, I will take them with me and teach them the Analects of Confucius. Xiaobei acted as if he was very knowledgeable. When Li Longji saw that Xiaobei agreed, he turned around to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently, since Xiaobei is willing to take little brother and little sister to play, then it's Xiaobei's business. I don't care. Wang Wan also showed an indifferent expression and asked Li Longji, Your Majesty, did you come here for something else? Yes. I originally wanted to see if I could raise fish, but now I know that it's not possible. It's a pity that I wasted so much salt. Li Longji's gaze returned to the surface of the lake as he spoke with regret. It's true that you can't raise fish in the lake. However, there is a type of fish that can survive in the hot spring. Next year, when the weather warms up, I will send people to search for it. It's very far away, and there are tribes in the area. I will send the army to find a way to bring the fish back and draw a map. Wang Wan thought of the fish in the hot spring. Of course, she couldn't send troops just for one type of fish. She had to add in other more important objectives. There was no need to tell Li Longji now. Li Longji was surprised. The water in the hot spring was very hot. He had never seen a fish that could survive in it. However, since Wang Wan said it, it shouldn't be wrong. Is the journey long? Send cavalry? It's long and the road is difficult. We have to send special forces that can adapt to all terrains and weather. They have to follow us all the way, build tents, help raise horses, and push the supply line. Otherwise, they might not be able to come back alive. Wang Wan thought for a moment and added, Let's go over there first. We also have to send out teams on the sea. Whoever can get there first will get there first. Even if they can't, there's no need to rush. Use a steam engine for a boat? Or a diesel engine? When Li Longji heard that they were going somewhere else, the first thing he thought of was to expand his territory. A boat that uses both a steam engine and sails needs to use sails most of the time. It's too far away. It's not easy to bring the fish back alive. We have to raise them along the way. Xiaobao and I will do this. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. Wang Wan didn't intend to continue. Li Longji thought hard, but he really couldn't think of where the fish in the hot spring lived. He shook his head gently and stopped thinking about it. He said to Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, Since both of you are here, come here. Since the two of you are here, accompany me to the outskirts of the city to take a look at the construction of Xueqi. In the beginning, we only planned to expand a certain distance from the west, but Xiaobao suggested expanding in all directions. We don't lack money, so we'll expand in all directions. Li Longji's words were very generous. They had money. Not only him, but the officials also didn't object because of financial problems. Only some people raised the issue of whether the expansion at this time was inappropriate for the season, and they planned to delay it until after spring next year. There were also people in favor of building it now. There was a lot of labor. It was spring, and everyone was busy with spring plowing. They were afraid that it would delay the production of the fields. In short, there was never a lack of different voices in the imperial court. Xiaobei bid farewell to Xue Yun and followed her brother and sister to accompany Li Longji in the carriage. Li Longji's visit was simple. He didn't have any ceremonial procession. He seemed to be more and more peaceful now. The main reason was that he had just gone to Mount Tai for the pilgrimage. Before his arrogance could continue to swell, he was defeated by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with advanced weapons. After knowing that there was a country that could easily defeat the Tang Empire, he really couldn't find a reason to be arrogant. Thus, Li Longji's life, which was influenced by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, was very contradictory. He was nervous about the speed of technological development and research, but at the same time, he knew how to enjoy life. Of course, if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't there, he would also know how to enjoy life. That kind of enjoyment without a sense of urgency. Money was spent faster than money was earned. Coupled with other circumstances, it dragged down the strong and prosperous to the weak. Now, he had Zhang Xiaobao to earn money for him. In a situation where he didn't have to worry about money, He was more willing to care about the people's livelihood. When he went out for a stroll, he became more easygoing. He brought guards with him and casually picked 2 carriages. He didn't have any ceremonial procession at all. He finally understood that majesty didn't lie in the gorgeous carriage, but in the hearts of the people. Thus, Li Longji's casual and simple travels made things difficult for some officials. They wrote memorials to persuade him and directly remonstrated in the imperial court. Every time he encountered such a situation, Li Longji would put on a humble appearance and accept it. He would also reward the officials, but in reality, he didn't change his behavior. Look, our carriage is much better than before. There's no need to care about its gorgeous appearance. Being comfortable in it is more important than anything else. Li Longji's carriage was very large. Other than him and Gao Lishur, even if Zhang Xiaobao and the other 11 people were squeezed inside, it was still spacious enough. There was a bar counter in the carriage, a small table in the middle, and sofas on both sides. There was also a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a study room. There were also bedrooms and baths above. It was designed by Zhang Xiaobao. In the past he had a large caravan. No matter where he went, he would drag it. Because the caravan gave him a feeling of home, he had a house that belonged to Xiao Bei and the others. At this time, Li Longji was enjoying the comfort of the caravan. It was much more comfortable than the previous carriage. He patted the wide armrest of the sofa to express his feelings to Zhang Xiaobao and the others. Zhang Xiaobao nodded, then shook his head. You still lack things. It would be better to have a TV and a computer. If that doesn't work, we can get someone to study a phonograph. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan frowned and said, I understand the principle. Actually, I understand a lot of the principles. For example, the principle of the camera's imaging and film. Should we find someone to study it? I think it's fine. In the future, we can take more photos of Xiao Bei and the others. Then we can make a movie. I'll be the director, you'll be the female lead, and I'll be the male lead. The 2 of us will act out the movie The Smiling Proud Wanderer. You'll sing laughing at the mundane world, and I'll sing laughing at the vast sea. Zhang Xiaobao said longingly. Li Longji was depressed. Can the 2 of you tell me more about it? Oh, actually, Xueqi and I want to make something that can record other people's voices. For example, Your Majesty, if you sing a line, that thing will remember a line. When you stop singing, that thing will sing according to your singing style. It's very interesting. There's also a way to use it as a substitute for painting. Oh, it's not a substitute. Art can never be substituted. It's like painting. The appearance of the thing is printed on a kind of paper. It's more like a painting. Then, after a lot of pictures, it will be connected together and become a moving painting. As Zhang Xiaobao said this, he suddenly thought of something fun. He turned to look at his younger brother and sister. Xiao Bei, go back and finish your homework. I'll make a cartoon for you. In the future, you can put it in Hongnong Amusement Park and watch it for at least 10 times. Really? Then I'll go back now. Xiao Bei suddenly sat up straight. No rush, no rush. Brother, I have to find someone to draw it first. I can't let brother draw it. Zhang Xiaobao thought of something good. He rubbed his hands and seemed very excited. Li Longji was still at a loss. He could only give up. He picked up a glass of wine and sipped it. He told himself that there was no rush. He would know when the thing was made. Chapter 961. For a moment, the carriage fell into a state of silence. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were both thinking about what they could do with a phonograph and a camera. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about popular education and earning money, while Wang Wan was thinking about collecting information on the battlefield and aerial photography. The 2 of them were already working very hard on the application of technology, and they wanted to apply every little bit of technology to their daily lives. For example, with the current generator on the axle, as long as the switch was turned on, the lights in the carriage would turn on, and the resistance wire in the carriage could convert kinetic energy into heat in 2 steps. Li Longji was thinking about what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said. Could he benefit from this? He didn't want the money, but the joy of participating in the process. He understood that he didn't care much about money. Sometimes, having too much money was a burden, and he couldn't spend it all. Every time he asked Xiao Bao to help him spend the money in the manner, Xiao Bao would always disagree. He would always say that he was using his personality to protect his professionalism in a situation where the system wasn't perfect. He said that people had to prove themselves through perseverance, to prove to themselves that they hadn't lost their soul. He said that the scariest thing was to lose one's faith and constantly change one's ideals. When one felt that one had lost one's sense of self, one would choose to commit suicide. How terrifying was that? Li Longji agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Wang Wan had also said that the people were loyal to the emperor, not to a specific person, but to the position. The people needed a leader to lead them to do things. Thus, as the emperor, he had to show his image to the people, tell them about the future of Great Tang, and arrange some small tasks for them. For example, he had to tell the people to work hard and plant millets for next year's harvest. The one who was truly afraid of losing their ruling position wasn't the emperor, but the people. If they were suddenly told that the imperial palace in the capital was gone, they would be very confused. If the imperial palace was gone, the emperor wouldn't be changed, but also gone. What would they do in the future? Thus, an emperor who could force the people to rebel was no ordinary person. Li Longji nodded in agreement. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He wanted to say something, but he held back and remained silent. Gao Lishur didn't say anything. His eyes swept back and forth between his godson and daughter-in-law, as well as the other 9 little fellows. The more he looked, the happier he became. He really had good taste. It was 100 times, no, 10,000 times better than other people's adopted sons. Their adopted sons only knew how to give valuable things like gold, silver, jewels, and so on. Vulgar. In Xiaobei's words, it was unbearably vulgar. Only the poor would give such things. Did they lack such things at home? She looked at the gifts that Xiao Bao gave her. He gave her food and clothes that were made of pure cotton. He said that it was more fitting than silk. He even gave her something called a music box. It was very interesting. A plate of tune beans, a bowl of aged wine cellar, and a bowl of aged wine cellar. This was life. What was it called again? Yes, it's called taste. Therefore, Gao Lishur also fell silent, feeling very happy. Xiao Bei was also silent. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if there was a very big problem that she needed to solve. In the end, the silence in the carriage was finally broken by her. Little Yuan, what's my homework? Xiao Bei nudged Little Yuan and asked. How would I know? Our homework is different. Little Yuan seemed to be sleepy and yawned. You've seen my homework, big brother Yuan. I think it's memorizing a poem. Let me think I remember. It's from King Wen. You just have to memorize a small part today. It's very simple. King Wen is above, and Yu Zhao is above. Although Zhou is old, his fate is new. When Zhou is not clear, the emperor's fate is at hand. King Wen descends to the left and right of the emperor. Little Yuan, whose willpower wasn't very strong, directly helped Xiao Bei memorize her homework. It was too simple for him. Of course, his homework wasn't simple to him. It was a math problem. It was very troublesome, so he had to ask Brother Xiao Hai. Book of Songs. I'll memorize one line after you say it. Xiao Bei's desire for knowledge was very strong. Seeing that little Yuan didn't say anything, she pouted. If you don't say it, I won't be friends with you. Little Yuan still didn't say anything. That meant that Xiao Bei was too quick to burn bridges after crossing the river. Just now, he was calling him Brother Yuan, but the moment he turned around, he was calling him Brother Yuan. Seeing that he couldn't scare little Yuan, Xiao Bei could only change his tactic. Think about it. After I finish my homework, Big Brother will make something fun. If you help me, you'll be helping yourself, right? This was called reasoning with reason. Little Yuan hesitated for a while but still didn't compromise. Why are you like this? If you make something new and make money, the 9 of us will split into 10 portions. I agree to give you 2 portions. Will that do? Xiao Bei started to tempt her with benefits again. Look, I've always treated you as my most respected big brother other than the other big brothers. I've even peeled candy for you. When you cut your hand last time, I helped you apply medicine. This was considered persuasion. Big brother Xiaoqiang, big sister Xiaofang, big brother Xiaohai, little. I've decided that after I make money, I'll split the extra portion equally with the 7 of you. What do you think, little Yuan? Xiao Bei was currently using a diplomatic strategy. Without waiting for Xiao Bei to speak again, little Yuan nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll say you memorize it. Be more serious. Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed loudly and said to little Yuan, Little Yuan, are you afraid that she'll attack you? No, I'm afraid that she'll attack me if she can't achieve her goal. Last time my hand was cut because of her. Little Yuan was very helpless and began to recite the content of the Book of Songs, King Wen. Xiao Bei tried hard to remember. Li Longji watched and shook his head enviously. This was the true meaning of teaching according to one's ability without discrimination. When Xiao Bei started to learn, Zhang Xiaobao felt pressured. He said to Gao Lisher, foster father, Is there a drawing in the car? Yes, Xiaobao, do you want it? As Gao Lisher spoke, he had already opened a small drawer and took out a precious drawing. The production of this paper was too low. It was not on the same level as the cheapest paper used to practice calligraphy. Zhang Xiaobao took the paper, folded it in half, tore it open, folded it again, and tore it open again. He repeated this process 3 times and turned 1 sheet of paper into 8 sheets of paper with 32 sheets of paper. He also asked for 2 pencils, 1 black and 1 red. He folded the 8 sheets of paper and handed them to Wang Wan together with the pencils. Zhu Beiji eats watermelon. First, take the watermelon. Second, eat. Third, spit out the seeds. Fourth, wipe the mouth. 2 pages per action. Why me? Wang Wan asked while taking the things. Because your basic skills are solid, especially when it comes to drawing. You're fast. Zhang Xiaobao had a matter-of-fact look on his face. Next time, do what you promised yourself. Wang Wan helplessly began to draw. Her speed was really fast. With just a few strokes, the outline was drawn. Then, she compared the dimensions and drew the next one. Li Longji looked at it curiously and asked Zhang Xiaobao, Is this something fun for Xiao Bei? There's no need to be in such a hurry, right? Your Majesty, it's impossible not to be in a hurry. Can't you see that Xiao Bei has already started to memorize? Let's do some simple things first. Zhang Xiaobao gestured for Li Longji to look at his sister who was seriously memorizing. He then explained, Children can't compare to adults. If the adults go back on their words, they will understand you. Children don't understand. Small things can make them happy for an entire day. They will put all their energy into the small things that they look forward to. Once they fulfill the conditions that they promised you, but you don't let them fulfill their wishes, they will be sad for a few days. They won't have the energy to do anything. What we need to do is very simple. We need to make the children feel that their efforts are proportional to their returns. In fact, the people who work at home are the same. This is the ability of the Qi family. Li Longji looked at Xiao Bei's serious and expectant expression and slowly nodded. I understand. You're talking about the Qi family. You're telling me that the seeds of the Sinong temple are especially important. You're in charge of the bank. It's like the seeds of the Sinong temple. If the people can't grow them, you have to compensate them. Just like Hongnong, if one of my officials didn't do a good job, I have to compensate them. Merchants still have credibility when doing business, let alone when it comes to the governance of the entire country. I'm not an emperor who doesn't recognize his words. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a proper emperor. I don't want to sit on this throne. Your Majesty is benevolent. Gao Lisher's voice was the loudest. Even Xiao Bei stopped to praise him. Uncle Emperor, if you really think this way, even if you don't want to be the emperor, the people will recognize you. When the 9 of us, as well as my brother and sister, went out, the people all knew that it was you who sent us. When I stood in Hongnong County, I didn't need to say anything else. I just said that I was Zhang Xiao Bei, and the people understood that the emperor was serious. He even sent me here as a special investigator. Uncle Emperor, think about it. I, Xiao Bei, won't be easily dispatched. When the people saw me, the first person they thought of was you. At that time, I told you that Yan Zhang was scared to death. He actually wanted to run away. This made me angry. If I let him run away, Uncle Emperor, wouldn't you have used the wrong person? The way Xiao Bei waved his fists made Zhang Xiaobao stare blankly. Yes, yes. Li Longji nodded vigorously. Would we use the wrong person? Xiao Bei is our precious treasure. He won't be easily dispatched. Xiao Bei, who taught you to say these words? Li Longji was puzzled. Why was Xiao Bei so cute? His words made people feel comfortable. Could it be that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo taught their little sister this when they had nothing to do? Li Longji was only thinking about this matter. He didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would waste their time because there was no need for that. Even if Xiao Bei didn't say a few nice words today, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The more he thought about it, the more comfortable Li Longji felt. It was always easy to believe the words of children. Xiao Bei said these words naturally, but his eyes were looking at his elder sister. At this time, Wang Wan had already finished drawing the stick figures. According to Zhang Xiaobao's instructions, there were a total of 4 actions and 8 pieces. There were 2 pieces for each action. Li Longji followed Xiao Bei's gaze and looked. He was also very curious and asked, "This is the animation that we were talking about earlier?" What he meant was that he had drawn it, but he did not see anything special about it. Especially from a literal point of view, it was an animation. Not only was the drawing untouched, it was also very ordinary. Of course, this was according to his aesthetic point of view. Zhang Xiaobao was very impressed with Wang Wan's foundation. When he heard this, he nodded and said, "It's an animation, but it's just a simple one. There's not enough time for a real animation, so let's just make do with it first." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao had already taken the 8 pieces of drawing from Wang Wan's hands. He flipped through them and adjusted the order. He placed the topmost piece at the bottom, and so on, placing one piece on top of the other. At this time, the one who was the most interested was Xiao Zhu. She usually liked to draw, and she was quite good at it. She could even draw a map. She stared at it without blinking, trying to see if there was anything special about it. The other children had never come into contact with something like this before, so they all looked over, wanting to see what their older brother and sister had done. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Zhang Xiaobao first pressed the drawing down a little, creating a curve on the paper that was specially used for drawing. It wasn't big, and the curve was very small, but it was obvious that this piece of paper wasn't as flat as it was originally. Then, Zhang Xiaobao pinched one end of the paper in the opposite direction, then released it at a balanced speed, one piece at a time. The 8 pieces of paper of Zhu Beiji eating watermelon also fell down one by one. At this time, everyone in the bus, including Li Longji, stared with their eyes wide open. Xiao Bei's eyes were the biggest, because her eyes were usually a little bigger than others. Her long eyelashes were fixed on her eyes, and her small mouth was wide open, revealing a shocked expression on Wei Wei's face. Even Gao Lishir, who was usually able to control his emotions, started to be shocked. He had never seen such a novel thing before. Under Zhang Xiaobao's actions, the 8 pieces of paper became connected, one after another, and people's eyes couldn't help but watch the changes on the paper. Zhu Beiji held the watermelon, then his mouth moved towards the watermelon, and then he started to eat. After eating, he spat out a few seeds, then used his sleeve to wipe his mouth, and the whole picture ended. Ha! Why is it like this? Xiao Bei felt that she had watched carefully enough, but she still couldn't understand how Zhu Beiji's actions were formed. Xiao Hai, who usually liked to be quiet, reached out his hand and took the drawing from his older brother. Then, he copied what he did just now and released his grip. Although his control wasn't as good as Zhang Xiaobao's, it still didn't affect the effect much. Zhu Beiji's actions were still as smooth as before. This thing. Why is this thing like this? Li Long thought that he had seen a lot of things, but he didn't know that there was such a strange thing in the world, so he couldn't help but ask. Gao Lishir also had a face of confusion. If it was his godson and daughter-in-law who used advanced technology to create something, he could understand. After all, technology represented magic. But what he saw today had nothing to do with technology. It was just 8 pieces of paper, and his daughter-in-law used a colored pen to make simple sketches on them. Not to mention 8 pieces. Even if you found a craftsman and asked him to draw 80 pieces, it wouldn't be strange. But why was it that with his godson's actions, what he saw was different from what he imagined? Let me try. This time, Xiao Bei didn't feel that memorizing things was difficult. In order to play with something interesting, she first memorized the contents of the book of songs with her brother and sister. Then, she snatched the drawings and flipped through them again and again. As she became more familiar with her actions, the continuity of the picture also became more and more balanced. Cuckoo, can you tell me more? Li Longji looked at it again and again, and finally couldn't help but ask. This. Draw the curtains. Zhang Xiaobao shouted outside. Following his voice, 3 layers of curtains were drawn, and the entire carriage immediately turned dark. After all, the people outside didn't know what was going on. If it was someone else who shouted and the carriage turned dark, Gao Lisher would probably make a move. Although he usually looked like a good guy, he was actually quite skilled. But at this moment, he didn't make a move. Li Longji, who could shoot action movies and was very good at playing polo, also didn't show the slightest bit of nervousness. Because both of them knew that there was no need to. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo really wanted to do something bad to them, they wouldn't have waited until now. Just now, the people below the Xueyun family were all members of the Fan Metro Cavalry Battalion. They didn't care about whether the emperor was the emperor or not. If Wang Wan really wanted to do something, all she had to do was shout, and there wouldn't be a single person left alive. Moreover, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were quite skilled to begin with. Li Longji thought about many things in an instant. He didn't think that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wouldn't be able to obtain the support of the people after killing him. In terms of reputation, first and foremost, it would be himself, then it would be Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Even the crown prince would have to stand aside. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think too much. He just wanted to do an experiment. When the carriage turned dark, he lit a match and said, "Your Majesty, adoptive father, please take a look. I'm holding a match in my hand, and there's nothing else. So let's just watch first." When Zhang Xiaobao's voice fell, his hand moved slightly. His movements weren't too fast. However, what appeared in the eyes of Li Longji and the others was no longer a little bit of light. Instead, it became a ray of light. Xiaobao, we also know about this. We even played with it before. So what? Li Longji had naturally seen the same thing before. In the past, when he played with candles, even if he didn't play with them personally, he would still see the same scene when he had someone light the lamp at night. Xiao Bei's eyes moved back and forth, as if she was trying to separate the ray of light bit by bit and restore it to the trace of light that she should see. However, she always failed. As long as she saw it, she couldn't help but think of a line. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded. Her meaning was, go on. Okay, I'll explain. In fact, it's not that complicated. The reason why a thief's movements are so difficult to detect is because the speed of his movement has already exceeded the range of a person's vision. Zhang Xiaobao helplessly gave an example of a thief. Just as he was wondering how to be more specific, Xiao Hai spoke. I know. It's just like the 2 people you sent to protect us. Their firing speed is too fast. I can only see a blurry and uncertain image in my eyes. Is it because they are like thieves? Zhang Xiaobao was speechless. Wang Wan laughed softly and continued the conversation. Indeed. Now, let me explain. The things that a person sees will stop for 0.1 seconds. Your Majesty and adoptive father should be familiar with this second. The 2 people protecting Xiao Bei's group of 9 fired their guns too quickly, exceeding 0.1 seconds. Under normal circumstances, they would complete the action of taking out their guns, firing, and putting them away within 0.3 seconds. Xiao Bao and I have done a comparison. Xiao Bao is a bit slower, and I am a bit slower than Xiao Bao. Of course, this refers to firing guns. If we are talking about stealing, Xiao Bao's speed is different. Xiao Bao, demonstrate your fastest stealing speed. Let His Majesty broaden his horizons. Don't always hide. Zhang Xiaobao took 2 deep breaths and replied, I'll take that as a compliment. Your Majesty, can you put something by your side? You don't need to tell me the specific location. You just need to tell me what it is. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he lit another match and gently shook it. Li Longji had never played such a fun game before. Hearing this, he didn't move and directly said, I have a piece of jade with 2 dragons carved on it. Take it and see. After saying this, Li Longji thought for a moment. At first, he didn't want to be shameless. Later on, he thought, why not make things difficult for Xiao Bao? Thus, he reached out to touch the jade below his left rib. However, when his hand came into contact with that area, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The jade was gone. Xiao Bao, you? Open the carriage curtains. Zhang Xiaobao shouted when Li Longji opened his mouth. When the carriage curtains were raised, Li Longji saw the piece of jade in Zhang Xiaobao's hand that should have been at his waist. He first took a deep breath and then exhaled deeply. He nodded and said, "I've seen today. You were actually able to untie the rope that binds the jade? What if you didn't take the jade, but took someone's life? Who can stop you?" Zhang Xiaobao was very embarrassed and said, "Your Majesty, that rope of yours is a live knot. What we care about is that if you can avoid cutting it, then don't cut it. If you can avoid being confused, then don't be confused. A live knot is fine as long as you untie it. Otherwise, how can you eat this bowl of food?" After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao reacted and said to Wang Wan in dissatisfaction, "Is this what you wanted to talk about? I just wanted to see. In truth, I also didn't know how fast you were, so I didn't see it. I reckon that even if it was lit up the entire time, I wouldn't be able to see your afterimage. This is how close-range magic works. It's not that the audience doesn't pay attention, but that the eyes can't see it. It's the same for anyone." Wang Wan took the jade and put it back on Li Longji as she spoke to Zhang Xiaobao. Li Longji had never encountered such a situation before. Today he had learned something new. In the past, he only knew the concept of seconds, but he didn't understand it very well. Now, he finally understood that it wasn't just about time, but also the distance between life and death. He couldn't help but size up Zhang Xiaobao again. He asked, "Xiaobao, how long do you need to kill a person?" "A lifetime, but killing 10,000 people might be very simple," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "I understand. If you kill one person, you will have thoughts in your heart. If you kill 10,000 people, you will have no traces in your heart. I won't casually kill 10,000 people. Is that drawing of yours related to speed?" Li Longji's reaction wasn't slow. He immediately got to the point. "Yes, this is called visual retention, or rather, visual retention. When the speed reaches a certain level, the individual's image will be connected. To be honest, if Cuckoo and I were to attack each other now, it would be a lose-lose situation." As Zhang Xiaobao explained, he gestured another hand gesture. Li Longji didn't understand. Doesn't the person who attacks first get to live? No, there's a time limit to a person's reaction. Even if I hit Cuckoo, she can still counterattack. Even if she dies, she'll definitely drag someone down with her. Even if she clearly lost consciousness, she can still complete her actions. So, at this distance, this reaction can't appear in front of your Majesty's guards. Otherwise, they won't be able to stop it. If you consider coincidence, the speed of the spear can't compare to the flying dagger. Zhang Xiaobao explained again. Gao Lisher nodded. He admitted that it was really dangerous just now. It seemed that he couldn't casually let people get on the carriage in the future. The emperor had to keep a certain distance from other people. Of course, Xiaobao and Cuckoo were exceptions. So what you showed me just now was an animation? Li Longji didn't consider as many things as Gao Lisher. He took the drawing and flipped it over in his hand. Yes and no. If it's really that simple, who would be willing to spend money to watch it? Isn't that right, Xiaobei? Zhang Xiaobao asked his sister again. Xiaobei nodded vigorously and said, "I can give you 10 copper coins for what you did just now, but not 10 strings of paper. It's not worth it. There are only 8 pieces of paper. It's too little." Right, there are only 8 pieces of paper. It's indeed not worth it. So, we need to increase the number. Of course, we don't need to increase the number of pieces of paper, but the number of pieces of glass. Zhang Xiaobao explained to everyone. Only Wang Wan knew what was going on. How much do you need? Xiao Yuan asked in puzzlement. Her hand was still mimicking the action that her brother had done just now. That depends on how coherent the picture is. Normally speaking, it's 24 pieces per second. This is very difficult now. A lot of glass will be damaged, so it only costs 10 strings of paper to watch it once. Zhang Xiaobao drew a very fast hand shadow. Of course, it didn't reach 24 times per second. It wasn't that it was impossible, but it couldn't be seen clearly after reaching it. Xiaobei frowned when she heard her brother's words. She seemed very distressed. Xiaohai, who was next to her, opened her mouth and asked, "According to what you said, it's too troublesome to draw a lot of pieces of animation in a quarter of an hour." Wang Wan smiled and patted Xiaohai's head. Animation is indeed troublesome, but if something new comes out in the future, then it won't be troublesome to film it. Moreover, when you watch animation, in addition to the visual residue, there is also a pause and continuity of thought. In other words, the picture is not always moving. Occasionally it will stop. When you see the pause, you don't actually think that the picture is interrupted. If you properly assign the pause, you can save a lot of glass in the animation. Wang Wan's explanation was very straightforward, but Li Longji and the others still didn't understand. If it stopped, it was stopped. How could it be said that it was continuous? Wang Wan looked helplessly at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands. I can't explain it clearly. It will be more convincing when the animation is done in the future. The carriage once again entered a period of silence. Only the sound of the 8 pieces of drawing paper being passed back and forth let people know that there were still people in the carriage. The clattering sound never stopped. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage slowly came to a stop. Gao Lisher lifted the curtain and looked out. He said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, we've arrived." We've arrived? That's fast. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, Xiao Bei, and the others, come with me to take a look. As soon as Li Longji's voice fell, someone opened the carriage door. The group of people went out one after the other. In front of them was the scene of construction. Under the protection of the guards, Li Longji walked leisurely. When he saw the trench, he suddenly stopped and asked Zhang Xiaobao, do you think we should install a few more cannons? You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.